Hello everybody. I hope you are doing well this lovely Monday. I am sorry for starting like 20-ish minutes late. Life happened and sometimes, life goes on. But we are excited to watch paint dry today, right guys? Right? Woohoo and all that? Grabbing coffee is just one of those instant coffee espresso machines. Fair. I relate to that so much. Hello, Purple Office. Yeah, say hello to the Purple Office and whoever decided to come in early. I know, very big ask for, any office worker to come in early. Hello, Chill Walter. I hope your day is going well. We're here with some paint drying simulator. I'm just gonna do some quick yapping because we have 6 hours to burn through with random stuff. So really, this is the plan for today, and we'll see what happens. We'll probably, do 6 hours, but I don't guarantee I'll be yapping all the time. This is entirely your fault. Yeah, it's entirely Nugget's fault, by the way. Nuggets was like, oh yeah, we'll do it. It's just totally fun. By the way, if my model is lagging, it's because paint drying simulator actually takes a lot of resources. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised, but no. It's actually an Unreal Engine game, so. And I also do have the TOS up, so you can throw stuff at me in the meantime. Yeah, paint drying simulator, oh, actually it doesn't take that much, but my CPU, surprisingly. What the heck? Why does it take as much as VBridger and VTube Studio? What the frick? Anyways. It is like that. Sorry, I am all over the place because, honestly, no, I want to save this for, when we actually start watching paint dry, but I'm very sorry. I thought it should come by 1 p.m., but life happened and I don't regret it, but also sometimes life happens. Please keep an eye on the Twitter and Discord. I wish I could post it on Blue Sky, but they kicked me out, so I couldn't post on there. And I'm like, man, I think it's a bad idea to type your password while you're crossing the street. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's the plan for today. Next Monday is going to be the team building exercise, which is phasmophobia. So everybody will have fun except for me. And then we'll go from there because it'll be, June, right? And surely there'll be sales or something like that. Anyways, let's switch over. I will not switch the category until we actually begin. So yeah, paint drying simulator. And before we start, I'm just gonna let you guys know, we're going to have notifications, a lot of notifications. And the stream will only be more fun if you keep it unmuted. Just gonna let you guys know. You said I would start by 3:30 p.m. and 3:24 p.m. Your up time. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I kind of put tentative because I didn't know when we would get back because I was like, oh, we might have issues, Anyways, that's pretty much it. If we really need to have dead air music, we do have this, but I'd rather not play that if necessary. And yeah, 6 hours. So actually, let me change the category right now. And we could do paint drawing simulator. And then, just because of what this thing does, I'm gonna ask you guys, do I change the title of the stream from what it currently is, which is stream ends with the paint is dry, to what I typed up last minute was Office ASMR 100% real, not clickbait. Do I change it to that? Hello, Canadian lemon woman? I don't know, Color Palette ADHD said to call you a lemon. You know what? I do like lemon flavors. Tisai, hello, Alan, the OG. Welcome. We're just kind of quickly deciding the name of the stream because we're going to be watching paint for 6 hours. It's going to be like this. I hope your Monday is going well. Got your coffee, time to watch paint dry? All right. Quick, guys, you get to pick. Do we name the stream what it currently is, or do we call this Office ASMR 100% real, not clickbait? This is Boss's Prime. Yeah, this is where I peak. After this stream, we're going downhill from here. Notification ASMR? All right, perfect. Yeah, notification ASMR. The second, okay, notification ASMR 100% real, not clickbait. All right, perfect. That's what the stream's called. Congratulations, guys. I'll name it in YouTube as well, and we will begin. So before we do that, we do need to pick what color of paint we need to dry. So we do this. And what are you guys feeling right now? You're so excited to watch paint dry? Yeah. What are we feeling, guys? Are we feeling, plain Jane white? Are we feeling a nice red, a cool blue, a beautiful purple, pleasant yellow, easy on the eyes green, obnoxious orange, a darker purple, and sea blue? We gotta be watching this for 6 hours. Exactly. Wait, paint drying ASMR simulator, but we're a yapper office lady. Oh yeah, that is great. That's great. It's blue. I think it's blue. It's blue to me. I'm calling it blue right now. I don't want to be called wrong right now. I know it's great, but I'm calling it blue. We're watching this for 6 hours. We'll run a poll for it. All right. What colors are you guys thinking? No polls right now because I know they'll eat a lot of time, and we need to make sure we get maximum paint drying watching. So you guys just yell out your color right now. In the meantime, let me change the YouTube the YouTube name because you know we gotta keep things consistent. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, wait. Oh. Stream? Can I? Uh-oh, wait. Oh, okay. We're fine. Sorry. Oh, I see why. Let's close this tab right here. For some reason, they decided to open Chrome. That's why I got scared. Sorry, guys. I got scared for a moment. You like, pink, you want your highness to scream at you. Now my avatar's arms are not naked. Is a suit. Is a joy of woman in suits. Nice. Yeah, it is a suit. It is a, an actual dress shirt. Red? Okay, so you guys said pink or red. You guys fight now. Fight, pink or red. In the meantime, I'm going to be renaming this stream. There we go. You say Office ASMR 100% real, not clickbait. Don't worry, now's notification ASMR, not 100% real, not clickbait, paint EAXE. Viewers will not... YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming? What? Thank you so much, YouTube. All right. Pink, red would be better trust. All right. Well, this is close enough. I don't think there's a pink. Yeah, red is the way. All right, we're watching red. All right, you guys ready for the best stream ever? Let's go. 6 hours right here. Now, I'm just going to implore you all, please turn on your volume for this stream or you're going to miss out on the experience. No, it was you who said red, Faust? Oh, it was incoming for you, HW, who said red. I specifically said blue or green, yeah. Oh, if you said blue or green, I didn't catch it on OBS's end. That's the problem. Shoot. Dang it. I wish you could just put multiple colors. Anyways, that's about it. I don't know why my things are kind of lagging here. Is it because of my model? Is it because of Discord? Do I need to close Discord? Is that it? Okay, task manager. Close Discord so I don't have to open another thing. That would be scary. Where is Discord? There we go. Close this, get this out of here. Perfect. But hello? Yeah, hello, Nugget. They were hidden for you for some reason. Had to select show all messages. I'm sorry, Alex. You know what? If we ever do this again, we can do dark blue. I'll make a note of it, in fact. So, yeah. This is the stream, guys. How are you guys today? Because, we might as well talk about this normally while we have to eat up 6 hours. We're going to sit here. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, like, Faust, I didn't see the blue or green part from Faust's messages. The last message I saw from you was you got your coffee, time to watch paint dry. Incoming for his considered potential spam. You do not have two, it's just your eyes are sensitive. Oh, in that case, I think there's a way that you can hide the stream, but you can have the audio. Yeah, because I totally get that. Like for me, if it's actually magenta, that's the eye color that hurts. That's the color that hurts my eyes the most. I guess Red Off is having tech issues. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised because apparently, like for example, the shorts, I know that they're not getting pushed down on YouTube lately. So that's why I've been not really posting on YouTube for the last couple of days because, nobody really watches those shorts, but I gotta maximize any chance I get, to get people to over here. Saying you like light pinks but magenta makes your eyes hurt. Yeah, like when we were doing Hollow Knight last week, my eyes were just like, nah, we can't do this. Did 30 kilometers jog and walk, 3 hours gym and 3 kilometers walk till you got a lift. Nice! Oh my gosh, I wish I could do that amount of exercise. I'm very much like a nice casual walk is good enough for me. Just bask in the weather. Maybe a little bit of jogging if I have to, but nothing super serious. It's 28 degrees Celsius. Ooh, honestly, that's not too bad. But like that can be pretty toasty. There's a chat filter. You can view the top message potential spam remove. That's a default, so I didn't see HW at all. Yeah, I changed it to all messages, but I think by default in OPS, they only do top, which is kind of crazy because I made sure that they show timestamps and highlight mentions, and the font size is actually pretty good. So by the way, we have 2 messages. We have notifications now. It's like that. I hope you guys heard that. So this is gonna be this kind of stream, by the way. It's gonna be like this. Basically, everyone from your country is felt different, but you're kind of weak. Oh, I mean, I relate to that. You legit got scared. Oh, hey, you know, all I'm gonna tell you, HW, is you're gonna be here for 6 hours. It's gonna be 6 hours of that. You change it to all messages. HW people like a final pause of potential spam. Yeah, like I get that. Like, I don't know. At least compared to my coworkers, I'm like, I need to exercise more. And then just like back in high school, it was very much a. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna reset YouTube chat real quick. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, YouTube chat's coming back. Here you go, guys. Yup, you're all coming back now. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, I guess for me, like at least you know back in high school, like the physical education stuff, it was just kind of like, hey, just run around a lot. That's it. And HW disappeared. Oh my god. Oh man, yeah, YouTube is 1000% scuffed. Because I'm very strong but weak in comparison to someone from where I am that trains consistently. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I am sure you'll get there eventually. It's clear that you already have like a pretty good regimen, and you know, worst comes to worst, you can just lift everybody here. Oh, change the setting in their back. Yeah, that was a whole waterfall of messages. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm like, I should probably reset it like right now while we're watching paint dry. Apparently, the paint does actually dry as the stream goes on, so we'll see what happens. I would say for me though, I have stronger legs and stronger arms, because I think the only like real sport I did, at least in high school, was badminton. Ooh, I love badminton so much. Great for solving problems, and it was if anything, it was more like an endurance match because we used those to. It was like you know Shokugeki no Soma, where you use the cooking to like solve the disagreements. Ours was badminton no Soma, so that's how we established dominance over there. Canada will help with cold resistance. It can endure up to 37 degrees Celsius with a jacket on and everything, but cannot be cold. Yeah, honestly, the weather here isn't really like too bad. I would say if you want more extremes to just start off with, like, you know, deep end stuff, you want to go to East Coast because the weather is a bit more volatile there. If you go West Coast, they have the Pacific Ocean, so it must be more temperamental. Take an SS from now and then when the timer's done. All right, perfect. I will take a screenshot. Give me a moment. Snipping tool. Snipping tool. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Perfect. Now we can compare it. Okay, close this right now. And then your potential man. Perfect. Sorry to hear this here, but your potential spam. Oh, potential spam man. You know what? That's your quirk, right? Your stand spamming people until they submit. Because yeah, this is what we're doing. By the way, my model is lagging a little bit. I can't do anything about that right now. Toronto is your place for a while, so I'll probably do morning runs in the cold to build up. Oh yeah, that honestly, that's a great idea because usually the mornings there, or just in general, it's a little bit more nippy. So I wish I could visit like both Quebec and like Newfoundland and Labrador. I just want to get the chance, but I don't usually do so. The colors actually change. Oh, can we even see? Yeah, we do. And I didn't take a screenshot, so we can compare at the end. But yeah, like my morning was just. I know I said I took a day off, but I did do a little bit of work anyways. So there's that. RR5 is getting removed soon. I've already done RR5, so glad to hear that. But thank you very much for the reminder, Mirror. Yep. By the way, I can do that. By the way, I think I understand what's calling the echo. I think it's because I have the source in TITS, both monitoring the output and doing stuff out there. Let me see. So, oh, the TITS mute output. Okay, where is it? Oh yeah, by the way, here's a Teams message. My stuff is lagging. Yeah, it is because of Paint Drying Simulator. There's nothing I can do about it. We were talking about strength, right? Or I'm absolutely tripping right now? Oh yeah, we were just talking about like building strength. It's next on the roadmap. It is. But yeah, there's no way for me to like unscuff this unless they have a way to lower the settings. So it's gonna be like this today, or I turn off TITS. Your choice, guys. I can turn off TITS and it makes the thing more stable. Yeah, I've been PM since like when I first started streaming. At least as this. Like my first stream game was Lobotomy Corporation, to put into perspective. Super HD Paint is better. Yeah, Super HD Paint is pretty much what we're dealing with right now. I don't think there's a way to like change the settings. And I don't know if pressing escape will restart the timer. Is always Unreal Engine causing issues? It is. They're not usually optimized for these stuff. So I'd rather not like try to tinker with the settings because we're already 10 minutes in, right? Like that's 10 minutes in where we've watched the paint dry. That's crazy. Your Prime, you did 5 mirror dungeons a day. You know, you guys sound insane. I like, hey, I can barely do one. Up to floor 10. I'm like, all right, I don't have any more time for this. But I am excited of dispensing Ryoshu next Wednesday. So I can enjoy her. And if nothing else, I am excited to see if/when they bring in the the thumb, Valencina and Lucio, just to round off everything so that we can make Ryoshu Ultra Instinct, right? And she just murders everything. Oh yeah, here's another notification, guys. Pretty sure your first game on stream was Call of Duty World War II. Yeah, I remember doing campaign on the hardest difficulty. Good memories, crashing out at random snipers. Yeah, like I would say for at least for my for the purple office, I did do something previously with this account way back when, but I wouldn't say it's significant enough to say like it's completely like a past life. It's just, hey, these are activities I did. Go touch some grass. Oh, yeah. But thank you very much for clocking in. Oh, okay, throwing more stuff at me. All right. Work, you're just a procrastinator and you have ADHD. Oh, I was talking this with a friend earlier. I really do feel like I'm somewhere on the whole I'm somewhere on the whole either like some probably like on the spectrum, or like I have ADHD of some sort. I'm not sure yet. I should get tested eventually, but I'm just like, I think it's there, so we'll probably be okay. Bush campers are the worst. That's when you set the bushes on fire. You're done? All right. Well, you know what? That's fair. As long as you guys hear one copy is okay. I don't care if I hear 2. A part-time IRL and online therapist, the cleanest person alive, and a swimmer. You know, swimming is based. It is always good to learn how to swim in case you ever do end up in a situation where you have to save your life. Grab a fistful of grass from outside, touch it the entire gameplay, just put it in a bowl. Oh, you usually make a salad that way. Were you getting Evanescia? I have no interest in Evanescia. Sorry, but Blade is like next patch or something, so I gotta get him. Maybe we should disable some stuffs for less model lag. Oh, so like, I mean, I would have to take away TITS then, for example. Oh yeah, removing TITS helps so much. All right, let me just hope that this doesn't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Uh-oh. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Encoder to go live. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Yeah, it apparently this game, if we want to call it, they don't like it when you open new windows. They really don't. So we're gonna just disable surprise for now, and we're not gonna change any. You know what? For Nightbot, okay, Nightbot. We're gonna just do this now, so I don't have to do it later. Feel free to post links if you're not subbed. So this is the Code Vein 2 DLC. Yeah, it's a Code Vein 2 DLC. They don't like it when I open things. Did your thing so I could take it away? Yeah, I took it away now. Don't worry. You run Blade, Weld, Acheron, and Gal, or replace Acheron and Cypher. You're watching paint dry if you're looking at new windows. That is true. That is a fair point, Slushy. That is a fair point. That's why they don't like it. Can you refund yourself to test some stuffs? Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, I just need to upgrade like wealth stuff, and I guess my Akron, but my Akron is easier SRL, so I don't really have much hope for her. What are you refunding though? Not everyone has the game. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. It just Coving too. Like don't worry about it. Oh, did you redeem head pads? They didn't show up. Oh, I see why. Hey, no, don't worry. I see why they didn't work. Give me a moment. I can fix it. I can fix it. I see why. There we go. I got it for you. I was like, why is it not working? And like, turns out, yeah, it was. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is exactly. Oh, hello, Turtle. I hope your day is going well. As you can see, we are in fact watching paint dry. So that's it. There's no good reason for this other than Nuggets really wanted it. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll just make it miserable for everybody. Grandma called you Maple Bloods, and I call you sorry about that, people, so nice and polite. Oh, honestly, yeah, no, the thing is, Canadians are polite people. We're not necessarily nice. We like to keep to ourselves. And we will, by the way, we will throw hands if you are rude to us. So there is that. It is a turtle. How do you know when it's dried? You see the timer at the bottom left? When it hits 0, that's when we know it's dried. Not everyone has the, yeah. I would just say about Code Vein 2 is get it on sale. Because they're still making improvements, but it's also made in Unreal Engine 5. So it's a lot. So are you not causing problems? Alright, you know what? No worries, and if you're not causing problems. Why is there so many notifications? Oh. This is the notification office at ASMR. This is what it's supposed to be. Like, I don't know what else we're expecting, right? Right? By the way, just as a forewarning, I may get up occasionally just to refill my water bottle because I currently only have one that's like half filled. So I may need to do that. It'll probably take like a minute or two. We don't normally hear it on stream. Wait, you didn't hear the notifications just now? Did you not hear them? What brand? Oh no, it's just regular water. It's just boiled water. So get it from tap and then do everything that you need to do. You heard it? All right, perfect. So my question to you all is: do you like these notifications right now, or do you think you need a little bit more? Do you think you need a little bit more stimulation? Because if so, I've got the things for you guys. Now we don't want to hear it. You know what? That's the point. Nobody wants to hear this. Nobody wants to hear teams. Brand of bottle? Oh, the brand of bottle? The bottle is Voss. VOSS. So it's a very old bottle, from at least considering that the I guess the nutrition facts, like the label is, I see the text is just kind of falling apart, like it's melting off. So it's like that. Make them louder? Oh, okay. I don't think I can make them louder. I already set them at max level right now. It was like super loud for no reason. Oh yeah, no, I set them at very loud as by default. So I can make them a little bit. 4 a.m. for you? Okay, fine. I'll make them I'll make them like a couple decibels lower, or you can just, lower your output a little bit. Okay, there we go. Minus 3 decibels for now. We will play it by ear. Looks nice? Oh, yeah. I set all these things up, but can it be a super mod to purge this message? Oh. But yes, to ask the question, would you guys want something more stimulating in your paint drying simulator? Because I do have extra sounds just for you all. And really, this is like only a half question because I will activate them later. Like what? Oh, you'll see. Let me turn them on. You'll see. You guys will see. They might, by the way, they might overlap. Just to give you guys an idea, they might overlap. It's a corset built into the suit. Oh, yeah, it's like that design. At least according to the Prism model. Should I turn all of them on? All right, perfect. Miro, for you, I would suggest lowering the volume of the player to about halfway. And talk about metal pipes or frying pans? Absolutely not. Oh, nah. That's only if somebody redeems it. As long as they're not too loud, I would say if you can reduce the player to about halfway, we have that. Your volume is 1/4 of max. All right. Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Not too bad. All right. Yeah, I did lower it a little bit to about 3.5 decibels, so it should be okay. Not too bad. Continue on. All right, perfect. Yeah, we'll play by ear. Anyways, as you can see, I have a lot. So don't worry about it too much. Don't worry about it. It's just here, you know? So like really what it comes down to is how long does it take before you all go insane? Oh, what's this? Oh, fact, this is the best stream ever on this channel. It is Paint Drying Simulator. That's pretty much it. Welcome to the office. We're gonna be here for the next 5 hours and 39 minutes, 39 seconds. That's it. All, how many of you are here? All 9 of you. All 9 of you are gonna be here right now. Both of you to assume we go insane from this? Oh, we'll see who's sane at the end. We'll see. Oh my gosh, back left. No, come back. Oh, hello. Hello, Demon Rand. Thank you very much for the lurk you're picking up from your papers. How are you today? Yep. Someone forgot to, we gotta deal with the printer. Doing well? Joke's on me, you was never sane. Okay, well, thank you very much for the 35 stream streak. Thank you, Fac. And Demon Rand, I am doing great. I'm sorry I started this stream a little bit like later than usual, but I went out for sweets with a friend. The place we wanted to go to was closed for today, so we went and found pancakes. That's pretty much it, and we talked about life. So what are we doing today? Oh, we're just watching paint dry. I'll need a therapist if I stay here until the end. So that's why you're gonna be stuck here, HW. You're gonna be here till the end. Insane? This is healing your butt. The only thing that can fix your day is a woman talking to me in any regard or good pulls and limbus. I need to do more pulls and limbus. Okay, Discord is still pretty loud. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna. Okay, fine. I'll lower this one. Eventually. There we go. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Your ears? Yeah, this is what happens when nobody turns off their phone in an office. That too? Okay, let me deal with the Discord one just for you, Miro. Look, it's not that I'm stuck in here with you. You guys are stuck in here with me. Not you alarm your ears. Yeah, you're all stuck here with me. Oh, someone just activated 6-7. All right, guys, it's time for 6-7. All right, guys. Okay, we do this. 6-7. 6-7. Are you doing 6-7? Lots of 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. Roku Nana. See, except, my brain is fried already, but it was mainly for the alarm. 6, 7. You know. So basically, at the end of the day, if we want to blame someone, blame whoever, you know, redeemed 6, 7. Peak content right now? Yeah, peak content right here. 6, 7. I was about to shoot you because I thought it was a bot message. Well, that's what little brain cells I have left. Oh, there are brain cells here? There's no brain cells here. It's just 6, 7. 6, 7, something, something, Skibbity, Riz, Ohio, Sigma, right? Stuff like that? Is that not the way? There we go. Put myself back in here. There we go. So 6, 7 is not available for 67 more hours. Sorry, guys. But hey, we have burned 25 minutes so far. Isn't that great? Oh, I should probably take the opportunity to just lower some stuff as well. Do this as well, and then maybe do this over here, and then we can do maybe this over here. Yeah, this seems good. Happens your old copy pasta got you blasted. Boom. There is no God that can save you guys from this hell. You're all stuck in here. You know what? You know why we're watching paint dry? Because of this, the things like this. People are walking super loudly right now. There's notifications too. There we go. Let's do something like this. Really loud on phone actually staggered you? Yeah. They love the middle and archive. We love the middle tattoos. Oh, yeah, I need to try getting those, but it's so difficult compared to like, oh, hey, here's a bunch of Hazel stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to play with the Hazels anymore. Yeah, no, I basically try to grab as many like sound effects as I could that would relate to an office setting, and this is what we're here for, right, guys? You just hear people like, you know, typing all the time and everything. This is office ASMR. That's it. Sorry, guys. Did you expect anything different? Just letting you guys know. Okay, let me do this right here. So who recommended this thing, the paint dry sim? Oh, that's Nuggets. Nuggets recommended it. Your fellow mod. Sorry about that. You guys are gonna have to, you know, fight at the top of the rooftop at sunset, and whoever survives lives to see another day. The really, yeah, the really loud stuff is, you know, that's the point. It's shock value, and we'll adjust as we go along. Like typing in the printer sounds. Yeah, we'll. You go murder him real quick? All right, well, I'm sure, you know, HR will be able to handle it, right? Archived is a Roblox open world PM game. The middle is dumb, funny tank, funny counter that deletes a quarter of your HP. Middle never forgets. There's a threshold between madness and genius. You know what? I'm glad you think that, because this is the only ASMR content on this channel. This. It's like this. Welcome to the office, guys. It's like you're in the office, right? You know, return from home and stuff like that. It's like this. Anybody tells you otherwise, like, have you ever, you know, returned to the office before? It's like this. Drying paint, your favorite? Yeah, you know, don't you want to, like, observe the paint, catch all its contours? It's like this. By the way, the sounds might desync after a while, like, at least for the first loop, they should be okay, but after a little bit, things will happen. Oh, welcome to the office. Welcome to paint drying ASMR. Off notification style. Office style. Someone's a little bit upset. But I think that's just Miro, who just realizes this is what kind of hell we're all in. You lift your blanket, you lit your blanket on fire with friction electricity again? BRB? Alright, yeah, sure. Go for it. I don't know how, but I'm under very high voltage in bed. Oh, okay, wait, actually, no, I think it depends on if you have any electronics. How much of a little bit are we talking about? Don't worry about it, HW. Don't worry about it. Ma'am, you're fine with this? Oh, then what happened to Nuggets? Is he okay? He's HR, so you know I have to be a little bit concerned. It's just loud noise at 4 a.m. that bother you. You know what? That is fair. That is fair. Sorry, like I try to mute them as much. Well, not mute it. I try to like lower them as much as I can, but we will see what happens. Oh, thank you very much for the disconnect. Might wake up your parents. You know what? That's fair. In that case, let me lower this to a little bit more, and we'll play it by ear. There we go. We'll, you know, actually play it by ear. So I did end up, like, when I was setting this up, I did end up bothering someone. They're like, what the heck is going on over there? And I'm like, don't worry about it. It's all part of the plan. And you don't have headphones. Ah, okay, that makes sense. As long as it's not super loud, it's fine. Yeah, let me know if it is actually super loud, because I will adjust that. Because unfortunately, I can't really test on my end other than, okay, it's not that loud for me, so it should be fine. But yeah, 30 minutes. Guys, we made it 30 minutes watching paint dry. Woo! Right? Right? Woo! Or something like that. Yay! Yeah, yay! Yay! We did it! Woo! More notifications. Yeah, honestly, I guess now that people, you know, decide they want Mondays to be the variety stuff, part of me's thinking what to stream next. Like, I'll be honest, I was thinking of doing the Metal Gear, like, Rising Revengeance, and then I looked at SteamDB, and I realized that, hey, this game hasn't been on sale for over a year. That's kind of messed up. Like, I'll probably end up buying it anyways, and it'll probably go on sale in, like, 2 weeks, but, like, I was like, what the heck? It's like a, you know, $33 game or something. Boss is slow and going insane? Oh, no, I've always been insane. So, did someone say Metal Gear? Yeah, Metal Gear. No, dun 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 doo doo doo. That one. Cause I was kind of inspired. Oh, I was kind of inspired by Super Anthony. He's been playing through the whole Metal Gear series, and I'm like, oh right, wasn't there that one, you know, game about like, you know, the memes and Nano Machine Sun? I'm like, oh, I remember this, so I want to try it out. You had to remove your headphone to not get jump scared. Oh, you know, that's fair. I just, you know, like, gotta have, like, the shock value at least once. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on playing. But I'll have to figure it out, because next week is the Phasmophobia session. And then I have to figure out my schedule from there. You played the originals? Not at all. I've only watched, Super Anthony play through Metal Gear Solid 1. He's playing through MGS2 right now. And all I know is that there's Raiden and then there's Jack. That's it. And, you know, anything I learned from Brawl. Metal Gear gameplay wise, it's just easier Devil May Cry with a bit of spice to it. I've never played Devil May Cry either, so it is completely new to me. MGS is your favorite game series of all time? MGS is the best? You know what? I'm glad that you're able to enjoy that. If you want to watch a playthrough, he's doing it right now. I don't know if they'll actually do a playthrough of the entire Metal Gear series, at least in the current situation, just because I do have games on the backlog I want to get through. But I won't discount it entirely. It's just, we're slowly getting there. Slowly but surely. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance best for you? Yeah, that's the only game I'm like, oh yeah, I'll definitely play it because of the whole, you know, meme factor, right? And I guess, you know, there's Darkest Dungeon 2 that's actually on 75% sale right now. I am thinking about it, you know, go back to Darkest Dungeon, but I do know that, like, you know, people are kind of like, about it. So I'm like, maybe it might be just a personal game for me. Nagitar's still your favorite? These names mean like nothing to me, so you know, I like your words like funny Magic Man. You're so happy MGS4 is finally gonna be on more than just a PS3? Oh, that's perfect. We can just send that to people and be like, you gotta play it. You only know the one with the Senator Armstrong one, since that one in particular has lots of memes. Yeah, that's Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Sorry, it's a third game? Oh. Oh, well, I mean, it's fine. Well, we like it when we have games that can port out. Not like Bloodborne, where honestly I've been kind of looking into what I can do for that game because I know that's gonna probably be an eventually kind of situation, and the only solution I can come up with is legally distinct emulator, right? And then we play it that way. But I don't know what damage or strain that will do to my setup because I use a one PC setup. So it's kind of like that. But I'm definitely considering it, especially since Mondays are free. And for the foreseeable future, for whenever the collabs end, which I will be honest, I don't know if Turtle's here right now. I feel like the collab with him will probably end more quickly than it will with Canis, just because of the nature of one is a lot more set in stone, and I just have to lead Mr. Turtle around to the finish line. Roll him around versus Canis, where both of us are rolling the die and hoping we don't get our butts kicked. Definitely very entertaining, but it's also like, how much gamba do we get before we go insane? Because he's locked in with us, by the way. Well, the paint sure is drying well. It is drying well. You can see it's already drying a little bit. Just a tad, but we'll get there. There's like a bunch of random stuff inside too. And then I think after that, like, I do have Liza P, so I have been thinking of playing that game. Yeah, it's less bright. Yeah, it is, just a little bit less. To be fair, randomized moves is making the challenge much harder, so you can never predict the opponent. And that's the fun part, because really, yeah, we thought, oh, it wouldn't be too bad if we just... What if we add the Nuzlocke rules, where once they were knocked out, they're knocked out forever? And, we have to restart the entire run if we're dead, right? We thought, oh, just having it randomized, that's way too easy. But we are both open to making the entire playthrough easier if we cannot make headway. So it depends on how we're feeling. Because, well, I do understand we're both having fun right now. We do need to eventually leave Jubilife City. Eventually. Liza P and Wukong are souls I haven't played yet. I am interested in Liza P. I've been told don't play Wukong though, because they have spiders, and I wouldn't be really good at it. You love the Liza P? Yeah, a lot of people have ended up saying that. Basically, French Dark Souls 1. How long was I out for? Oh, honestly, Nuggies, you were out for like, what, 20 minutes or so. It's basically an Ironmon challenge, but Canis doesn't know the type chart. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much like that, which is why, 07's the Carp, by the way. Carp was doing great. I knew his weaknesses, and he fell over. Spiders in that game, don't play Bloodborne. Oh, man. People have been saying to play Bloodborne, though. That sucks. Oh, good, your mother called you? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's really just, mainly we're just talking and just vibing here right now. That's about it. But, it will be a success if we can somehow manage to get 6 Pokemon. I don't know if we'll actually keep said 6 Pokemon, but it will be considered a success. Because really, when it comes down to it, sometimes, we just need to hold down B when we throw a Pokeball, right? Minecraft has spiders. Dang it, guesses that's out of the option of community game nights. No, I mean, those spiders are fine. Like, they don't really look like sort of realistic spiders. Like, yeah, they're kind of like, blocky spiders. They don't look like them. So I'm fine with them. So that's kind of my issue, is that they have to look like spiders and they have to, like, kind of move like spiders. Want a mod that makes them realistic? How about we don't? No. We're not doing that. That's actually kind of crazy. How about we don't do that? Like, if anything, if I ever played RE9 or any game with realistic spiders, like I'm going to be looking for a mod to make them not realistic because I don't think I'll survive. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I think. Oh wait, I forgot to. Oh wait, I can't check. I can't verify. Hey, is in Dark Souls 2 or 3, are there spider bosses? Like actual spiders and not like Quelaag spiders? What kind of paint do you like the most? Honestly, I'm not really a painter, but as long as it's not like the really strong scented or like the poisonous ones. Oh, Oh, that's just an Uh-oh. Big gulps. Oh. Whose idea was it to play Dark Souls 2 or 3 again? I mean, whose idea was it? You? No, it wasn't me. It was not my idea to play Dark Souls 2. Definitely not. 100%. I would never make such a silly and crazy decision. I'm not wrong here. I will never be wrong. Remember? This is the motto of the office. I'm never wrong. Right, guys? PS2 was a def maze. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, right. Sorry, it was just you. Yeah, it was you. Nuggies, I can't believe you've done this. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely then. I mean, like I said before, I am still willing to play Dark Souls 2 despite what happened yesterday. If anything, I was thinking of doing some farming, probably later today after stream once the VOD is processed. Like for example, I know I don't like the place. I don't like No Man's Wharf at all, but I think that's the best place for me to farm souls, which is really silly. But here we are, and I didn't get to check out the room inside the cute little ghost ship because I immediately hit the thing that teleports you to the next area. You're completely against it. Yeah, you know what? Fac is looking out for me. And in the end, it's like this. Cause man, it's like the hitboxes. It's like what's ADP. It's like what are these random changes? Why did they do this? Did something happen? Oh, basically I beat the pursuer. And oh wait, I beat the pursuer and went to the next area, right? By the 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 bonfire that you get from the ego. And it was doing great until I got bopped by the explosive barrel and I lost the 20k souls and I couldn't pick them up. And it was just out of something that was kind of like I felt was unreasonable in terms of like how they managed to see me in like hitboxes. So I was like, ooh, that grinded my gears. I was okay. If anything, I was angry, but I was mostly angry that it happened rather than oh man, 20k souls. You don't know about the changes were so bad. I'm like, yeah, like literally when people were telling me all the changes, like, why did this happen? I got spoiled about stuff or something. Nah, no, not that. Genuinely angry. You should probably play rage bait games for a future live. Maybe if I can be bought. I can be bought and play rage bait games. I only played one rage bait game, and I think that was, oh no, two of them. It was Trees Hate You, which I kind of thought was more funny than anything, and then there was Agree, which I didn't get to finish because it's a skill issue. Yeah, like so far people have been very good about not spoiling anything or not backseating unless they specifically ask first. Or, in general they've been only telling me things I should reasonably know, which is totally fine because I said this is okay to do this. Ideally, I want to keep the whole, first playthrough very like fresh and people have been very respectful of that. Don't even consider Trees Hate You a rage game. It's just silly. Yeah, I just considered it silly. That's why I was laughing and having fun. Meanwhile, I'm just like looking at other people and they're getting angry. I'm like, what? Isn't this, meant to be kind of silly? Chain together, take your money. Oh, maybe next month. Depends on who wins the polls. But overall, like, I'm glad that people are being respectful about it because DS2 is it's a lot to take in. I jokingly said it's the 5 stages of grief, and I was in the anger phase. But we'll see what happens. The next stream is probably gonna be bargaining or something. What happens when there's a mod? Yeah, I'm glad. I guess they were thinking that if it's just me that I wouldn't take it seriously. Like nah. After what happened, DS1 is like nah. I will take I took the suggestions a lot more like, I should probably do it just in case. I know, usually I'm just like, I usually want to believe in the best of people, but yeah, after Dark Souls 1, I was like, hey guys, this is a little bit too much. I promise I am capable. Just give me the opportunity. Even if it takes a while. Maybe put a message every stream. Oh yeah, I do actually do that. I did it yesterday. I was saying, hey, this is the first playthrough, so do not backseat without asking, and do not spoil, or you pay the price. And I also put first stream in the not first stream, first playthrough in the stream title as well. So like people have been pretty nice about it. That flower pot matches to the wall. Yeah, it's very pretty. So at the very least, people were reading the pinned message, I think. Or, you know, just asking about backseating rather than just telling me. For the most part. And for people who are, like, usually is either you or Nuggets who tells them, hey, this is not cool. And that usually gets them to stop. DS2 is kind of cursed, development is messed up, they had to change the director mid-production. You know what? That's fair. But also sometimes I'm like, man, what are these decisions here? Alright, put the phone at minus 15 decibels, but maybe I can lower it to 20. There we go. There we go. You want a rage game? Mario Kart with you? Oh, I gotta take a call, BRB. Alright, man, oh, how convenient. How convenient that as soon as Nuggies just gives that suggestions, it's like he's gone. How so convenient. You know, here. I will say though that for Mario, oh, there it goes, disconnected. For Mario Kart, I think the last time I played Mario Kart very seriously was back during the Wii era, where I was like trying to speedrun stuff before, you know, the hackers came in. Oh yeah, I just hydrated, by the way. But if we're talking about like modern or like, you know, the most recent Mario Kart, I've only played it casually, and that was in the office. Did the sound effects trick sailors and thinking they've got a call? No, who knows? Who knows? By the way, yeah, it is hydration and unshrimp time. So we can also have like, you know, sound effects like this in the office for people placing things down, or we can have things like actually, let me put this over here. Let's see. Okay, we have the measuring tape. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Their call. Oh, people are just not picking up their calls. You know, that's what a shame. You know, what a freaking shame. Why is everyone making creepy odd noises? Don't worry about it. So we have this. Let's see. I do have a calculator on me, but but the buttons are not. Oh, the buttons are silicone, or like, you know, they're soft plastic. There's also, you know, scissors, so you're like chopping stuff down. Let's see what else. Oh, my 3DS is in here. I have a notepad. I don't know what I would write in there. If ever making merch, it's probably gonna be a notepad or something. Like, there's no good reason. Like, people were making, like, you know, acrylics or whatever. I'm like, no. What if notepad? You know, just a sticky notepad, just so you can write random stuff on there with a cute anime girl on it. Usually let the phone ring while you play your PSP. Yeah, most people do. They're like, if it's bored, they'll call back, right? And then wait, oh, I do have some. Sorry, you're just seeing me like a. I have some nice highlighters too. Oh my gosh, these are so cute. And then I have a pen as well. Like that. You're gonna be white. White. Let's check the scary unidentified noise kind of white. It's a horror movie joke. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, I should probably add this as well. Let me. Let me add this too. Let me see if I can do something about this. There we go. Let's add this as well. And I'll put this over here. And then we will, let me see if I can find it. In my sources, there we go. We can make it maybe minus 5. And we can put a monitor right now. Put over here and then, there we go. A new noise. Your character was having a stroke. Yeah, it's a stroke because, well, my drawer is to the right, but behind me is it's a portrait of Summer Belial, and my webcam catches that. I had a video pulled up of someone playing a horror game. They were just dead quiet when I walked by your door. Yeah, so that's why my character looks like it's, you know, she's going weird, because it's catching that, basically. There you go, the pen clicking. So we have all this. I really like this measuring tape. It's so cute. You get Summer Belial as a poster. Oh yeah, I got you know, like a portrait of him. So there's that, and he's framed as 24 by 36 centimeters. Sorry, I was looking behind me. It's like that. So the upside is that I get to look at Summer Belial all day. The downside is that the position of where he is usually where my webcam is, and I don't think showing Summer Belial for an interview is actually a good idea, if you can believe it. Might actually be a terrible idea. Can we make the pen clicking last the rest of the stream? Oh, it will last the rest of the stream, don't worry. It will be there. Unless you actually want me to do like IRL pen clicking. Then I have to grab my pen out. What is who is Summer Belial? Oh, you can Google search him, but he's not safe for work if you're at work right now. Just for no particular reason. I'm like, don't search him up while you're at work. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Oh, you mean like entire non-stop clicking? Oh. We need a summer all for Nahan so bad. I know, right? Oh man. Dude, the guy needs to enjoy his life after everything he's done. This is what Nuggets wants, by the way. Just this. We did say a notification office ASMR. Oh my gosh. Hey, you know, I mean, if it does it all the time, then it's not as effective. Instead of just out of nowhere. Oh man, what else are good props? Like, I guess, you know, paper rustling noises. This is me just looking at random stuff in my room and be like, oh man, in this room here, and just be like, what's good? What's good to use? I really need to clean this place up, but I just keep forgetting to do that. At least at the stream room. Where's our ASMR? Okay, you know, these sounds right here, but also like, it's like, hey, do you want to like circle back about that topic that we pinned down a while ago during the last week's meeting? We can go and touch base on Thursday. You'll never actually get that because I have no idea how to do ASMR properly. I really don't. And I don't think I have the time to actually learn that, but yeah, I don't want to insult like actual ASMR artists because they have honed their craft, and I don't think I'll ever be able to do that. Put a cheese grater over the mic for you? Oh, I would have to find a cheese grater. That's the problem. I don't know if I actually have one here. And I would also have to leave, so I don't know if people would actually mind that. I mean, I guess I could also have like, you know. By the way, this is a metal like puzzle kind of sound. Cheese grater method, I haven't heard that in a while. Oh my gosh. Do I actually have one? That is the real question. Oh yeah, by the way, we can do metal sounds right here. Pots and pans work too. Metal spoon and smack that pot. This is the notification office ASMR. Where are you getting pots and pans in an office? No, no, no. Explain, Nuggies. We're gonna get that. I can't believe. You know, I'm actually gonna turn on the view count. There's 10 people here. Why is there 10 people here? You're cooking in your cubicle? Why are you cooking in your cubicle? Fork and plate and the rest, you know what to do. You're hungry? Go to the break room. Go make your stuff there. Oh yeah, I guess I could also just do, you know, like basic phone notifs as well. If we're really doing this, you know? Oh yeah, there's that too. Like, let's see, what can we do? Oh, probably not this alarm. Oh no, that's my basic alarm. Could do. Oh yeah. Just... Things like that. Jerry is watching you. He's learning. Well, I mean, what's wrong with Jerry watching you? Just wait. Just wake up the lurkers. Let's see. What else can we do? What else do people use with their phones? What is the default? Because I don't have the default at all. And I don't know which one is, you know, safe to actually play other than that one. Because my usual, like, phone alarms are, like, Fate songs and the, like, Final Fantasy 4 stuff. And, of course, you know, the Craig clip. Subway Surfers' default phone sounds. I don't have Subway Surfers on here. I don't. I know better than that. Oh yeah, I guess I could do this as well. Can you describe a wall? Well, the wall is very smooth now. You know, we can see it's a little bit of the paint has, like, you know, dried over. The wall is a little less shiny than before. We can see that the little curve, the crease right there is a little bit more darker than before, and that's the important part. And we can see that the light is slowly fading away while in the middle of the day. Nails and chalkboard. I don't have that sound. Let's make this interesting. Oh, no, this is an office. It's not like some haunted house. That's crazy. I'm a big fan of the color, if I must be honest. Oh. Yeah, you know, next time we'll do gray or dark blue. If we do this again. But red was the choice I saw. Metal pipe. Oh, if somebody redeems like 10k points on the purple office side, you'll get the metal pipe. We gotta unlock all the endings. Yeah, well, I mean, we do in fact have 9 endings here. You know, every time you know, we clear one, we can do it again. Oh, that scared me a little bit. Yeah, 10k right there. Right there. Next time, are you planning to become the first paint drying tuber? Oh, there's endings? No. There's not actual endings. It's just, you know, you got different walls dried. I think if I remember the paint drying tuber, it's not like I'm actually a VTuber, it's just I'm a V-yapper. You mean that was loud? Yeah, it was. It's very loud. That's why I'm like, hey, that's why I put it at 10k. Just to specifically say, hey, yeah, you know, are you sure you want to do this? Just, oops, I dropped something. I will raise the price if people start spamming it, though. Because I know that people are holding on to points. But I expect people won't do that. So, what else can we do for sounds that are just, you know, really gets people? You're holding on to the, you're holding on to them. You know what? That's smart. One day you'll find something to do that for. Get all 9, you get a secret color with a very fun ending. Are you sure? Can you confirm this, or are you just, one guying me right now? But yeah, like, usually just for. Oh yeah, wait, let me see if I can find it. I did have something for a phone ringtone. Let me see what I can do here. Cancel this. Discard those changes. Phone recents. Nope. Move away from that. There we go. I'm actually going to my settings for this, guys. I just need to know. I'm genuinely curious now. It's only been 1 hour of just yapping, making random sounds. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is my notification sound because apparently it's a thing. Oh, can it play? No, no, it's not playing. Why is it not playing? No, go play. Oh, it's because. Oh wait, sound. There we go. So if you played Expedition 33, you know what this is. Just. Rain sounds would be nice, and typewriter. I am afraid if I open up something again that the stream might actually crash. And by that point, we've already invested an hour into this. I'm a little bit afraid of that. Gotta go to sleep. You know what? Take care, HW. Have a good night. It is the old man. It's the Renoir cane. It's like that. Oh yeah, I guess there's also this too. Oh wait, no, we listened to that before. Whoops. Oh yeah, there's that too. Yeah, I just have like random sounds sometimes. Two metal water bottles having a fist fight in the backpack while you smack the office with fish. What the frick? But yeah, I guess I can pull up sounds on my phone. It's gonna be scuffed up that way, but we can do it like that. And my YouTube is gonna be like, "What the frick are you searching up on your phone?" It's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. What we could do here is we can do something like this, I guess. One of your personal favorite sounds, popcorn popping. Siggy, you already played Expedition 33? I did, and that was before I realized you actually had to plug your monitor into your GPU to get it to work. But I did play it, and it was fun. But also, like, the DLC and, like, the extra challenges, I was like, I'm not good enough for this. I'm done. But I know it's there. Eating chip sounds? Oh, you eat chips in the office? You don't, like, go to the break room for this? But yeah, I did like Expedition 33 a lot, and I think the only like downside for that is because after a while it's just, hey, they put like HP bloat right there, and I'm like, HP bloat's kind of not it. Other than that, I'm like, it's very good for what it did well, and for some other things, I'm like, you don't have to do it like this. You meant as a sound effect. Oh no, I mean like yeah. When you say eating chips sound effects, I'm like, even as a sound effect, I'm like, for me, I'm kind of not into people listening to people like eating food, at least as a stream thing. Maybe revisit in like a couple hours and see. We'll see if we do it. But like right now, I'm like, not yet. I know, for me, usually when people do eat food on stream, it's like super loud, and I'm like, hey, I'm not into this. Like genuinely, I'm like, ugh, it sounds really gross. So I'm like, nah, I'm not really interested in that at all. How many cups are in a quart for right? I'm trying to find glass quart jars, but they aren't labeled. I'm sure you'll find them eventually. I just hear quarts and like cups, and I'm just like, liters? Yeah, I wanted to hear eating, but yeah, just eat. Expedition for quartz. So, yeah, that's why I make it a point not to eat on stream. And if anything, like if I have to go grab food, like the Hollow Knight Path of Pain VOD, I just take a break. I'm like, hey guys, I need to go. I need food. I have zero. I have like negative interest in eating on stream. Where they have the number of cups on the side, but I can't remember how many is in a quart. What does Google say? Google says how many cups are in a quart. I'm allowed to ask this because I'm Canadian. 4 US cups are in a quart. We have solved the problem. Now you can succeed. Right? Right? Man, it's only been an hour. We have to do this for 5 more hours. Ah, I'm so cooked. You forgot Google existed? You know, honestly, a lot of people forget Google exists because they're all about like, oh, AI, like tell me, or you know, Alexa, tell me what to do. And I'm like, guys, please remember Google exists. Google it if you don't know. There's something I had to like. I felt very frustrated about because there was a coworker. I don't want to talk too much, by the way. I don't want to bring in office drama, but a coworker who just doesn't Google, and I'm like, ma'am, I promise you, your problem will be solved if you just Google it. You don't have to ask me for things. Might be showing your age, but ripped to Tom Kane VA for Profutonium Powerpuff Girls. Rip to them indeed. Really is like that when we lose the people who are part of our childhood right there. I've been kind of off social media today though, so or at least you know, not just today but yesterday as well, just to make sure everything's in gear. So I've been kind of like out of the loop, especially because my algorithm now is just very non VTuber. No, like anything non VTuber related, it just doesn't exist. Cortana? Oh, Cortana existed? I'm kidding. I actually just never used Cortana. Unless you mean like just the whole Halo thing, but like, yeah. Honestly, like I said, it's just. Hey, I was out of the whole online stuff for a good couple of years. So when people are talking about like, hey, things that happened like 2016, 2019, I did not just do that. Oh, which one? Oh, the Honkai Nexus anime MCs are actually kind of cute. I just realized. I mean, Halo Cortana. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm sure she had a good existence, and then you kind of deleted her, right? I never played Halo. Sorry about that. But yeah, I guess for me, like it was around that time where I just really ramped up my studies and just did things like I logged in outside the whole like gaming stuff because I probably mentioned a couple of times, but I really spent a good amount of time playing Eden Eternal and then Elsword and also Closers Online, and that ate up a good chunk of my life. But I was like, it's not to the point of like, you know, like I'm not taking care of myself, but I realized, hey, this will not actually help me with my future, so I had to like, you know, go cold turkey on it. She died saving Master Chief. Oh, you can get a backup, right? You can get a backup, right? Right? Oh, okay. Gotta get this right. Sorry, I was just quickly checking my email. But yeah, if anything, that's like a good chunk of why I have as many followers as I do. Like, I'm sure if we were counting like actual number of followers here on his channel since I started VTubing, it would be a significantly number, like a lower number, unless it's this channel, because this channel was created like very recently. And by very recent, I mean like November-ish, but I didn't really take it seriously till about January. Before then, I'm like, here, I'll just upload like shorts when I got the chance to do that, which, by the way, I am trying to prove a hypothesis right now by just uploading like 3 times a week. I might ramp up uploads more. And I do know I need to work on the highlights and everything, and I'm trying to make sure I have time for that. But he didn't want to back up. Bro put up his arm after she died. Never did another mission after that. Oh, well, I guess Cortana's gone forever. It really is like that. This is why you back up everything. I'm sure that even with without doing missions, Cortana could be a good friend, right? Right? Sorry, I am like wholly uninitiated in terms of Halo. My only experience with Halo is the Halo Reach themes that was really prevalent in like 2013 on a lot of like Windows devices. Yeah, that's all I know. You need to play the Halo games? Oh, I mean, aren't those FPS games? When I get like, cause usually I avoid those because I get very motion sick if I have to turn a lot. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I'm like, hey, I can't really play FPS for like a long period because I would not survive. And played Halo, an easy follow. Oh my god. Look, I just wasn't into shooters at the time. At the time, I was into RPGs. I was playing Persona 4. Unless you want to hop in a VC one day and explain the games I've played. Oh, I mean, no, I'm good, but it's just, that's the problem with a lot of like, I guess like games a lot of VTubers play that are usually like FPS or horror games, and I'm like, I can't do this. Not for my health. Persona 4, yeah, Persona 4 and 4 Golden. So, that's where my life was. Just a lot of RPGs because they were like more my lane. Though I did actually play an Uncharted game. It was the one on the Vita. That's the only one I played. Though I don't really remember it other than, Nathan Drake, doing things and just like letting other people play on the Vita back then, because it was a really good console for its time. So it's a shame that they never marketed it and it just flopped. Yes, I'm like one of 20 people who own a Vita. I don't know if my Vita's still alive, but like I do have the console still. You're so ready for P4 Remaster? I wouldn't play it, but I am excited to see what happens with it, because I would say with P4, it was really nice and wholesome. I just hope that they adjust some stuff in P4, given that it's very different times compared to then and now. Just, that's just how it is. Play FPS games because we were good at them. Yeah, I was no good at FPS games. Like, I'm just, like, you can see even with Archer Souls, I just can't keep a steady hand. Yeah, would you Vita the first model? Yeah, same. Yeah, themes and such. Yeah, honestly, like, I think there's some, quote-unquote jokes there that are would be considered homophobic nowadays. So, I know they did that for the P3 remake. They changed some stuff to make it more palatable for today's general audience. And for like the difference is that in the P3 one, like the change they made is just for like a random NPC, but the P4 one it's a lot more important to the story. So I really hope that they handle it well. It's funny because you ordinarily played P4 on your Vita? Yeah, same. I played P4 on my Vita. And I know that I basically 100% that game because I loved it so much. It was just super wholesome. And by the way, I will say this. I made sure that Mr. Protag, Mr. Chad Narukami romanced Rise. Sorry. I know it's the basic option, but it was either Rise or Yukiko. I didn't really get the vibe of Chie, and I'm like, Naoto has to be with Kanji. I'm sorry. gotta be those two. And I never ever cheated, by the way. Never ever did that, because that was cruel. I would not do that. Anybody who like cheats in that, I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? Chie is best girl? Oh, I'm sorry. Chie is not best girl in my playthrough. I had to make a choice, and I was like, what if I pick, Yukiko or Rise? And I'm like, well, you don't just stand there when she's crying. What the heck? What kind of bird are you? So it's like that. So really, when it comes down to it, I am actually interested in just seeing what they will handle the remakes, but also I realize the said remakes are very expensive. Never seen the Hi, I'm Daisy webcomics of Persona 4, super old but really funny. Yeah, stick your hand in the TV, do it. I know of them. Social Link, go! I know those comics. I also know of like somebody who's doing like fan comics for like I think it was Pokemon XY and Black and White. I don't remember their name too, but they were my time. I sure hope they won't be on Unreal Engine. I really hope not, cause man, that would be a shame for Atlas that they would go there. Really, just a huge shame. Because they have their own in-house engine, right? If anything, though, what I really wish they included in the P3 remake was the female protagonist. And they're all like their reason was the reason they claimed was, oh well, it would take too much work, right? Development, and we have modders who did it for free, essentially everything. And my problem with that is that there's so much content that's on Kotone's or female MC side for P3 that you just can't get. So it was also that, and then the other reason they said is that, oh well, Persona is about the story of growth, and they said, oh, it's not as effective if it's a woman. They say, women are more like mature, and I'm just like, that's BS. There's a lot of immature like ladies out there who don't know what the heck they want. They just don't want to do it. Yeah, they have a proprietary engine for their games. Do you ever just get pissed off at people who take video games too seriously? Just got sent a video of someone crashing out over a joke in a video game being offensive to them. Yeah, honestly, like, at the end of the day, video games are video games. I wouldn't say I get pissed, but I'm like, I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Sounds like they didn't want to bother. Yeah, pretty much. And it's a shame because there's a significant chunk of fans who are also, like they want, females, and not people want to, like date. There's a lot of fans out there who are, who like the female MC. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling here. And they're just like, nah, you guys are not worth it. Like, I get that the whole Persona series, that the standard pro tag is male. I don't want to touch on that too much, because I think I'll just be making like accusation at that point, but it's just grinds my gears that they had all this potential here and they're just like, nah, man. They won't even make a DLC. They're just like, nah. And it really sucks, because it's basically lost content, and at most all you get is support to the PS4, right? And by the way, I do have support, and it just barely changes anything. It's disgusting, and I wanted to charge you like $60 for it. Boys club only? Yeah, pretty much boys club only. It's like, what about your female fans, right? For example, what about the fans who want to play as a lady? What about the people who want to date the guys, or just be friends? Why do you give the guy the option to cheat on multiple ladies? Suspicious, Atlas. Very suspicious. Maybe in Persona 6, who knows? Oh, I want to be like optimistic, but I think at this point I'm just very cautious because of the stance they're taking on their pro tags, and I'm like, I feel like either they will try too hard to be like Persona 5 the second, or they will just be too safe. Because P5 is when they like finally became the mainstream, and Persona 5 will never die. It's like literally everywhere and then some. And there's no P6 news everywhere, right? And that kind of success, like, you don't let that go. You try to capitalize it, and that makes sense, but it's just the games are different for a reason. They have different moods, they have different aesthetics, they're different everything. They try to just make it, P5 the second, like, people will know and they won't like that. You can understand if someone playing the game said that joke, but the games did, it's like getting mad at a TV show or a cartoon for a joke. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. That's why I'm kind of like, oh, people who do end up taking it too seriously, I kind of disregard it because I'm like, I'm like, will you actually see that NPC again? Will you see that character again? If they're a main character, just don't use them anymore. Unless they're, actual protect that, maybe that might not be for you. Is that Zoom? Oh, it's not Zoom. It's Microsoft Teams. It's the call sound. We don't have Zoom here. Also, I look at my stream manager. I popped up. I think I lost a follower because I have this stream. But they're just missing out on the notification office ASMR right here. Honestly, I am thinking about plans like for like the end of the year, just because I know that with my stream schedule and just playing so like games that they can take a while, especially since I have to take away a lot of the farming. And I'm just wondering about like what other games to play. I do like VTubing, but I'm also like, hey, okay, I've been discussing this earlier, but like I am like the most like reverse like I'm the most unsuitable VTuber ever. Like I don't do ASMR, I don't sing, I don't draw, I don't have a pretty model with the very generous assets, I don't have a pleasant voice, I'm not funny, I not even like girl failure or like super competent. I'm just like in the middle. I'm in between. And in an industry like this where you're supposed to be like you're supposed to stand out, I'm average. And it's like, man, what am I doing here? Honestly, my model is pretty good too. Oh, pretty good though. Oh, thank you for that. Like honestly, this is just like a PRISM Customizable model rather than like something super custom. Your favorite VTuber though? Oh, thank you very much, compliment. But like I'm just trying. By the way, this was not meant to like compliment Fish. This was just me saying, hey, here are the things that I see most VTubers do, and like I'm not it. I'm funny, just not on purpose, which arguably even better. Oh my gosh. But I'm just talking about like, hey, I'm the average Joe of VTubers. Not even like I think like Bryn Penrose, who's like, John VTuber, but just I'm just me. So that's why I'm like, I do enjoy entertaining people. I do enjoy also the practice that gives me with speaking with others. But I also understand, hey, VTubing is about like, dance, monkey dance kind of situation. Honestly, yeah. And I also don't want this to become like, whole girlfriend experience because I don't do that either. Growing as a VTuber seems really tough recently. Yeah, it's super saturated. So that's why you have to stand out. And if you don't stand out, then you don't really grow. I'm lucky that I can treat this as a hobby where I'm like, oh yeah, this is fun. And if I grow, that's great. If I don't grow, it is what it is. Though my brain is also like, hey, if you can grow, you should try doing it and see what happens. But to clarify, I will say this again, I do have a full-time job. I like my full-time job. It is great. It pays pretty well for what it is, and I got great benefits, and I would not trade that for anything else right now in the world. So I'm lucky for that, but I know for people who are treating this as a career that they are kind of cooked. There's no chance to make me a GF. Yeah. I mean, most people here, they probably either are like married or have a significant other already. That's just how it is. Or just not interested. Yeah. I have no qualms. I just, like I said, I'm not also using this to like fish for, online girlfriend, boyfriend stuff. That's kind of like, what the heck kind of situation. I'm just here to play games. You like the chill atmosphere of the streams though? Oh, chill until I start screaming. Yep. You know what? That's fair. Chill until I start screaming. You have GF already? She's adorable. You know what? I am happy for you, Nugget. I am very happy for you. And I hope you keep her forever and ever. Yeah, like I'll be honest, there was one time. Oh, thank you very much for clocking in, by the way. There was one time I was like, oh, maybe I could. Okay, this was way back then. This is not happening now. Chill until Craig shows up. Yeah, chill until Craig shows up. Then I'm like, I gotta go. Tea kettle mode. It'll be 3 years. This December. Oh, congratulations! Oh, I'm so happy for you. Craig deserves his moment. He does. He needs. Like I said before, I hope that he shows up in the DLC. He probably wouldn't, but I hope he shows up. Just so I can just gush about him again. But okay, back to my regular previous point. Craig is our second boss. Oh, at least you guys understand. He is. And he will also put you into the ground if you don't behave. But yeah, okay. I guess I could probably talk about this now we're on the topic. But like, I did think about like, okay, maybe I could, quote unquote, date somebody online once. But I'm usually pretty slow to warm up to people. So there was this one guy way back during the whole COVID era. Serious question? Oh wait, okay. I'll answer the serious question first before I continue. What are we doing here? Oh, we're watching paint dry. What else are we doing here? See, the paint is drying. It's been 1 hour and almost 30 minutes by now. How dare? Oh yeah, how dare a VTuber date somebody? But no, this was way before I started VTubing. So this was like I said, COVID era, and this was back during. Okay, by the way, this is also related to why I haven't really gone to play FF14. It is a tough job, but someone has to watch the paint dry. I know, right? We have to make sure that nobody messes it up. No, like, what are we really playing here? Oh no, yeah, we're actually watching paint dry. Like, this is not a joke. This is the game. Watching paint dry. What? No, read the message before that. Oh. Anyways, there's this one guy who you could say I guess COVID kind of emphasized or enhanced the ability for people to then kind of get close to each other. This one guy thought, oh, he's pretty cool, and he's also in Canada. I'm like, I briefly considered, okay, maybe I could like date him, but like back then I was like not really comfortable. Anyways, he did pop the question to me, and at the time I said, hey, I'm gonna decline just because I've only known this guy for like, well, I say known him as in like, I talked to him online and through FF14 for like a month. Just to clarify, like that's not enough for me. Where did our life go to real wrong to be here? Oh, we can blame Nuggets for that. Anyways, I kind of declined him for that. Because I still don't know who he is. No problem, right? And I told him to be clear, I'm like, hey, it's not you, it's not personal. I just don't really feel comfortable dating people online. Like, I'd rather meet them first, get to know them that way, and then I'll decide whether or not to date them. And, I thought it was fine until, like, some interactions later, he would get very jealous if I spent my time on other people, even if we had no plans together. Like, I was telling one of our raid members, like saying, hey, I was helping a friend with like translating something from one language to another because English was his second language. And I'm like, no problem. I don't mind doing that. If anything, like that's something I'm used to in high school time. I like I would help my friends like translate or read over their reports or something. Anyways, so he came in and he just heard the last part, and then he just kind of left afterwards, and he was like super like passive aggressive and just ignoring me. And also because we're co-healers, it's really caused a lot of problems, especially given the, if P5 to P5 P8S, it was, you don't want your healers to be desynced. So yeah, basically it was like that. And then after a month later, I reached out. I was like, hey, did I do something wrong? And he tells me it's because, oh, it's like, oh, you booked a time to help this guy with something, even though we were supposed to watch this whole like Sal thing together. And I just was like, no, I was telling raid member number 3 about how I had already done this and explaining like this is why I'm pretty methodical when it comes to like raiding, right? So that was the first warning that I should have saw the red flag right there, but I didn't. This is a cumulus of everyone's mistakes that we end up watching paint dry. Yeah, pretty much. Guild drama fun. Yeah, it was like that. Anyways, I'm gonna continue after the ads end, so we will do that. Now I requested this multiple times. So yeah, it's Nugget's fault too. So I will continue afterwards. In the meantime, I will take this as an opportunity to grab some water. So BRB. No, we're not just watching paint dry and simulator. We're still here. Anyways, Demon Run, can you hear me? I don't know if I think everybody else is subscribed right now, right? So let's see, had a bad experience with someone online as well, even though I don't say anything about yourself online, basically just want to chill and play games. Exactly. Okay, and by the way, I just want to clarify for the first point. He had that whole passive aggressive episode, by the way, and by passive aggressive I mean like making like updates on his F14 profile and like Discord profile, by the way. Like basically airing out with that, like subtweeting kind of stuff. So it was really awkward. And it was really interesting when he would do the same thing. Like we're like, oh yeah, let's we haven't formally booked anything. We're like, oh yeah, let's farm this stuff together. And he just goes off and plays a game with his other the other raid members and friends without planning or notifying anything. Which is basically the thing that he got upset at me for. I wasn't upset, by the way. I was like, people's time is their time. We didn't book anything specific, but I'm like, it's very interesting that it's okay for him, but it's not okay for me. And I got jealous because I called the game character my beloved to. Oh my god, that's fucked up. What is it, parasocialist? Yeah, so childish. Anyways, that was the first incident. So the second incident was, this was when I was getting a lot more busy and I couldn't play F14 nearly as much. And we're like kind of done with the raid tier. So I was, complaining about, hey, I can't get this PDF to do what I need to do because it's bugged, right? And I say, hey, I cannot get this to print through Microsoft because it is not letting me go through that. And I'm not asking for help. I never asked this guy for help at all. He just wanted to know like what I'm doing right now. And I told him, hey, this is the situation. I even said specifically, I do not need any help. I will figure it out myself. Should have played WoW instead. Oh, I had to pick one, but I actually had other friends who were playing F14. I figured I could try it out. Anyways, so later, apparently, like when he's free, he just sends me this whole set of paragraphs about how to do it through the Microsoft way, which I had said immediately said, this is not, I can't do this. Because that was my first, my first try. This is what I did first, and it didn't work. Never got a GF over a video game, but I got one through a friend. I locked that friend after putting me through that BS. Oh, keep reading. Yeah, anyways, so the thing is that he didn't read what I actually said. He just provided a solution, which, first of all, I didn't ask for the solution. Second of all, it's the thing I said, hey, it doesn't work in the first place. So, like, that was the second flag. And the third flag was, so this was back when GBF Relink came out and we're playing it. I played it a lot. To put it mildly, I basically treated it as GBF again and farmed a lot. And he wanted to play it too. He seemed really excited. So I was like, yeah, sure, right? And he was really excited until he realized that I made more progress than him. Like, I farmed everything. I was basically done. And like, I could legit hear his enthusiasm just go into the negatives. And he was just super quiet. And for me, that was the alert of, he doesn't actually wanted to hang out with me. He just thought I needed help, even though I never said that. We just want to hang out and play games, right? So I told him, hey, you know, if you're not interested in actually playing a game with me, like, don't try to force yourself, right? And then he just starts trauma dumping on me for no reason. He just can't take the no, or he'd say, oh, maybe I'm just having a bad day, right? And then after that, yeah, I'll be honest, I just went for like full no contact because I'm like, that was crazy. I dodged several bullets. Yeah. The only unfortunate part is that in the reason I didn't play like FF14 is because he's the guild leader and or the FC leader, and I haven't found another FC, but I want the buffs. So that's the only awkward part. And I have no beef with the other raid members he's introduced me to. Like, they're all pretty cool. It's just him. Like, I don't think he was interested in like me as a person. I think he was just interested in seeing me as somebody who can make himself feel better or validated. Of course, he's a guild leader. Yeah. Fortunately, didn't buy relink, but I wish I had for the code. Yeah, I did. I did for the code. Okay, there's one thing I miss from my old GBF account, not my current one, is that I had the shield defense stuff. So I had the Lord of Vermilion skin. That thing's never coming back. I could have someone remove his account. Oh. I mean, it'd be hilarious. Sounds like you need a therapist. I'm not gonna give any specific details, nor I'm gonna ask people to harass him, but like, I hope, for his sake, I hope he's doing well, but given the thing he's interested in for like a change in his career, it really lines up with the whole, he's really interested in helping people and being the hero kind of vibe. I'll just say that much. Nothing else. He wanted damsel in distress. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah, it is super old. By the way, just state myself fast. That's how long I've been playing GBF until I got rid of that first account. But yeah, it was like that because, like, first of all, I played FF14 just to vibe, have fun, and fish a lot. Which, by the way, that's why I have the fishing emote, because fishing is great. And to be clear, I've made it. You know, I made an expectation. I said, hey, I'm not interested in dating, but if you have any beef with me, please tell it to me directly. But every single time, he was always very passive aggressive whenever those incidents happened. So I hate passive aggressive. I hate passive aggressiveness because, first of all, it doesn't solve the problem. You're not, like, I get that all problems can be just tackled head on, but you're just, not only that, but you're causing discomfort for a lot of other people, not just for the other person. And third, you're not making it private, you're making it public, which I guess, you know, combines with the second one, right? Fishing in MMOs, good times. Yeah, waking up at like 5 a.m. just catches fish with a 90-second window, that's me. You didn't manage to get GBF to work on your old PC, so you only started on 8th anniversary. Oh, yeah, you know, maybe that was a good thing, you know, GBF not working. But yeah, that's the main reason why I'm a bit uncomfortable. Even though I would like to play FF14 again, it's just, ooh, that guy. Don't worry, I'm not talking to him anymore. In fact, if anything, I think earlier this year, he tried to like send me another friend request, and I denied that. Like, I just declined that right there. I was like, no, I'm not interested. If it took him over a year to kind of message back and say, hey, maybe he realized that he might have screwed up, I'm not interested. Like, genuinely, after I cut contact, he tried to be like, sending me regular messages, and I'm just like, dude, I'm not interested. He doesn't even realize. One dude ruins my entire game experience, estimate your head. Yeah, I want to play the game again. Like, I'm still stuck on like 6.5 for the MSQ on FF14. But it's been hard to just kind of like overcome that and hope I don't get jumped, right? By the way, if you're wondering, he is blocked here on this channel and the Discord server, so you won't see him there. I have made the space safe for myself. In a magic, oh, I just read that. Yeah, for some codes, I did end up going. I didn't end up going through somebody to buy them, but like it is. But it is not ever the codes. But I do actually have the Sanophon code though. I did buy the CD for it. But yeah, that's the real reason why I haven't played FF14. Just because that experience. Thank you, Miss. One of the people I consider best friends made Minecraft, Fortnite, and COD literally unplayable for your months. He made it all competitive. Oh, we hate that. It's like, what if? Oh, that sucks. Like it's only fine if like everybody content to making this super competitive, but it shouldn't be the point like you ruin your friendship over it, right? But yeah, it kind of sucks because for that certain like free company, I did work hard to build it up, like getting all the materials and crafting them and everything, doing a lot of back end stuff. So I do have a little bit of attachment that way. But I know I want to play FF14 again, but that guy just soured the experience entirely. And then I decided, I'm gonna lock in for IRL. And that's kind of also like that's a contributor of why I'm like, hey, I am like vehemently against like dating online now, or even showing that kind of interest, because I'm like, I don't want to encounter those kind of people again. Really just off playing online games for a couple months too after the situation I mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, there's just such a like super sour like feeling over that, and you think, why can't just people let us be normal? Why do they have to do that? I blocked him and lost the spark to play those games for ages. Only recently did I start getting back into them with a different friend group. Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm sure there's other like warning signs as well. Like he was kind of salty when I helped out this other friend group. Like I had no issues with that. I had a lot of fun. But he was all like, "Oh, I don't like their vibe." But turns out it was actually him who's kind of like the problematic person. But I'll see about what I do near the end of the year, because I do want to play. I do want to play through the end of 6.5. I do want to experience Dawn Trail, even though people have a lot of mixed feelings about it. And I do want to see what Evercold or the Canada expansion will bring. But we'll see. We will see. Anyways, that's the real reason why I keep saying, hey, I'll play FF14, but I just never do, because I just think about that and I'm like, What was pretty hilarious was actually doing better than him and COD and stomping his ego into the dirt. I know, right? Like, I don't know. Like, if you suck, like, I honestly, I would say that I'm not I wouldn't say I'm a great FF14 player. Like, I'm typically, I would say, I would say I'm firmly, like, blue parse. Like, I will exist. Unless it was something I've already practiced. Like, for example, in P5 to P8S, I think I'm, like, purple orange parse-ish. Just once I get into the groove and do that, like I don't sweat it out. But he was also very much a, hey, I'm gonna try to go like orange pink, which is, if you know the WoW colors, it's like what, 95 to 99 percentile. Hello, getting mad at SO for playing with other dudes is really silly, even dumber when she's not even a girlfriend. Yeah, I know, right? We weren't dating, by the way, to clarify. We were never dating at any point. I made it clear for people we aren't dating. Hello, hello, Alan. Welcome back. We're just talking about stuff right now. So you didn't really miss much other than paint slowly drying. But yeah, he was upset about that. Even though it was like, yeah, there's mostly guys in there, but there was like some ladies too. And I had no issues helping out. Like, it was fun to tackle the older raids like synced, and that's what we were doing, even though I had to direct anything, and I was just like, oh, this is a very new experience for me, but overall fun. Hello, Kuroto. I hope your day is going well. As you can see, we are watching paint dry. That's it. That's a stream. You have a few friends who play FF14. Could you choose just in case they have a guild? You know what? Nuggies? That would be appreciated. I would really appreciate that. Yeah, I was talking about my lore, basically. My background. I'd appreciate that, but I'm also on Primal, so I don't know if that would be a problem. because otherwise I would have to do like world transfer or something. And the problem is I do have a house, so I kind of don't want to let that go. I fought for that house, okay? You can chat with them about it. Oh, thank you so much, heart shape. Thank you for the head pats. Dating, hell no, nah. Today in the gym, you saw someone with a woman scare me. Walk up to him, shirt, that shirt, it's legendary. That is. Yeah, you know what? I'll say that's absolutely a fair shirt. That's fair. This is such a goated stream. Exactly. This is where we peak. Afterwards, we're like content will never get better than this. Your ex texted you yesterday? Oh, don't. It was on. Was it an amicable like split up or just like don't talk to me again kind of stuff? After 5 years. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's what are they doing here? That's crazy. Awkward as heck. Oh man, that's like an instant like, hey, ignore or block right there, because like you're only coming back now. It's like very suspicious. Don't fall for it. Yeah, don't fall for it at all. But yeah, like I guess you could say in these kind of things I'm very naive about it because I've never really had much interest in like dating. Not that I'm not interested entirely. I do want to find somebody, who I could love and, significant other and all that, but it's been really soured that way. And I think I mentioned this before, but like a lot of the men I met in like the past oh.
I've been with my partner for 10 plus years. If we split, then I'm done with dating, especially with how it is nowadays.
You know what, Mist? I hope that you and your partner stay together forever and ever and you have a very happy ending. Because that is dedication right there. Heart. You guys can't see it, but every time I say heart, I have like the heart shape in the hands. That's me. Just sending, the support to you guys. They read a book twice and then expecting a different ending. I know, right? Like that low-key meme, you must be truly desperate to come to me for help. Yeah. But yeah, for your sake, Mist, I really hope everything works out for you, because as you said, the dating environment is just absolutely cooked. Like, I will be the first to say I like dudes. I'm not sure if I am into like women in that way yet. I'm not like closing the door, but I haven't found that situation yet. But I know a lot of the guys I met in the past like couple years are just kind of, they're clowns, to put it bluntly. They're clowns. And I'm not interested in that. So that's why I'm like, maybe I don't want to date after you have to die for her to get rid of you. Aw, you know what? Aw. Don't actually die, but like, aw, dedication. I say yet only because I can't discount something I don't know yet, Maze. You don't know how to do stuff, you just listen good and full like a lawn chair and tornado and someone is assertive and taller. You know what? Sometimes that's all it takes. Though only if it's consensual. Are we seeing the intro to bosses be a bi arc? I don't know yet. I haven't found any there's no like ladies I've met that made me feel that way. So that's why I said I haven't found that. Fast, are you flirting without me? No, DJ, no. We're just talking about like the situation right now. I'm just saying that I don't know if I'm bi. That's it. I just don't know. All I know is for sure that I'm like, hey, I like dudes. I can say that with confidence, but even then, I'm just kind of like disinterested from like dating right now. So I'm like, maybe this is not for me. You just want to have a cute single friend that I can malevolently squish. What, fair. Oh yeah, you introduce your specimen. Oh yeah, yeah, specimen. Yeah, specimen. Right? I know. I'm just flicking this pen right now. I was told to flick the pen. And I'm sure someone will pop up eventually. Yeah, I believe in that. I'm sure somebody will pop up, and then I will hope that things work out. But I'm not like, hey, I'm not desperate or in a rush to do that. I have a career. I want to focus on that career and make it grow. I'm about to date a girl who had a gay brother. He flirted a little too hard, got touchy, so I had to lay him out on the floor. You know what? Fair. I'm Craig sexual. I mean, true. You know that guy sliding forward with his hand out with the music? That's how I would be every time I saw a cute single friend. Oh. Yeah, that's why I'm just, in general, I'm like, if it happens, if it happens. If it doesn't, then that's okay. But a few ways to find out if you're bi or not is the fun and most easy is with drinks. Oh, I don't really drink alcohol. Not much. Just in general because I don't really like the taste of it. But now I found out about Craigslist. I do know about Craigslist. I don't trust that. That's the easy way to get mugged. Ain't no freaking way. Or shanked. I like my life. I know the pun you're making, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to Craigslist. I know the pun. Let's make bosses tea. Oh, don't do that. Do not do that. You know, all these new gen squares guys can have a vice or two now and again. Oh, you know, it depends on how the severe the vice is, but at this point, it's just, they're kind of brain rotted. Kidneys worth 20 to 30K. I mean, yes, but like, I kind of want to keep my kidneys. Drink a lot since I have ABS and I'm basically immune to fatigue. Gotcha, yeah. No, for me, like, I can drink, I just don't really like alcohol most of the time. Like, if you're seeing me drink it, it's probably because it's like a celebration or end of year kind of thing, where I'm like, oh yeah, it's okay to have like maybe like one drink or so, but like normally, nah, you won't see me do that. My vice is diet sodas. We all know it, and caffeine. Oh, I don't really like diet sodas, so I actually kind of hate that. Auto brewery syndrome, basically yeast equals alcohol in your liver, so over time you just kind of became immune. Gotcha. Understood. Thank you very much for the information. Yeah, no, like other than for me, like other than just having an intolerance to like fish, which I am slowly recovering because I'm trying to incorporate more tuna into my diet without, you know, potentially regurgitating it. And it is working slowly but surely. But I still can't touch salmon or any like very fishy things or like fresh oyster. I can't do that. But tuna is working. Don't drink because I'm a stepfather with a horrible alcoholic. Ooh. Yeah, that would do it. You're also an upcoming bartender. Oh. Well, I wish you success, Alan. I hope you're able to do it well and you can just, you know, style on people. Serve like the, you know, the really big prolific clients. And basically the same, but not only do I just not like the taste, I'm also really weak to alcohol. Yeah. That, you know what, that's absolutely fair. Like, I know there's some people who are just like, I absolutely hate like the effect of alcohol. They just only like the taste and they're just like, even then they just can't drink it. Can I say what they did or not? I mean, you can, but it's also like, remember that this is going to be on a recorded VOD. So I would have to timestamp this to block it out. Like I said, it's all up to you. This is your consent, but just keep in mind, this is the area here. So it is up to you. If you do it, I will timestamp it so I can block this out later on the VOD. Because I want to respect people's like other information and just, you know, try to block it out. For me, I know what I'm sharing and I understand that, so I'm okay with it. But for you all, I'm like, you know, how it is. You took a nap at like 11 in the morning, woke up at 3:20. I say the piece of time traveling deserves a celebration. Got one beer left in the fridge. All right, well, enjoy it, DJ. Enjoy the time traveling, the successful one. Because usually my time traveling is just absolutely cooked. Like, I always wake up in a cold sweat. Father's just immune to everything besides pepper. Cannot take pepper economy. Got a good genetics, but I'm 5'2", due to your mother being small. You thought a rule about trauma dumping? I mean, technically, I can't check my rules right now. I can't pop them up, unfortunately. Technically, like, I wouldn't say trauma dumping is usually appropriate, but like, it's kind of like out of the blue trauma dumping. And it's not like, oh, do it all the time. It's only if the mood is kind of okay with it, like, you know, that kind of situation. That's the thing. That's the kind of what it comes down to. Because I get that there's some people who do that. You know what? I think you have the player up. You can check the rules, right? I can't check the rules right now. What did I put on there? I don't even remember like how most of my rules. Does it make naps great? You keep the house at like 65 degrees, and then now that you're getting hot, the ACs can run all day. Ooh, so that's like, oh, that's like 20-ish, like over in Celsius. Yeah, that would be. Oh, that's perfect like napping weather right there. Today is a bonding stream, basically. Yeah, we gotta bond over watching paint dry. That's what we're doing. We're almost 2 hours in, guys. We're almost a third of the way done. It really is like that. But yeah, that's my stance on like trauma dumping. Is just keep it in mind, just the atmosphere, and also that if you do it, like let me know so I can mark it and hide everything. Like I always try to hide like a lot of like personal or like sus stuff because I'm like, nah, nobody needs to see this. Does job insurance cover microtherapy sessions? Yeah, at Ether Energy and Co. We have a in-house therapist. You can go and visit her down. She's on the she's on the 6th floor right now, so you can go and say hello and book a session with her. Nice looking wall. Yeah, the wall's looking great. Check the rules. Nothing about trauma dumping. All right, if you're going to do it, let me know, and then I will. Oh my gosh. Trauma dump. Okay, hey, I need to put a marker right there. I see. I will not read it out the messages, by the way, just to be sure. Gotcha. Oh, I see. Yeah, stream delayed. Ooh, yeah. You know what? That's a very valid response. That's totally fair. That's honestly that's just a lot. I don't know how to properly respond to that. You're Alan during your childhood in elementary. I got both my knees blown out in middle school, my toes cut up. I'm fighting depression, hyper ADHD, insecurities with talking to women, anger issues so bad they make me calm and collected. I'm Yoshikage Kira. I'm 35 years old. Yeah, so I don't drink. You know what? That's fair. And if anybody makes you drink, fuck them. Not like as in push them away, beat the crap out of them. Yeah, don't worry. I will make sure to block. I've put the marker. And for you, Faust, yeah, like I said, I don't expect or really just encourage people to just share personal stuff on their life. I'm very much hey, you do it if you want to, but just keep in mind that I will probably have to go out to block it, and the overall. This is a live stream, so yeah. No, not that way, sailors. Not that way. I mean, beat the crap out of them that way. Awful advice, boss. If I take weed, it will be turned into alcohol. I'm sorry, that was the wrong word. I meant, you know what I meant. Beat the crap out of them that way. Not your GF is great. I hope you have a great life with your GF. You get drunk off weed? Oh, I'll be honest. I am probably one of the only Canadians. I don't do a weed. I'm not interested in it at all. Yeah, sorry. That's what I meant. Pain drawing vibes are getting wild. Yeah, they are. But yeah, I don't do I don't do weed. Sorry, I'm just forgetting the actual term for them. Just because honestly, first of all, the smell it disagrees with me. But second of all, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Cannabis, yeah, cannabis. Yeah, I don't do that. I just have no interest in that. Negative interest. I know there's people who do, and I respect that. It's just not something I'm not interested in. So I remember there's one time somebody who told me that, hey, I get stressed out a lot. Like heck, if you saw me, you would see that there's a silver patch of hair because of just how stressed I am. Oh my gosh, you clipped me. No! Yeah, anyways, kind of will get hurt for whatever reason. Anyways, basically, I get stressed a lot. It's kind of my common state of mind. And someone told me once they're like, hey, you should just smoke weed to relax, right? And I just look at them and I'm just like, I kind of felt offended because I'm very much a hey, I want to solve the problem kind of person. I never mentioned that kind of substance at all. I'm like, I'm not interested. I'm like, why is that the solution, right? You could have a month ago cold turkey and that was rough. I can only imagine these kind of things. I can't actually visualize it, but I hope things work out for you. Cannabis for stress and depression. I power through depression, but I'm gray at my age and I'm very young. Not that kind of young chill. Can I make a joke about pronouns? In my eyes is not bad, but I don't know if I should DM first. I think you should probably DM it just in case. I don't know who's currently watching right now, but like, by the way, I can open Discord on my phone. Yeah, I just know that there's a good amount of a lot of people with different backgrounds who usually like to hang around my community, which is great because I like, you know, there's a lot of variety and people have interesting perspectives. This is the thing I would rather encourage rather than people who have like same brain, same background. Like, nah, don't do that. I want people to be cool. You know why you just thought about it? Oh wait, this is wrong one. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, like I don't take it. Just it's a personal kind of situation. Like I also don't smoke, so that's more so because my father likes to smoke inside the house when growing up, and you know, secondhand smoke for children is not great. I would never encourage that. So personal situations, personal reasons. Anyways, hello Joseph. How's it going? We are watching paint dry. We are at the 2-hour mark. We're there. We're getting there. So this is the stream right now. We're just bonding over watching paint dry. But yeah, like what Miss said is, I would that take is totally acceptable. Even if you don't like agree with it, if you understand it's important to someone, then you should at least. I think you should at least agree with that if it's important to someone. Smoking is acquired taste. Yeah, for me, I can't do it. That's not for me. And for me, like for my pronouns, I'm cisgender female. I was born female. I identify with female. Like that's it. But some people have just said they to me, and I'm like, I don't really care because I'm like, I get it. They want to be safe, so that's not a problem for me. But I know that there's other people who they feel a lot more strongly about their identity, and that's why I try to respect them. Exactly, Mist. Exactly. Don't trash on something that's, you know, that makes somebody else happy, unless it's morally incorrect, to put it nicely. The pronoun thing was silly until I first had how meant for a friend. Exactly. Like if it means it's something important for them, like not just the pronouns, but also like their own like their identity, anything that relates to it, don't shit on it. I see. I would say for that kind of joke nugget, I don't think it's bad to share because it's mostly just kind of something that you were not really sure about. But it's up to you if you know, use your discretion, honestly. I think it'll be okay. You ain't the smoker, but I whip out a flip lighter for people I respect before they can light their gotcha. Yeah, you know what? That's great. Honestly, that's great, Alan. That's just support on their own way. But yeah, that's my stance on it. Is like well, I can't say I personally completely understand because that's not something I am in the situation of. I always respect it for my friends. I understand it's very important to them. And if anything, I get very upset if people don't respect them. I'm like, how dare you? Because they made it very clear. There's just cool knuckle eye useful for survival. Yeah, absolutely. Like people who don't like it, oh man, there's the ways that you can use fire responsibly. It's a shame now that everyone's just like, oh yeah, well we just bring all these things. It's totally fine. Nothing bad will happen, right? I'm just really paranoid about bringing lighters around because knowing my luck, it will probably somehow turn on in my bag and it just get set on fire. But like, I know how useful they are. At least for me, like I always carry a bunch of bandages and like other stuff in a first aid kit if possible because you never know. You never know what will happen. Is it fun to watch stuff burn responsibly? Yes, responsibly. It's fun to watch things burn. The antique lighters are cool as frick. Oh yeah, That's why you keep them in your pocket. Unfortunately, for ladies' fashion, we don't get pockets. We get nothing. They're like, oh, you want a pocket? It's just a tiny little thing. Oh, you can barely fit anything out there. And it makes it, okay, look, okay, I don't mean to crash out, but like, there's a good reason why I wear my trench coat all the time. It's because I have fucking pockets in there. But no, not most ladies' fashion. You want a pocket? Good freaking luck. Not even for the dress pants. No. You get none of that. We don't have make pockets. Oh, but it clashes with the thing. I don't want to do that. Truly, pants are sexist. They are. Maybe we should just get pockets. Why do ladies have to make their own pockets? You take the flint out and wrap it with the spring, then use a different one to heat it until it's red hot and throw it on the ground. Oh, okay. Sorry, my brain just kind of like was like, what the heck are you doing? It's like, oh, should have boycotted pants industry a long time ago. Unfortunately, pants are comfy. I don't want to wear skirts all the time. Especially, you're telling me to wear a skirt in winter when it's freaking like cold as heck? Men are scared of women with powerful pockets. Yeah, you know what? That's absolutely fair. You see, they give you tiny ass pockets, so you have to buy a purse to carry stuff. Yeah, I do actually need to get a new bag because my current one, like one of the straps keeps falling off lately. Hasn't been a problem yet, but the problem is like also the new purses you can have either they're super small and they can't hold anything because I do like a large like bag to carry stuff. Like I mentioned, I carry first aid and any other random tools, but there is either that or they're made out suede, so that's not good when it's like rainy or like snowy or like any other weather that's not overcast or sunny, which in Canada it happens a lot. You know, people meme about like winter in May, but it ain't no meme here. It ain't no meme. It's real. So I can't buy those because there's that. Or in one case, I have a bag that's like, okay, it's probably fine. It's leather, right? But it's blue. It's like this obnoxious blue. I'm like, I can't wear that. I can't use that. Sorry about that. All the girls look so good in pants. If they ever made pockets as good as men pockets, you always said. Exactly, Joseph. And they just don't give it to us. And they think, oh yeah, it's fine. You know, ladies don't need pockets. But no, I need my freaking pocket. Sometimes I just want to stick my hands in the pockets so I can keep them warm. I don't want to buy gloves all the time. Do you think I'm gonna wear like these winter gloves in the middle of freaking June when it's like hailing right now? No. So they're crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm not scared at all. So takes almost everything though. I caught her trying to yoink your boxers one day. Maybe your boxers are comfy. Maybe it's because, you know what? Maybe ladies want to be comfy too, you know? By the way, I feel very strongly about this because pockets are great. I don't want to wear my trench coat because it's already getting pretty dang hot now. But it's like, this is the only way where I can get pockets. They're comfy. I yoinked her bra one day. Yeah, you know, when you get the support, you get the support. Ladies don't have pockets because you have a handbag while men just get a small piece of leather. Joking. Well, you know what? Maybe the men can carry a purse too. And if anybody judges you, they're crazy. Crazy office lady yells at pants. Oh, I mean, what else are we doing here? What else are we doing? But yeah, that's it makes shopping a little bit difficult because it's like, dang, this is all you expect out of us. Blame the pant makers. I would love to, but unfortunately, I am beholden to them. Muscles retire. You need support for these guns. Oh, you must have the, you know, you went to the right place grabbing the bra. There's a lot of support there. You want to lose your pockets? Oh, just you wait. Pocket time. Pocket thief. You don't know why no pocket for women clothing ever became a standard? Like, I guess it's because they think, well, besides the reasons I already said, it's also because pockets kind of look a little bit ugly depending on how poorly they're integrated into the cloth. And they rather, oh, you know, women, they want to get like very pretty clothes, right? And it's like, yes, but maybe just don't make the pockets more obnoxious. Like, I remember way back then, back when, what was it? H&M. Yeah, H&M was still a thing before everybody realized H&M was trash. I remember going like boxing shopping with a friend, and we went to the store, and there's these like really cheap jeans for ladies, right? But not only were the pockets terrible, right? But imagine being it super thin in the waist, but super thick on the like the the leg, the pant leg, and they were like $5. And I'm just like, damn, you really think that ladies are like this? What kind of anime curves was this? Because this, by the way, this is like over a decade ago. Just to clarify, it was like that. Like, is that what they think about ladies nowadays? That's our shape. Rate how many things me and UGF share sizes in. She was wearing Crocs one day and her feet hurt, so I gave her these shoes. Now imagine this tallish guy in black jeans, black hoodie, black baseball cap, and hot pink Crocs. You know what? Think about it this way, like, sailors. Those pink Crocs are, that's the aura right there. That's aura. Like, if anybody is like, they trash you for that, like, or, trash the guy for that, like, man, these guys are, they don't have confidence in themselves. It's really just clothing, Of course I say that, but I would never dare to say that for anybody who's very interested in fashion, because they take it very seriously and understand it. And if anything, I would say in another life, I would probably be in the fashion design industry. In another life. And in another life other than that, it would be interior design. But unfortunately, I am in business because that is the safe and reliable way. So really, when it comes down to it, maybe you should just give ladies more pockets. Like, I get with my VTuber, I wear the skirt because, it's like typical like office lady aesthetic, even though I have the boots on, which, by the way, I will never let go of ankle boots. They are best kind of shoes ever. But pockets are so nice. They are. I just don't know, like, dude, we can't bring our bags everywhere. It's like sometimes they're very clunky. Like for my desk, like even though my desk is pretty large, like I have troubles like putting my bag and everything else over. And you're probably thinking, oh yeah, maybe I just don't buy enough stuff. It's like, but maybe I want to surround myself with all these cute things. And they're saying no, you just enjoy a bag. So normally you're extremely self-conscious. Why I was 70 degrees, I was all black. Went to Crocs and got the confidence. Well, there you go. You got the confidence. Because you know what to ask for if you're planning to get a new VTuber model. Oh, I mean, I do have a new VTuber model in the works. Like, if anything, I'm just trying to get back to the artist. Because I'm like, hey, I am fully prepared to, we're going to launch this whole project together. It's going to be great. They haven't gone back to me yet, but I believe they live in a different time zone. Significantly different. And they said they would be done in about a week-ish. I know that they can be busy. So we'll see what happens. If worse comes to worse, if they don't contact me by the end of this month, I'll have to look for another artist, which will suck because I've been waiting for this slot for like over 3 months. But for the design, I'll probably have this design would have a skirt. But if I get for anything in the future, yeah, definitely pockets, 100%. I'm thinking like a pocket, probably something similar to like this design where we have the vest here, so something like that, and then if anything, you know how the Ponce Nons glasses are becoming a lot more popular now. I'm thinking something like that, either that or like maybe the oversized brown glasses that I already have right here. So if you play Limbus, it would be in terms of glasses, it would be similar to what the Sync East Dawn has, those kind of things. And then I was thinking also alternatively maybe like some kind of like a cute like boater hat, but I haven't really drawn that out because what I do is I usually draw out the basic outfit and color it, and then at least for this design I then sent it off to the character designer so she could make it into something that actually looks tangible. Maybe business suit will work. Business suit, I mean, it would be nice, but I also, they're outfits for a good reason, so I want to go a little bit outside of that. I think Dawn's glasses are really cute. Yeah, they are super cute. And if you can, if you handle it correctly, it'd be great. Because, yeah, like, I wouldn't say I'm, like, totally into the fashion trends, but I do at least look at them before, like, I make my designs. So I take a look and I'm like, okay, I can see what's happening right here. This is the kind of stuff that's happening in the outfits. I don't want to just go with, like, the stereotypical stuff. Because that's just not my way. So that's why it takes a while for me to like cook things and then send over. Because besides the research, it's like, okay, I'm sitting down and I'm just like, okay, it has to look like this. I did share in the Discord, like, hey, these were the kind of hairstyles I considered for my character before I stuck with, the, just this one, like the standard one, which is like including like a bob and then like tied up hair and like side tail as well. I was thinking about it. I didn't go up through it, but those were concepts. But we'll see what happens. First step really is just making sure I can get the first like custom art in the first place. Cause man, it would really suck where I'm like, okay, we're definitely getting art, right? And the art doesn't happen. Cause then I have to find a new artist and push that out and hope I can, get it done and then get the rigging and hope I can meet the end of the year deadline, which will take a lot because I already have like some of the assets already prepared and it would suck if I have to scrap them. So that's why I want to remain hopeful, but yeah, if it doesn't work out, I'm gonna be kind of like, oh, are you for real kind of situation. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, hope it goes for the best. So casually, normally, just checking my email every single day and be like, did they reply yet? Totally not a creeper and anything. I'm not like sending them reply. I'm not actually sending them replies every day. I'm just like checking. Did they reply? Did they reply? Can I get super excited? No, not yet. Not yet. I did hear that there's some artists who are like, oh, if they get a more popular client, they'll prioritize them, and I hope that this doesn't happen here. But that's why I take a long time vetting and just be like, okay, who do I, end up commissioning for this? But yeah, like fashion, it's something I really wanted to get to, but unfortunately, where I am, there's not really any good like there's not really any prolific like fashion uh schools for that, and that was a big issue. And I thought about okay, maybe moving to somewhere there is, but I just couldn't get the money in the end to do that. So there went that dream. I think interior design was a lot more reasonable, but it was just kind of not meant to be. So I guess we're talking about lore nowadays, right? Like this is me right now. This is my lore. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I'd like sometimes I like to think about like, oh, how could have my life been if I did this decision or if I took that route or something like that. But like I don't let myself get consumed by it. It's interesting to think about. Or maybe I'm coping. Do I have to grab a third water bottle? I just realized I'm already halfway through this one. By the way, if my head fidgets regularly, it's also because I'm drinking water in front of the camera, so it's kind of scuffed that way. So long as you're happy, it's fine, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not that I'm unhappy where I am. I know that I worked very hard to get to where I am. It's just sometimes I like to think like, oh, here's what could have been, those kind of like trains of thought. Because I would say the only thing where I'm kind of like, oh, it could be better is that the current work, I wish it was a little bit more creative oriented, but it's not to the point where it's like, hey, I'm just drowning in numbers and like boring stuff all the time. Anyways, I can at least tell you that I do have the screenshot, and I can tell you the paint has changed quite a bit. Like you don't see nearly as much of the rough textures on the walls, so we can tell that the paint is in fact drying, and we still have 4 hours left. Oh my gosh, I wish I could open something, but this game gets angry if you look at anything else. Majestic, yeah, exactly, majestic. I really hope that people, as long as people don't expect this every day, because I'm not very good at like talking for a lot of periods, and a lot of time. Like talking about the game is easy, but like coming out of nowhere, I'm like, every time I have to think about it, it's like, do I talk about this? Would this be too personal? Like, how people like identify me? I'd rather not. So I just don't know how some VTubers manage to do it, like share a lot of their details. I'm like, that is very bold of you. I'm like, hey, I can't do this. These trends are kind of they scare me, but I also, it seems like good exercise. Yeah. That's actually the main reason why I started VTubing, is because I'm not very good at carrying a conversation. And I'm sure you've already heard already that I tend to stutter a lot, or say or like, or this is my way of improving it at my own pace. But I like to believe I'm at least a little bit better than when I first started. Cause, well, otherwise I don't know what I'm doing, other than entertaining, dance monkey dance. So I'm very surprised when someone told me that I sound like I speak very well. I'm like, I can only speak very well in terms of like this, not Discord, where I'm typing my message out. Because I can just sit down and think and be like, oh yeah, this should be like this. This is how I should say it. And unfortunately, that actually puts me at odds with, like, I think, for example, like Twitter and like a lot of social medias, because they expect people to be very, they speak very casually, simply to the, kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, what if I wrote like 20 words to say two things? Like using like not as common words, just the uncommon words, or being more formal. That's just how I am. And I'm like, ooh, the Twitter I'm pretty sure my Twitter algo is actually it's kind of cooked, to put it mildly. Oh, so cute. But yeah, like, I'm 100% sure. And I know that, Twitter, they don't, if we really want to think about it in a vacuum, Twitter doesn't usually convert to actual, streams, for example. And honestly, we can have people who have like a bunch of followers on Twitter and then probably have like 3 people watching them, if we really want to count the vacuum like that. But I also understand that this is a source to actually communicate with people and just share your thoughts, and it is important in its own way. Verbosity denied. I know, right? Verbosity denied. That's why I'm just like, man, I really feel for Orionje in FF14, because I'm like, this is me right here. Even though sometimes he say things that like, no, even I'm like, hey, get to the point, please. I'm begging you. Like, if anything, I know my TikTok is also kind of cooked. I don't know why, but it's just kind of stuck in the 500 view jail. Not Twitter. YouTube is slowly trying to pick up. I think now that, because I'm starting to lock in. If you don't mind me talking about analytics, by the way, and just like numbers in general, because it is kind of important with the whole, as LARPing as a VTuber, right? And who wants to grow, it is growing, which is a good thing. And I know for me, like, I don't really post as often. Like, I think we're close to the 1 month mark since I started posting regularly again, which I do want to share my findings, because I know that people are saying, oh, you should post shorts every single day, but my energy is very much a we will get there kind of situation, posting every day. Like, I like to put in a lot of hey, make my own subtitles and set everything up and all this while I'm very involved in all the process rather than paying an editor to do that. And I know my algo has suffered for it. Nice, yeah, nice, absolutely. Like, I'm looking at the numbers and I'm just like, oh man, it's like I can see there's like tangible growth and like actual change, which is great, by the way, because we did hit the like over the halfway mark on what I want to do this year. Like, I want to get this channel to at least 1K subs. Definitely not, not like a partner or whatever, but like on YouTube, at least 1K subs or followers. So it's actually been very interesting to see which ones have been doing well, which ones haven't been doing well at all. Even though I know I look at the VOD channel and I'm like, oh, all shorts there. I think I'm probably mentioned a couple times, or if I didn't, this is probably the first time you're hearing it. But there's been 2 shorts that have been doing surprisingly very well, and it's the purple tier experience and the first time dealing with Bina in Library Bina and LobCorp respectively. And I was very curious because, first of all, they're not very edited well, if at all. Like, they just have the subtitles and just some random cuts. But turns out they were shared in a Discord. I don't know which one it is, and it concerns me. But apparently it just spiked a little bit. And that's what scared me, because I'm like, why did this spike? I'm someone who's very much I want to know why things happen. Why number go up, basically? Why number go down? this is, if anything, it's actually part of my job. So that's why things like this really interest me a lot. TikTok is an app I simply refuse to use this day, but I've watched a few of the YouTube shorts and I appreciate it. I will never ever ask anybody to do it, but I appreciate anybody who does end up doing it. And that's totally fair with TikTok because I know this went through a lot of changes recently and people are like, I don't want to use this app anymore. Unfortunately for me, I do have to use it and upload stuff there. So it is what it is, even though I don't actually use TikTok besides uploading stuff. I've actually, if anything, I've been trying out Instagram because I know that's another avenue. And I'm hoping against hope that nobody ever traces me to my like actual personal account there, or I'm actually 1000% cooked. Oh, by the way, thank you for the bunny. Bunny office lady, yeah. Bunny. So we'll see what happens. I know Instagram is like, they had to kind of figure out where I am first before they started giving, pushing my content out. And at the very least, it makes me very happy to know if the things are working. Like, for example, there was that one viewer who came in and called me a skill issue lady. Like, sure, that, stun locked me, right? But that also told me, hey, the TikTok is working. It's same with the YouTube where some people came in, they came in from both the VOD channel and this channel. They're like, hey, we found you from this way. And I'm like, this shows it working. This shows the correlation. This is the data that is working. And I'm like, ooh, very interesting. Mel Branch office lady, yeah. Pyeon. Lost from the beautiful land of Canada. Canada is quite nice. If you can find the place to be. Instead of just being like, oh man, it's more trash over here. But yeah, that's why I've been kind of going harder on the whole content creation. Because this is also just a part of like my social experiment of trying to practice of how to speak more clearly. Is how can I handle people coming in from like different sources? I don't ever think that this channel or the VOD channel will ever get monetized. If it does happen, that'd be great, but like even then that's like 2 cents, right? But like I'm just here to experience what it is to be a VTuber. I'm here to with the hobby as long as the hobby remains interesting. And really, we're all here because we want to watch the paint dry. And the paint is not dry yet. We can't even use like a blow dryer to just like dry it that way. No. We have to sit there and wait. I can't even control anything, by the way. We're just stuck here. Paint looks better though. It does. Yeah, the paint is actually drying properly, which is great. Because otherwise, we're like, man, we really just got sat here for no reason at all. Shame about my model being like kind of laggy, but there's nothing I can do at this point. But yeah, like I guess overall, if we want to talk about like serious like VTuber side, I hope people are okay with the content direction. It's definitely very new for everybody here, and please understand that at the end of the day, I will still stick with Souls-like. I still stick with PM stuff and gachas occasionally. But I don't want to deviate too much. Like I only have a limited social battery. After a while I'm like, hey, I need to rest. So that's why I'm like, we can't have too many collabs. I will go insane. You've got to make it once a week. Like my day job is pretty much sitting down, staring at monitors all day and working on that, and then I go home, and then after I do the things I need to do, I go to the streaming room and I just sit down and I stare at a monitor for another 4 hours. So it's like that. As we gotta spice up the evenings, right? And this is the solution I came up with. We need a VTuber creator clash. Oh, that's a good question. I have no idea how to do that. By the way, it is kind of toasty in this room. Give me a moment. There we go. Just open the door a little bit. I know usually people like to keep the door closed for acoustics, and I'm just like, nah, I'm toasting right now. It's actually pretty warm today. How warm is it today? It's like 20-ish degrees Celsius, which is great for napping. But I can't nap right now because I'm busy yapping. You're randomly strolling past a bunch of streamers till I found you, and this is the longest I've been watching someone. You know what? I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the compliment, Mist. I don't know how you managed to find me, but like, you know, specifically what drew you to visit this channel of all things, but I appreciate it. And just knowing how people could like find this channel is, like I said, very interesting for me. Not only because I wanted to repeat it, but also, like I said, I enjoy figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Like for example, like the notification like going live, I've been changing it a little bit. Like I'm saying, hey, you know, this is the game I'm playing, and seeing if that works, or if there's any change besides the default, which is like, hey, CrystalAether went live, and I'm like, no, I'm opening the office now for X amount of game. You're here to clip farm. You know what? I appreciate the clip farm. Unfortunately, because of the whole 101 soundboard kind of situation, I have disabled the ability for other people to upload shorts anywhere or clips anywhere. I would have loved to do that, but I will not consent to have my voice in some sort of AI TTS model. I never will. Especially when they did that without telling anybody. So that's the scare right now. If anything though, I think at least my VOD channel is very much like gacha coded, because the only ones that actually get views are Project Moon or Enfield stuff, and I think a little bit of Dark Souls 1, but like everything else is like, nah, nobody wants to watch, which is fair because VODs don't usually lead to converts, which is why I was very surprised when somebody came and they're like, oh, I found your CV2 VODs, which was, you know, made me super happy, but also like, what the heck? How'd you manage that? And I know there's a lot of people who don't do VOD channels anymore because of that. They usually just do like highlights and clips at this point. But I like to have this kind of courtesy here because of how Twitch only keeps your videos for 14 days unless you're a partner, in which case it's 2 months. And, you know, use this as a, hey, you know, you don't have to feel like you're obligated to be here. You have your VOD to watch anytime you like. That's the thing I want to emphasize. The tree clip was peak. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was watching Superman Anthony. He was going through the tree thing, and I mentioned before, but like I it was funny how it was crashing out, but also I was like, why are you crashing out? What? I'm like, this is a tree game. You don't understand, right? You gotta go. Have a wonderful rest. Paint drying simulator. Thanks for the chat. No problem, Deemrand. Take care and have a good rest of the day. But yeah, that's why I have the VOD channel, and I still update it to this day because I know that there are people who are watching the VODs, and if I could even help at least one person, then it makes it worth it, because what else am I gonna do, right? Kind of was just looking for Limbo streams in your case, but then without getting back into drama talks, I was like, I see myself in this person a lot. Oh, it was not intentional, but like, you know what? I'm glad you enjoyed your time here and glad you were able to find that connection. Totally not intentional, by the way. Just feel comfortable being around here because I feel like we're very similar, and also enjoyed the banter with Canis. Yeah, no, honestly, like the banter I have with Canis is great. If we do ever like cross lines, we tell each other like, hey, this is not okay. But overall, I enjoy my time with this Ironmon randomizer. It really was okay. It was either this or Mario Party or 100% Orange Juice, and he was like, he wanted a chance. He wanted a fighting chance. So we're like, okay, let's do Pokemon Soul Link with the short. He wanted a fighting chance with a randomizer Soul Link. I just want to reiterate. he's a great friend, but also I'm just like, you know, sure, we'll give this to him. It'll be fun, right? People like Pokemon, right? At least for me, like growing up, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl were my comfort Pokemon game. I did play like Leaf Green, Fire Red, and also, you know, the previous versions, which was like, you know, Red, Blue, Yellow, Crystal, etc. But it was specifically this gen where I'm like, my heart went like over there. He wanted a fighting chance. He asked if lightning is strong against ground. Yeah, I was just like, I just look at the fan P over there and I'm like, that's why I was laughing. I was like, oh no. I had to explain to him, like, I'm like, it's not working out, man. It really won't work out. That's what makes it interesting, because it's like, oh man, we will get there eventually, but also Yeah, guys, did you know that ground types are affected by electric types, right? Right? Haha. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Peak Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. You can walk around with them. I remember having the Poke Walker around a lot when I was younger. It was great. I don't think my Poke Walker works now, but like, I loved doing that so much. Just bringing my cute little Pokemon with me. And just being able to walk with your Pokemon. And it's a shame that you can't do that more until like, I think the most recent entries with the Switch and stuff. You chose 2 to 5 attempts in the poll and then came to accent, and I'm like, oh no. Oh, we're so, yeah. No, I've already made like 15 more copies of the ROM just in preparation because like I'm having fun just doing this over and over again. I don't know about him though, but like I won't speak for him, but like for me, like this is genuinely entertaining just to see, oh, is this the attempt where we can use to get out of Jubilife City? Is this the attempt we can use to beat you know, the first the rival battle for real? And just, you know, seeing if we can get a legendary. Or in my case, the Gengar with Luster Purge really made things hard in the first run. Throw the Pokewalker in the washing machine for a level 1000 Pikachu. Oh, you know, you know, what if I didn't want a 1000, level 1000 Pikachu? You know, just, And this is with, I think, up to Gen 4 Pokemon, right? Like, imagine having up to Gen 9 nowadays. Like we would genuinely be irrevocably cooked versus just, oh yeah, okay, we have a, you know, a set of like 4 gens of Pokemon with their own moves and like stuff, and we'll get there eventually. Surely, but slowly but surely, but we'll definitely get there. Cause surely with just one, you know, one carry, we will make it, right? Time for Pragmata. My problem with Pragmata is that I don't like it uses the Nuvo, and I think does it use Unreal Engine? Oh, thank you very much for the lurk, by the way. But yeah, I don't know if my PC will be able to run that reliably alongside my model. Because if something, you know, U5 is already doing this, I'm a little bit concerned. Worst comes to worst, I do go PNG, but like, you know, I'd rather not because I did put in the work for this model, right? It made me cry at the end. Yeah, a lot of people are saying Pragmata is like absolutely fantastic. I don't doubt that, but I'm also like, will my PC handle it? And it's a shame because I wish there was like some sort of demo so I could try it out just to test to make sure. Because that was the mistake I made with CV2 where I assumed everything was okay and it was not okay in the slightest. Parenting Simulator, oh man, Parenting Simulator is when I have to, you know, okay, there's one thing about FF14 was teaching people prime numbers, and it's like, man, I feel like a teacher because it's like, they said 2 wasn't a prime number because it was even, but 1 was a prime number because it's odd, and I'm like, those are very different concepts, man. You'll be honest, boss at the Nuzlocke rules stay as they are, we are beating the game, but if you're sure it will be entertaining. You know, entertaining is great, but we are willing to axe the Nuzlocke rules if necessary. We are definitely willing to do that, because we do want to make progress at the end. But right now, we're like, no, we can do it. We can do it. It spiked birth rates in Japan. Really? That's crazy. 2 is the only even prime number, but it is 1. Yes, 2 is the only even prime number. So, like, for people who don't know, there's a specific alliance raid boss in Final Fantasy XIV where you need to have your HP be equal to a prime number. That's one of the mechanics, and you go into different like pools to add HP to your number. So, knowing that nobody really reads and nobody really knows what a prime number is, I sent a message out into the alliance and I'm like, hey, the prime numbers are 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. These are the only ones you need to care about. And this guy immediately is just like, no, 2 is not a prime number, it's 1. And then immediately the entire alliance, which by the way, the alliance is filled up with 24 people in total, so including myself and the other guy. We all start arguing. Because it's not like people disagree with me, it's people disagree with him, and he just wouldn't get it, and it was distracting other people, and so people were falling over, and then somebody just immediately like halfway through is like, hey, they're like, hey, my username, right, in Final Fantasy 14, I'm like, are you a teacher? And I'm like, sometimes I feel like a teacher, because you can tell everybody what you need to do and they still just won't figure out. It's just, there was just insults there. Because I said prime number, and he's like, the odd and even number. It's like, but these are not relevant. Those are different concepts. You feel that? Yeah, I felt that. I'm like, I just wanted to be helpful, and instead it's just, no. This guy is like, you were so confidently wrong. Literally could have solved the problem from a Google search, but he's like, no. Two is not a prime number because it's even. And I was just in pain because I'm like, man, who taught him this crap? Did you hear about Pragmatic Reddit being shut down? I did not hear about it. If you want to share about it, please do. He always used to be the one in RPGs to teach the raid mechanics because your friends always say I have the most patience to teach. Yeah, usually I have a lot of patience to teach and like direct people. I don't really mind, but sometimes I just wonder where people learn these things because I'm like, what the frick? Where did this come from? You know? Like, who taught you this? A bunch of people. Why are people like this? Why are you like? Why are people like this? I just want to know. Why are they like the way they are? I mean, I guess this goes back to why like a lot of designs lately are just like, you know, little girls. But why are people like this? No clue. Yeah, I actually, you know, if anything, I don't want to know either. But just, guys, please, why do you have to be like this? You know what? I think it deserves to be shut down like that. That kind of content is never acceptable. Opening a set they can't see, it's up. Damn gross. Oh my gosh. I mean, technically, that's you know, possession of illegal material, right? Like, if they, you know, even have it on them, right? Like, what? Like, I'm just genuinely concerned because it's like, guys, I don't want to know, but I'm like morbidly curious. Like, why is that your conclusion when seeing a character like? Diana deserves better than these kind of things. So, you know, if the subreddit just never comes back up, that's okay too, because that's just gross. Honestly, that's disgusting. And before anybody asks, I'm not like I'm not saying the other way is better, where you have like people into, you know, boys in that way. If anything, I'm just like, come on, guys. Yeah, like just target your own area, please. Got a DLC yesterday just for the dance, and she's so damn cute. Aww. Aww. I do know the premise is that I think like Diana is supposed to be some sort of like AI android machine, and you're just kind of there to like, you know, it's Death Stranding but like tech, right? More tech, something like that. That's my understanding of the premise, at least. I just don't know why people can't enjoy it just for that. Yes, she's a robot. Yeah, gotcha. All right. I just want to make sure. I was like, I think it's like this, right? You know what? I'm just glad that at least in this community, this, you know, it's a small office here, we're decidedly reasonable. I was going to say normal. I'm just like, I shouldn't just say normal. We're all online. We're decidedly reasonable. And I appreciate that. And I would like it to keep it that way. Cause man, you know, there's like that one meme where like, oh, you have the people who kind of like, you have the like little like pink slime just try to crawl out of its box and just get punched. Yeah, that's what I feel like, you know, going outside this comfort zone. Just boom. And then we have the larger box, the thicker box right there, and be like, let's just stay here. Let's just all, you know, enjoy games and have fun. That's it. Nothing else. Ah, man. Man. Oh, I think the only other like Reddit I knew that had problems was the Enfield Reddit, because there was like Arcanized Enfield, and there's the fan made one, but most people go to the fan made one because that's where the loot art is, and it's like, you guys can. I think the issue was that people were posting the loot art but not tagging it appropriately, which is very important because some people just not don't want to look at that. But for me, like, I mean, there's a difference between lewd art and then actual not safe for work stuff, you know? And I think people were posting the latter as the former. And that was when things were getting very problematic because it's like, guys, what? Why? Enfield 2? Oh, I mean, it's not the Enfield, it was shut down, more like they split into two Reddits. So one of them is the fan Reddit, and that one has like a lot more like not safe for work or like very lewd art, versus the other one, which is mainly about gameplay. Which, in terms of like Reddit drama, is not nearly as serious, but it's just, ooh, come on, guys. Some of those things are like they're bordering it with just the kind of characters that are currently in uh, Enfield. Like, I'll be honest, I actually went to the I was trying to look for stuff from Enfield just to kind of keep my factory up. I went to the wrong one, and I got just like, unfortunately, I saw a very image about Rosie, and I was just like, nope, I gotta go, I gotta leave. We need to check out Blue Archives and FGO players' hard drives. Oh my gosh. I don't play Blue Archive. I don't want to comment on that because I think I already know. For FGO, I used to play it, but really all it was just very like, it was like Osmandius being, shirtless at most, but like, a very wholesome image playing with the Sphinx little Sphinx cubs, and then Gil and Arthur. That's pretty much it. Until I realized that we'll never get any of those characters ever again. There's no Aussie alt, there's no Gil alt, except for, Gil Caster. There's no Arthur alt. So I was like, man, I'm done. Even with Oberon, which, by the way, Oberon, I did MP6 him and he's great, but I'm like, nah, I just like how cool he is. Played FGO for like 2 days, several days, years ago. Yeah, FGO is, that's hell in there. You don't go there. Like, I'm pretty sure if you looked me up on Twitch Tracker, you would see that there's one FGO stream. Yeah, that was me doing gacha, by the way, for Kuhu Lane altar. That's it. That's it, and brought in 23 people. So it's like, damn, it really is like that. Just gotcha, you can bring a lot of people. Can't believe that Draco art didn't get censored. I know, right? And I'll admit I do have Draco, but I keep her decidedly in her third ascension. Cause I'm like, the other ones I'm like, ooh, not a fan. Not a fan at all. And I do know that Wada Arco has range in her art, because we have characters like Draco, we have, well, Draco / Nero, we have Passionlip, we have Meltrilus, we also have Gawain, who, by the way, Gawain is the Gorilla King, is my king, so like he's great too. But it's just, ooh, are we, it really feels like the art nowadays is kind of leaning towards that in FGO, and I'm just kind of like not interested in the slightest. What if I just want to enjoy the story where I get to be, kicking butt and, saving the world and all that, and instead it's just, oh, have a bunch of things that I would never willingly show people outside of like my room, because that's terrifying. And some art just, gets away with it, and it's like, people are complaining if they don't see this. Or at least when I was looking at FGO Reddit back then, people were like, oh, I hope that the Draco art doesn't get, censored. And I'm just like, I don't think you can see it, but just like, kind of side-eyeing them like real quick. It's like, you sure? You sure? Good thing GBF has that change pose system, because I really don't want to have you call that Ilsa's second pose on the screen. Yeah, I'm glad that they have that. And I'm also very glad that GBF is just like, oh, you want fan service? Don't worry, we got you. Fan service for ladies, fan service for the dudes, fan service for the gays and the, everybody, basically fan service for everybody. which is great because a lot of more gachas need to do that. And Musume is somehow 18 plus, but if you go with that, gets a pass. I know, right? That's crazy. It's also kind of why I'm like, I'm a little bit unsure about Uma Musume, because are their arts getting more lewd? Yeah, they're 50, and very yaoi and yuri included. Yeah, they were very progressive for their time, honestly, because I think back then, like when they first added the whole like Valentine's and White Day scene, and they said, oh, it's for both genders. Like back then, that was like very monumental in the whole Japanese gacha scene, which is, you know, nowadays it's like, you know, kind of a given. But back then, ooh, everyone's like, what the heck? That's crazy. Not really? Okay, you know what? I'm glad to hear that. Because I did hear something about Uma Musume and people were like kind of concerned about it. Just pulling things in general. So that's another reason I'm like, do I really want to do an Uma Musume stream? I'm not quite sure yet. I find it weird the tiny horses get wedding dresses. Yeah, you know, that's fair. That is absolutely valid. I'm like, even I'm just like, oh, error with this account because it can't connect. I use Bplan to try to post things on different websites, but Blue Sky is always disconnecting me. I like Blue Sky, but I don't think I can. I don't think anything is there. I've been trying to like post random stuff and just like actually trying to do some traction. I don't think there's any traction whatsoever. All decision, yeah. Oh, by the way, I used to play Fire Emblem Heroes like a while ago, like a long, long while ago. So if you don't know what that is, imagine like power creep to the point of like you're hitting the stars, and also we have so much like text descriptions, like you're reading like a short novel. That's how bad it is. And back then, it's like, oh, it was reasonable until like Fallen Edelgard. But then now I just kind of look at their text, at their skill descriptions, and I'm like, oh, so you just get like 25 damage for free just by existing? I'm like, this is insane. Unfortunately, I sunk a lot of money in that game, but like, I am very much a Fire Emblem 4, Fire Emblem 5 truther, despite despite certain themes in there which I will never agree with. But mainly, it's mainly Leaf. Leaf is my boy. He is the best lord in my heart. And if anybody says otherwise, you should play Thracia 776. You removed artist 2 characters because the artist was, yeah, I know about that. And if anything, like the replaced art, I think one of like for example, the one from May, like, oh yeah, honestly, bringing Katari back was great. I don't remember the one that they brought in for Summer Tiki, but it was just like, oh, why are people like this? Is it worse than Limbus's modern kits? Oh, it is 1000% worse. Like, for example, Fallen Edelgard was basically like, if you don't have her, you're cooked. You just can't win. You basically needed a counter for that character specifically, across for an entire team, or you had her yourself. Like, there was no objection. Like, in Limbus, it's like, yeah, modern kits are great, and they're very powerful, but you at least had options, right? But no, and when she arrived, it's like you just had her, or you bust. That's it. May looks like a million times better. Now she does. Like, oh, the updated art is so much better. I was so curious. I was like, why do we have, this art for May? I also kind of don't really like base Clarine's art, just because it looks kind of different. Same, it's just, I don't think that's how Clarine looks like, but it's not like that to that point. It's not the worst. Like, not like May and Summer Tiki. Oh, you mean the power creep? Yeah, the power creep. Like, that was like it was like so much of a spike in Fire Emblem Heroes that it was basically a wall in terms of difficulty. That's the case with every new Edelgard. Okay, I'll be honest. I did look back into the units they brought in this year for the what they're bringing, usually around April. And all I'm gonna say is, you have this entire banner of the Blue Lions, and you put Edelgard as the lead for the duo between her and Dimitri. All I'm gonna say is that was a decision they made deliberately. That was a choice they made deliberately, instead of including Sylvain. I'm like, are you sure about this? I mean, I guess, they brings money, but also, like, are you sure about the money bringing in? Because holy crap. By the way, I don't agree with the concept of that banner in general because of how people are. or how people can be. But I just think that was an extremely deliberate decision. I'm like, you can't joke about that. You can't say that you didn't think about that. I can't really make any judgments about Edelgard anyways, because I don't really play Three Houses, but like, yeah, it really is just, what were you thinking there? It's really weird to have child heroes. Yeah, exactly. It's extremely weird, and they try to justify saying, "Oh, they got like the power from like the god, right, to like the blessing, right?" And I'm like, that doesn't change the fact that you're bringing in child soldiers. I'm like, I'm not agreeing with this. It only makes sense for Gaiden, but even then, yeah, they just, unfortunately, I think it just really says a lot that they're making a lot of money out of that particular kind of banner, and not other reasons. Like before, like also the bridal banners and Faye were like, oh yeah, they were kind of a little bit more what's the word, a little bit more varied, and now they're just like, hey, it's going to be the main pro tag and any of their love interests, and it's like, but your pro tags are all male, and you just have ladies, and it's like, this feels so freaking weird, like extremely weird. So really, what, and then also the fallen heroes, and basically whatever the long and short of it is that I just don't agree with decisions made by Faye, but I see that for them, they it works for them, and I understand the business decision behind it, even though I like morally I will not agree with it. Harem banners, yeah, pretty much harem banners. That's why I'm like, I see why I don't agree with it, but I see it. And then in terms of other mobile games, I don't think I've really gone to them lately, just because I haven't had time to do them. And in general, I feel like there's a lot of more of a trend towards the male pro tag, and then um the harem kind of stuff, or master love kind of situation. Even like, for example, like they're trying to do dual protagonists. They're very open about doing Yuri content, but yaoi content, it is hard for them to do it. They always try to find a way to like hide it, and I'm like, come on, guys, don't be afraid. This issue in GBF right now, so I stopped playing for 2+ years, and now there's a whole new team archetype for Fire, which is my main, and it's the mandatory team for Versusia. So your whole team is just outdated for the end game. Yeah, that's how I felt. Like, it's just, oh man, you need like, you constantly need new stuff that from the gacha just to tackle the newest content. Like Versusia is the one that broke me. Like I think for Fire you need like a Tem, right? You need a Tem and Higurashi, or is that already changed to another team? Or a Tem, I mean. You're still using old NA setup with Ragazzo, Percy, Zeta, and Elena in the back, and NA team only gets one new addition. Yeah, now they're just like, hey, you need to do your Ogi stuff. But a new CA team is just so much better in endgame content. It is, because all the endgame content expects you, hey, you need to do charge attacks, you need to do multiple attacks per turn, you need to do skill damage, you need to do dispels, you need to do everything under the sun. And some elements have it much easier than others. Like, for example, light is like free, but like if you're playing dark, ooh, you're kind of cooked. Came for the butt, stayed for the story. Legit has made you cry. You played Nikki and was slightly ashamed of it. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I tried Nikki, and I was just like, no, I can't do it. But I understand why people like it, and people do say that the story is pretty good, so I'll give them that much. But I'm like, nah. This might not be it for me. So right now you're just saving a spark for summer. I'm hoping to get Atom plus Sandira. Yeah, I hope so. I hope we can get them, because yeah, like Atom was like basically the sleeper unit. People were like, he's kind of like he's not that great. Like, he exists, but then ooh, after a while, then people realize he's just absolutely cracked. I just got him on the whim, but I don't really play Fire. But it's just, oh my gosh, the fact that you need every single one. You can't like be like, oh, I can safely pass this. No, you just have to try everything. You have to get everything. Gunner game has no right to have such a banger story. it really comes down to things like that. Like, sorry, I had to drink water for a moment, but people are kind of underestimating the value of a great story to get people to be interested in characters. And instead they just default to, oh yeah, make it, uh like that, Gunner. Like, come on, do you not know about the emotional attachment? But they just don't care about that. And it's a shame because it's happening more and more often now. Because if it's not that, then it's a massive power creep. People forget that the story is actually kind of useful as a narrative tool, and they're like, oh well, why is the story not good? And then they just neglect the story, and it's a self-repeating process. And that's why now we got like very simple and basic stories that don't really, they're just not interesting. And instead we just have a bunch of characters who are like, oh yeah, we love you, protagonist, we want to be with you forever and ever and ever. And it's like, come on. It's like okay, sure, if you want to do that, that's fine, right? But it's only the lady characters. For the guys, they're like, oh, you are, you're my bro, right? And you can't. Okay, this is my problem with mixed gotchas nowadays. That's why I hate that they do this approach. Because if you're gonna be a mixed gotcha, be a mixed gotcha. Don't try to trick the players that are coming in by making them think it's mixed and it's just ladies. Like, that was one of the reasons why I did not want to play Wuwa, because they did something like that. They were basically like, oh yeah, it's a mixed gotcha, but it's just ladies all over. It's like, what if I just want to do it with ladies and dudes, cool people? And they're like, no, 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 no. And that's my greatest fear for Enfield, is that they're going to forget that they had really cool male operators and OG Arknights, and they're just going to rely on bringing more and more female characters. Like, come on, guys, come on. Basically, what Wuwa felt like. Agreed. Yeah. And that's concern I have right now. And it's a lot of why I'm kind of ambivalent to a lot of gotchas nowadays, because they see that formula and they know for them it works for them, right? But they're missing the tap potential of just, sticking with an old school like mixed gotcha. And a lot of responses from players nowadays, or at least the players who are into this, like, their response is, oh, just go play like Love and Deep Space. But that's not actually the answer. They're saying, oh yeah, just play lads, right? But what if people don't want the Otome experience? What, they just want to play the mixed gotcha, right? Not everybody wants to think about romance and dating and that kind of stuff. And if anything, them thinking about that, that's just the solution, is also speaks a lot about them too. What if we want to play the game to have fun and just enjoy a comfy story in this time and age? Snowbreak Gooners for going to war against Love and Deep Space Gooner for legit getting their game censored. You love gossip? Yeah, you know what? I get it. That's yeah, just that basically is what it comes down to. And I'm just like, I'm not saying Gooner games are bad, but I'm just saying don't set your game as a non, as a mixed gotcha tag typical stuff, and then just immediately swerve around. Because that, I can't. I'm not a fan of that at all. Gossip in gotcha games are pretty fun though, which is why I do enjoy talking about them. But I'm also like, man, people just disappoint me like this. Like, maybe I might try Woowa one day, but it wouldn't be something I would stream because just of how they set up their format. It's just not something that really caters to me. And what is also interesting is that people nowadays are thinking, oh, we have the pity for their gotcha just because of dare I say it, Genshin Impact. And all I can think of is how I've aged myself, because I know the real reason is because of GBF's Monkey Gate with Andira. But they're like, oh no, it's definitely Genshin. It's definitely just Genshin. And it's like, Genshin may have popularized the 50-50, but they didn't popularize the pity at all. And thinking about it like that is crazy work. Oh, by the way, guys, we passed the 3-hour mark. Woo! Right? We passed 3 hours. We just need to watch, Paint Dry for 3 more hours. We got this. Genshin ruined us. Gacha gaming forever. It did. It absolutely did. Was also Unreal Engine. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, like I get why it's important in the whole gacha sphere, but also like I wish Genshin Impact just did not exist. And I say this respectfully as somebody who has played Genshin Impact and enjoyed the time I had while I was there. It just should not exist. Because everybody is just like, oh, they had the attitude of if it's not, anything older than Genshin Impact, or if it's not, they compare everything to Genshin Impact, and it's like, guys, I promise you, there are other games besides Genshin Impact. GBF literally invented the Spark system. Yeah, exactly. Genshin was just the first open world gacha that really pushed the 50-50 stuff, but that's what it is. But they're like, oh no, Genshin did everything. Genshin did this. It's like, stop. Yamete. Yamero. That's incorrect. Do your research. Like, it's the same energy as people who, like, Persona 5 is their first game. Like, I guess I'm gonna go into a little bit of elitism right here. When P5 is their first game and they were like, oh, they see things like the Nocturne Remaster or, like, news for, like, other, like, P3 stuff. They're like, who asked for this? Like, nobody will ask for this. Everybody wants more Persona 5. It's like, freaking shush! Shush! Do you not remember? Do you not know there are other games? There's a reason why it's called Persona 5. There's a reason why there's a 5 there. But they're like, oh, no, it's all about, like, take your heart or you'll never see it coming. And you just show me your true form and all that. I'm just like, do you guys not see that SMT was before your time? Strange Journey, that there's all these, these different games here, and they just choose to ignore it. Because it's all like, Persona! Looking cool, Joker! Dark Souls is the Genshin of action RPGs. Yeah, that is true. That is actually true. Everything's related to Dark Souls. Kind of why I also, try to play it myself, but everyone's like, compared to Dark Souls, like, come on, guys. They're different games. I think it's only justified when you're comparing, like, to the games in the franchise, like the sequels, but everything, but outside it's like, nothing that has to be that hard, right? It can be an action RPG and just not be difficult. That can be a game too, and it's totally fine. So, I guess it just sucks when we have this brain rot here, It really just sucks that it's like that. And we can't just tell people, hey, please use your logic. Instead, they're just like, no, it's not like Dark Souls. No, it's not like a Persona 5. Being drawing so well, I'm proud of this painting this wall. Yeah, we're past the halfway mark. We made it. Isn't it great? Oh, hydrate? Yeah, let's hydrate right here. I don't know, by the time this paint dries, I'm just gonna end stream, honestly. Like, I will say thank you very much. We're gonna just compare it once I close the once I take a screenshot of this, because I swear if I open anything else while this game is up, it will crash my entire stream, and I'd rather not have that. So we'll compare the two, and then afterwards we're just gonna be like, you know what, we'll not do this again for a while, just because I think my throat is already sore, by the way. Shin Megami Tensei is the Persona of JRPGs. Oh, more like Persona is the Persona of JRPGs. I'm gonna have to disagree with this one, because I guarantee you, if you talk about somebody who's about JRPGs, like 8 out of 10 is gonna talk about, like, if you just ask them to compare it between SMT and like Persona, they're gonna talk about Persona, and it's probably gonna be P5. Maybe a little bit for like P3 for the remake, but like it's mainly gonna be like P5. And okay, I have my own thoughts about the P3 remake. If we're gonna talk about this again, I disliked that they try to make it the whole vibe about P3 remake closer to P5. SMT is older than most people who have played Persona 5. It is, but they choose not to acknowledge it. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy work right there. Like, the vibe of P3, the original one, is a lot more somber and serious. because of just they were focusing on the themes of like death and passing on and moving on, right? But they try to make it still like very stylistic and bright and just like like for example like a lot of brighter blue when they use like a very somber darker blue, for example. Like if we talk about like UI and stuff, and also just a general tone, and it's just like you guys have lost the plot halfway through, and that's what I'm very afraid of for Persona 4's remake is that they're going to make it more like Persona 5. They're gonna try to make it super stylish and not, and they're gonna forget that it's a game about searching for the truth and actually, you know, being chill and relaxed with your friends. You take a little break from talking, won't die if you don't say it nice all for 5 minutes. Oh, I mean, I would, but like the thing is about streaming is you gotta yap all the time because that's what it means to be a streamer. I might take a break for a couple minutes, but just to like get up stretch for ad breaks. But other than that, nah. Hello, you think boss is yapping out of obligation? Yeah, no, I'm just yapping a lot. Nice, you mean NPC dialogue stupid autocorrect. Oh, I'm an NPC now. But yeah, that's my greatest beef with Persona 3's remake is that they kind of lost the plot on the overall theme with Persona 3 to make it more like Persona 5. And I get it because they want to bring the people who, their entry game was P5 into P3, but it was at the detriment of the game's overall theme. And then also they also expect people to use thaumaturgies or quote unquote autotech, which it's to the point where if you don't use a thaumaturgy, you just get cooked. And it's like this is not how. I know I'm going to sound like a boomer, but this is not how it was. My throat hurts. I can rest for a few minutes. Yeah, usually I do that for ad breaks, but we don't have another ad break for about 23 minutes or so. But yeah, like I know. That's my concern right now. I get why they do it, but I also don't like it and I don't have confidence in them. So that's why I'm very careful about the P4 remake. Because while I hope that they fix they change some of the content to be a bit more appropriate for the current time, it's also like, please don't make it like Persona 5 in a P4 skin. You know what I mean? None of this skinwalker crap. Because a lot of P4 was just the dorky kind of like the dorky vibe was actually very real, and that's it's not it wasn't like snazzy cool like super professional like Phantom Thief kind of stuff. It was not. It was like literally the opposite of that, and that was okay. That was the wholesome friend stuff, and that's why I'm just like, what the heck are they trying? What the heck are they trying to do here? I know there's memes about the whole, Chad Narukami, and there's even the anime too, where the protagonist basically super competent, hyper competent, right? But that doesn't mean you go full skinwalker on it. Twitch frozen and complete skip my response to all of that on your end, not yours. Oh, basically, I will take a break in 20-ish minutes. Three Houses remake before Telly's remakes will make me go insane. Cause man, like, okay, I have a lot of feelings about Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. Except that, I am someone who thinks that Mikaya's not, I mean, I wouldn't say I think my feelings about her mellowed out over time, but like at the beginning, I'm like, man, she sucks. I don't think Ike was great, but I'm like, she sucks. She's a little bit better now in my eyes, but I'm also just, so I'm just not a fan of Mikaya most of the time. And of course, gameplay wise, she needs Thani to actually do anything. Man, I did like the fact that they had a lord who was or a lord type who was actually magic, fully magic based, and not like Robin, who's like the jack of all trades, but like an actual mage. I do like that they tried that out, but so if we want to talk about Radiant Dawn, I'm gonna talk about the Dawn Brigade first, because the Dawn Brigade, I've tried to use them. I'll say it, I really try to use them. But I think it's overall design that like most of them are just kind of terrible. Like you can make a reasonable attempt with Nolan. Because he's basically a Myrmidon in a fighter's like job class, which is great because fighters lack skill and you need skill. Edward was like a worse Mia, but you could make Edward usable. So there was at least good in that. Aran, if you knew what you're doing with Iran, he would be great. He was better than Nefany, but so many people swear by Nefany. I'm like, you don't swear by Nefany. I'm like, please see the potential of Iran. Just literally a knight with just, actual movement. But you had to know how to play him correctly, and there was a lot of bench experience used. And other characters such as Meg and Fiona, who just either their stat spreads were just so weird. Why is, like, for example, like, what does Meg have more speed than like actual defense as an armor knight? And Fiona, who just, ooh, I think she was done dirty. She's usable, but she was just done dirty. She's at least not Lear. But I did like what the Tellius games try to do, in that they try to like experiment with like, oh, here's these a lot of subclasses and jobs and the whole Lagoon system. I just wish it was executed a little bit better. When it comes to JRPGs, you usually take a Tale series, and FF is what it comes to mind for you. Yeah, like, yeah, Final Fantasy was just a large one. By the way, I don't think I'll be able to stream Final Fantasy 16. First of all, I think my computer might hate it just because of what it is, unless I lower the settings a lot. Second, I already beat FF16 and the DLC and everything, so I don't think it would be very interesting content. But for the Tales series, like, I'll be honest, I played Tales of Arise on this channel before, and nobody really showed up. So I was like playing by myself, right? But it doesn't meet the requirement of actually talking to other people and practicing this, speech and all that. So I just kind of killed it after a while, and some things I'm just like, oh. I mean, sure, there's other Tales games, though. My entry into the Tales series was actually like Dawn of the New World, the Wii game after Tales of Symphonia, the sequel. Yeah, that one cursed. It's a magic turn dreams to reality. So I was cursed and cooked by that. FF, you played Dissidia? I have played Dissidia too. Dissidia was great. I am a Bart's truther, and unfortunately Bart was like in the OG Dissidia, who was okay mid, and then for some reason they just replaced everything in the O12 and just made him the worst character ever. I played NT, and he was actually pretty good in NT, but like, oh, NT story. I know, I get that they're trying to pour an arcade game into an actual console, but they could try a little bit harder. Well, it's equivalent to only playing Castlevania Judgment. I mean, I only played Castlevania Judgment. That's my only entry into the Castlevania series. I can't even disagree with that. That's basically it. Berseria was your first. I did play Berseria, and I played Zestiria, which, by the way, Zestiria deserved better. Not the stuff they got, and the decisions they made. So, like I said, my gaming history is very colorful. Okay, but I will say overall though, like, before I got lost on my train of thought, I don't mind if people, like, I have no problems with people who say, oh, okay, their entry into the series is Three Houses, right? It's just when they get the facts wrong, and they kind of forget that Three Houses is supposed to be sort of like a Romance of the Three Kingdoms, or like a little bit based on the Fire Emblem 4 and 5 as well. With the whole crests, and it's just, ooh, grinding my gears. You know what sucks though? Apparently, what's considered retro? Fire Emblem Awakening. I remember that game was actual fire. Like, that was peak Fire Emblem to me. And now we're just like, oh yeah, it's on the DS and is now super retro. And the DS came out, the game came out like what, 2010 or something. So it just hurts my soul, because that game was so good. Oh, they did the whole like Avatar trend right in that game, and now they're just all like, oh, the harem stuff, but like, and the music score too, especially the final boss theme, which I just felt super emotional there. Like, all the story beats. I don't want to mention too much in case people haven't played the game, but Fire Emblem Awakening, old enough to drink. It is old enough to drink, and I don't know how to feel about that, but it's peak Fire Emblem right there, Awakening. And it's just, now everyone's just like, oh, it's, Three Houses is peak. It's like, you all never experienced the Awakening days. Back then, when it was all about having to deal with, the Fell Dragon and all that. Now, all people really know about the Fell Dragon is her, being a sun twin-tailed lady in Fire Emblem Heroes. And it's like, please don't do that. Feel like some of the feel the same about Gen 3 and Gen 4 games. Crazy it's considered a retro already. I know, right? Like, this is what we grew up with, and it's just like, nope, it's now considered retro. Now if you're not like a studying in, the theme in the most recent Pokemon games is just, you're studying in school or you're, learning stuff, which is, I guess, they're catering to a younger audience, but it's like, what the heck are all these random Pokemon stuff? What is terrestrialization? I'm like, please? All I remember is when, Mega Evolution was a thing and we're like, oh my god, Mega Evolution, You experienced Awakening and still feel Three Houses is better? Sorry, not sorry, your first FE was Birthright. You know what? That's a valid take if you think it's better, but it's just only the people who played Three Houses first and they're like, nothing else can compare, but don't even try. Somehow that didn't end your FE career. Yeah, Birthright was. Ooh, Birthright was a mess. Okay, Birthright was a mess. Conquest was also a mess, but like the only thing that saved Conquest was that the maps were difficult and actually like reasonable in difficulty. But Conquest was a mess, and Revelation was also, honestly, the Fates was just a mess. They were basically, they saw the success of Awakening and they tried to copy it without no reason why. But for people who don't know, I did actually play the remake of Shadow Dragon, the first Fire Emblem with the whole Chris shenanigans, which was, if you didn't make Chris as a male berserker or axe wielder in general, you were cooked on higher difficulties. Cause it was old school Fire Emblem. You really feel a lot of cavaliers with lances and with the entire repertoire of sword users. And you get like maybe 2 axe users. If you get, it's either you or it's Barst. And Barst would carry you through the entire game because he is the GOAT. He is basically like similar to Nolan, where he's a Myrmidon in a fighter skin. But yeah, it was like that. And for some reason, they just kind of nerfed the availability of a good amount of characters to it. It's just, yeah, that was the benefit of Chris. SE felt like Awakening Light. It did. And also for Shadow Dragon as well, is like if you had any sort of magic, you would just destroy everybody because nobody got resistance whatsoever. So at least when I did female Chris, I made her a sage or a bishop for that. But male Chris, I had to go full fighter. I'm like, there's no other way. There's no way I can salvage this entire team without a fighter. So like, I would definitely be interested in playing like Awakening again or even trying out Three Houses, but I will guarantee you, if I play Three Houses, I'm probably going to go with the Blue Lions route. Just because that was the route I wanted to go to when I first like saw the game. I'm like, that one. Blue Lions, probably Golden Deer, and then I think Crimson Flower / Silver Snow. I don't know if I would play Engage. Like, I heard about Engage being like, is very good in gameplay wise. Story wise is kind of there, but it's mainly the gameplay that I'm attracted to. Awakening stream it is then. Oh, the problem with Awakening is I do need to find a way to play it on the computer. And given what happened a while back about ways to play it legally distinct ways, it might take a while. Engage felt like such a drag. Really, is it like that? Because I do know that they followed some regular story beats, like, oh, you have the benevolent parrot who just dies in like the 3rd chapter in. You have the like the evil like irredeemable like the villain right there. You have mind control. We gotta have that like we gotta have like the that concept right there. We have collecting all the things and all the people, and your lord being the front and center and everything. The paint looks a lot more dry now. It does. Look at it. It's like, it's actually pretty smooth. Like, obviously, you stick your hand there, you still, get a little bit of residue, but it's so much more drier. That's great. Probably enjoy it more since you seem a lot more tactical than you, but even on normal, enemies just become damage sponges. Yeah, that's my problem. That's my biggest concern. Like, I mentioned yesterday that my understanding of difficulty is not damage sponge or make inflate enemy stats. It's you make the fights have mechanics that you have to keep an eye on. Like, for example, when we were fighting the Flexile Sentry yesterday, like when I was told that, hey, the water slowly like goes up over time and you end up fat rolling or even drowning, like I consider that difficulty, especially the fat rolling part, because it shows, hey, if you're not super aggressive to take them out, even though they seem pretty difficult to do, and you didn't summon Lucitil, you were kind of cooked. And I even compared the stuff on the VOD like between starting a fight and ending a fight, and I could see the water rose quite a bit. I was like, I understood. Like, that's what I consider difficult. Not just, oh, here's a bunch of random enemies in one spot for no reason, arbitrary stuff. This is why I'm like, man, No Man's Wharf sucks. So, in any case, like, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, I don't know how I feel about Dark Souls 2 yet, other than I do want to continue playing the game, but also sometimes it's just like, really? Truly? I don't understand some of the decisions. Like, for example, I kind of just ended up like dying a lot in Hades Tower of Flame because I want to take on the Heidi Knights. I do want to beat them, by the way, and figure out what's behind the three knights if possible. But the problem is that the Heidi Knights have like such huge aggro ranges that it's very hard to do anything with them. ADP ruined melee for you. Yeah, ADP is just, I feel is a very clunky way to solve the the whole dodging is OP kind of problem they mentioned. Also, I noticed that with the paint becoming drier, I actually have better frames. So I think that says a lot about how the frames beforehand were just absolutely fried. You can only play DS2 with range builds, ADP. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm gonna be buying a lot of arrows and just using arrows to take down some enemies to make things easier, because at least for now, until I get more comfortable with melee and I have a better setup, like, I'll probably, okay, I'll mention this off stream. What I'll probably do is I'll probably tackle the Heights Tower of Flame and try to get through that area again using arrows and just see if that works. And then if there's anything interesting over there, I'll mention next stream. If there's nothing interesting, then I won't do it. Just because, ooh, I don't want to, like, jump in that area and just die like 20 times. I'd rather just get it over and figure it out. But otherwise, I don't want to farm too much because I know that, a lot of people are invested in the whole, like, first playthrough journey. But, right now it's just, I need to know. I really, really need to know. And DS2 has some of the most unique melee weapons, which sucks. I do want to at least investigate that. Like, I don't mind playing melee with the two-handed sword, not two-handed sword, two swords in each hand kind of a playstyle. I just need to get used to it because, well, first of all, you've seen I'm bad at parrying except for that first time where I got it. I don't know how I managed it, but here we are. But I also don't want to use the sword and shield because that's what I did in Dark Souls 1, right? And I want to, it was either that or the, big bong sword with the Wayhander. I want to experiment and figure things out. I do know that pyromancy is apparently overpowered in Dark Souls 3, so I might go the easy route and go pyromancy in that one. But I will visit that topic when we get there. You don't think the game ever tells you hidden mechanic for dual wielding? How? I won't stop you if you tell me now, but you can probably tell me later, or just choose not to tell me at all. That's okay too. I don't know. Just for me, I guess I'm used to a lot of games where just they at least tell you the bare minimum. Like, they don't tell you like, oh, here's these like secret hidden mechanics, but not like everything. You did Pyromancy run recently, definitely not OP. Oh, okay. We'll see what happens in Dark Souls 3. Like, if I have to tell people, hey, vote on a new like job where we do. For example, like, what we did for Dark Souls 2. Because Dark Souls 1, I went deprived. I did my deprived run and we made it at the end. But like for DS2, like, I was prepared to do deprived again, but in the end it was like Swordmaster. And for DS3, I haven't really looked at it at all. All I know is that it's iconic, and the only boss theme I know is the I think it was Wart of the Boreal Valley, because like da 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 da, that kind of boss theme that I put in the one of the shorts because I thought it was really funny. But otherwise, like, those games are very much new to me. If you have 50% more of the stats required to wield a weapon, you hold Y and enter power stance. Ooh. It gives you a boost in power. Power stance gives you a boost in power. I know you didn't mean that, but like, ooh, really? Okay, but that is good to know. I want to see if I can do something about that. Because besides getting the ADP to, I think that 104 was the amount of agility they wanted me to get, or say that was a good number. Oh, when dual wielding? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was like 104 agility, and afterwards put the rest of the stats into strength, dexterity, and then probably vigor and endurance. I'm specifically concerned about endurance because I know that my current load is very light, so it's very hard for me to equip a lot of other stuff without getting bopped in 2 hits. Which, as you saw, when I was fighting Pursuer, I'm like, if I can lock it, I can make sure I don't get hit. But other times, I'm like, I missed the ballista right there. I missed it. Everyone was like, oh yeah, there's a ballista right there, and I'm like, what the frick? I'm like, what? What is that? So I had that moment right there. When you did a double greatsword run with power stance, and it was hilarious. All I can imagine is that you're going full like Cloud Strife. That you dual wield the two-handed swords. You're just like you can go full Omni Slash, right? That's exactly what I'm imagining right now. Remember someone said 99, 105, or 111 for ADP last stream? I think that was agility more than anything, because like my ADP is currently 15, right? I think if I say 99, 105, or 111, I don't think I'm gonna put anything in any other stat. So I assume it's agility, because my agility is currently like 92-ish, 94. But that is good to know. I'll have to see about thresholds, because apparently my vigor being 5 was a problem. So I will work on that a little bit. Biggest the bunkus. You're gonna go like you attach the 2 large swords together and you just become General Grievous, right? Doom to doom, right? I kind of wish there was a sword like that, because that would be super cool. 105 is good agility. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can get there, because it was 104 or 105. It was that around of area, and I think that's probably the stat where I'll end up putting my agility in, and everything else goes into the stats I need to. I know I don't really min-max, like you saw in my first Dark Souls 1 run, I just basically put stats everywhere, and I somehow managed to beat the game. But for Dark Souls 2, I do want to focus a little bit more on what I need to what stats I do need to do. So probably nothing in really intelligence or faith, unless absolutely required. And then mainly into dexterity, because that's the the little sword builds, and then the a little bit of strength if necessary. Because I know there's a Dragon League shield and you do need like 16 strength, but I don't have the levels, because I need the souls. And I don't know if I want to over level, because I don't know what's the recommended level for Lost Bastille, because I think that's the area I have to go to, right? Because both No Man's Wharf and the Forest of Fallen Giants leads to Lost Bastille, unless it's Shaded Woods. Because there's that area too. Oh, and I do also have the Fragrant Branch of Yore, so I don't know who to use that on yet, but I'm holding on to that for now. I just wish there was more, and also the Forest Lockstones. Like, oh, this sounds like I need a ton of them. And okay, I will be honest. Before the Sunday stream, I will do my best to try to farm a good amount of life gems as well. Like I'm thinking probably at least 50 basic life gems. And in terms of levels, probably I think I'm like level 20 something, right? I'll probably aim for like level 30. So that's what I'm thinking of. And then we'll try to go from there. And then hopefully after clearing the Lost Bastille, we would have enough HP. Or if I really can get fall control easily, that would be great. But enough so I can try investigating what's down below the hole in Majula. So that is my plan for this week, as well as working on the overlay for the Soul Link, because based on feedback, I want to be able to do both. And I need to cut everything up and resize everything and rescale everything and you know, things like that. But what I really am excited about is, I'll say, Ridge of Frozen Souls and Code Vein 1. Okay, is Turtle here right now? Oh, Turtle's here right now. Dang it, I can't say anything. But Ridge of Frozen Souls. Oh, I will be having a lot of fun. I don't know about Turtle. Turtle's, in fact, I'll let Turtle lead. But it's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna enjoy it. We're gonna have Frozen Turtle. And speaking of breaks, I see now that ad break is about to happen, so I will actually go take said break just to rest my voice for a couple of minutes. So if you guys want to continue watching Paint for a couple of minutes, we're gonna be here. The collabs have been really funny. Oh, okay, well, I'm glad to hear that because that's one of the goals I was hoping for. That I didn't want to focus entirely on the collab, but I also want to talk with you all because the office, you guys are all great, and I just hope that everybody's entertained with said collabs. That was the kind of the goal there. This is true entertainment. All right, well, I understand now. You just want to watch more paint dry. Got it. Anyways, break it is. All right. Uh, while I was gone and took a short break, I also grabbed a larger water bottle. So, um, you know, it's we still have 2.5 hours left, which is kind of crazy, but 800 milliliters of water. Hopefully, that will let us survive until the end with this very intense, paint watching, right? Because it seems that you all are very happy to watch paint dry, which makes me a little bit concerned. But if it makes you happy, I'm supporting it. I didn't think we would get this far, by the way, just watching paint dry. But here we are. Here we will be, and here we will continue. And when it's done, we can say that we were here, right? So I know. I guess I'm in the mood now to just kind of talk about like, hey, go back to circle back to collab plans and all that. Um, I would have to see if I. Oh, sorry, random person typing. I don't know what like after we do CV1, I think we'll be close, and then we do the depths, and then there's the 3 DLCs. I'll admit the DLCs are the only things I haven't really done, or at least I don't really remember. So those will be basically new to me. Everything else I kind of remember depths and, well, generally remember, very generally, as well as the different areas. So I'll probably be leading Turtle Run. I don't mind. Honestly, it's great just to see him, figure things out and remember why CV1 is a great game, which by the way is still one of my favorite games. And that's kind of why I'm a little bit contentious about what they did with CV2, despite everything, because I'm like, it's a very different approach what they've done, and I'm hoping that at least if they make a Code Vein 3, that they've taken the lessons and kind of make a perfect one. Not that many people could handle 3.5 hours of paint drying a week. I know, right? But you know what? That's fair. Like, I'm pretty sure one person actually unfollowed. So, I guess it makes sense because if they were here for the Souls like and they just see I'm started yapping about paint drying, that's fair dose. I can't even mad about that. You're like, what the frick are you doing? But yeah, the important thing is that I'm trying to kind of branch out from Souls likes. Like ultimately, I think I'm more of a variety gamer more than anything. Even though Souls likes are my main content, I just don't want to be pigeonholed into being a Souls like player, because I that's kind of going against what I want. I wasn't like I wouldn't mind if I played more Souls likes like right now, but I don't want to be known as just a Souls like player. You know what I mean? Think we can reach the speedrun world record? Oh, for paint drying? I don't think that's happening. I generally don't think it's happening at all. Sorry about that. There's no way to, speedrun this game other than sitting here and waiting. But yeah, I'm thinking of at least Liza P. I'm also thinking of Berserker, Berserker of Kazan, because I did have the whole like DFO kind of background. So I know of the Berserker, even though I did play Male Fighter because he's great. Oh yeah, I remember with the Epic Games they released DNF Fighter for free, and I thought about I got it, but I don't remember my Epic Games account, so I don't know if it's still free. I'm terrible at fighters, but I'm just like I just saw like a Mill Brawler. I'm like I'm in. So I think that should tell you a lot about how okay, I find a cute guy and I'm like okay, I'm just gonna take a look over here, peek at what's happening. Isn't this kind of cool? Though I don't think I'll ever play fighters on this channel unless like specifically asked, just because I know it is unironically a skill issue that makes me frustrated more than anything. So I don't think that's particularly fun, and I know better than to try to force it out. But playing like party games or like collaborative games like this, like I have a lot of fun doing that because it's nice to play with friends. It's nice to hang out with people. It's nice to not be alone. And quote unquote content farm if you really want to call it like that too. But like I guess that's just a lot of I guess I'm in the part of the stream where I'm like thinking about like I wonder if my clicking my mouse like the mouse like that, but like is this the right point of direction? Because I probably mentioned this as well, but I've been working on the debut slides, or at least the first pass for them, and I find that first of all I'm kind of unsatisfied with them. I might hire somebody to do it, but like I'm a bit of a standstill now because I've basically prepped everything except for the whole model, which sounds a bit backwards, but here we are. I have everything else set up except the model and like the art, but the art should be later. I think it's like May that they'll come back to me. Not just the model art, but like also the other improvements I want to add. Like the chat box that shows above my head, I'm planning to change that. And I have the thing prepared. I won't show it here, but I do have it, as well as things like a new stream schedule, emotes, and other fun things. So it's basically going to be an entire rehaul, but not a rebrand. And I guess with the amount of like excitement I put into this, I kind of remembered, right, there's only so much I can do. I can't, speed things up, right? And I guess that's what I'm worried about, because slowly sculpting the ether energies together. I'm like, is my I like a part of me is thinking about whether or not like my idea to make cute little ads or like things to post on social media, like, will that actually work out, or will people think I'm doing something different that's like non VTuber related because of just the kind of vibe or energy I'm going with. I also have to figure out how to edit everything, but I can definitely do it. But it's just that's like I'm in the point where I'm like kind of self conscious about what I'm trying to do. You can't escape the most clippable stream on Twitch moniker. Oh, I can actually disagree that there are other people who are much more clippable on Twitch, but I appreciate the thought because yeah, there's so many people who are just like clipping things and be like, oh man, this person's hilarious, and I know that I don't really react strongly in many cases compared to other people. Like, I guess if we want to go back to this particular topic, but trees hate you, being the whole funny silly game. I know there's a lot of people who got mad or just like kind of like going crazy at like crashing out, and I'm just like, oh, that's like I found it funny, but I also was just like, oh, that's so cute, you know. And those kind of reactions are just not super strong, but I know that a lot of the sphere is just you got to be very exaggerated. I know, and I think there's a lot more expectation for I guess female streamers to be a lot more kind of I know maybe I'm wrong about this, but there's a lot more expectation. It feels like there's an expectation that female streamers are more girl failure nowadays, and I don't know how to feel about that, or just purposely just not great at games, even unless they're playing the games for to have fun, right? Because I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking about it, but that's just what I've been seeing. Like looking at other female VTubers lately, both like the large ones and the smaller ones. That's just the vibe. Yeah, the female VTubers need to be kawaii dolls. And well, first of all, yeah, I mean you've heard my voice. I'm nowhere kawaii doll whatsoever. And I know there's streamers who aren't cute kawaii dolls or super uh sexy dolls, and it just feels weird because I'm like I'm just an office manager. I'm just a person. How do I do something that I just don't really care about? I don't really want to do that. I mean, I don't really want to be like super kawaii and all that. So I guess a part of the what I do like about Souls like is that I can show that hey, I can eventually be competent in games, but it's also like how what's the word? Is this the I don't want to pigeonhole myself them, and I guess with my content I'm like, is it right? Like, okay, I know this kind of sounds like, oh, it's like they're like, oh, Crystal, you don't really sound like you're making this a hobby anymore. It's like I get what it means, but like, I just want like I've clarified it. Like, hey, I don't think this will ever turn into a career. I don't think I'm not planning on it, but I also like to see progress and growth just because of who I am and what I also do. And I don't mind doing the whole activities to do that because this is just as fun for me as whatever content I can provide. Because otherwise, if I don't do this, I'm just going to be like laying around after to get back from work and just I don't have anything else to do, and I don't really vibe with that. Like I like to be kept busy. I like to have the kind of stress that comes from okay, I need to make sure I do this, and that. I feel alive when I do that. And sure, it eats into my sleeping time, but like I get very anxious if I don't have things to do. Oh, and I guess that's why I end up thinking about like, is this approach correct, or like, what can I do to make things better? I'm always constantly thinking about that, and that's why whenever it comes to the streams, I always try to add at least one um new update, at least anywhere between like each month or so, even if it's like pretty small, because I like the feeling of progress. So I know that there's a certain point where I'm like, I just can't add any more updates without being bloated, and I do only want to add them if they're actually reasonable. Like I really do like the things that one column did with the whole cinema, right? But I am also thinking about like, if there's anything else I can use without being overly obnoxious, right? Because there's some streams where you have people who are constantly activating random stuff on their stream, and I'm like, that's overstimulating to me. And the main core, yep, cinema, like just like that. And the core content, I'm pretty sure it's just, it should be the game and the streamer, right? It shouldn't be just how many things you can explode on stream, like you're playing Temple Run or, you know, Subway Surfers. By the way, Temple Run was the OG, like, you know, the attention grabbing thing. That was the thing. That was before Subway Surfers time. Nobody remembers Temple Run. And I remember playing that game for like such a long time. And also Fruit Ninja too. Fruit Ninja was the thing. Old school mobile games. I remember they were huge, and now it's like, what are these games again? You guys play this stuff? That's insane. So, I guess back to my main point, I've been thinking about like using more of one com because I do overall like the program. I remember thinking it was kind of clunky at first, but I genuinely enjoyed it. Put it done. My Dark Souls 2 looks kind of funny today. Oh, slash iguana. Yeah, it does. We're paint dry. You're in a paint drying simulator, right? Also, jetpack joyride. That one went fast. Anyway, slash iguana. I hope your day is going well. We are in you know, we're almost 4 hours into watching paint dry. I really hope I'm inside the paint drying simulator category for this stream because this will be very embarrassing. But here we are, just having life, bonding, etc. You are? I was just kidding. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, don't. I was like, I better not be in Dark Souls 2. I'm like, no, that would be embarrassing. But yeah, you see, for this particular stream, a certain burnt chicken nugget decided he wanted this, and he asked for it a lot. And that was before I put the rule of anytime anybody asks for games, I'm gonna delay it for a year. So he gets this. But afterwards, nah, I'm very much he can put a polite request once, but if people keep asking about it, I'm like, nah, you gotta stop. So this is what we're here for. We're just talking about life right now, and I'm surprised we almost made it to 4 hours, especially because today is my day off, and I really didn't have any plans other than we can stream a random game. I was honestly thinking like a demo or something, or probably a new game I can bring up because I know that next week is going to be the team building exercise. But instead, we're watching paint dry. It really is like that. Being able to chat with people makes it easy. It is. But I also know that people are pretty busy today. So people have been like in and out, and I just added random sounds. You know, like pen clicking over here, pen flicking, and then just playing with metal over here, and then also just my measuring tape over here. You know, a little bit of this is Office ASMR, 100% real. Do we know what next week's game will be? It will be Phasmophobia. I was about to announce it at the end of this stream. So, because you guys wanted to make sure I would actually do stuff and not get the tour by the expert, which is fair. But I think I will be cooked then. And I'm willing to give it a try, even though I'll probably be extremely scared. But like, man, y'all sadists. How's the Enfield been? And Enfield's been pretty good. I just haven't really had a chance to like stream it. That's what I was thinking of streaming. It's just overall I wanted to get some plans in, and I'm a lot more of okay. I have certain games I'm like, hey, I want to get through this ASAP, like before, sooner rather than later. So Enfield's been a lot of like backseating, well, taking a backseat instead of the other core content, just because I don't know if people want to watch me do dailies and just do stuff when it's already done. You know what I mean? Phasmophobia Part 2 after you regretted playing it so much. Yeah, you know what? I did put a rule in the Discord stuff that's saying we can only play a game like 2 times in a row before we move on. So after this Phasmophobia stream, we're gonna move to another game for now. Same, you still got a lot of wooling to do? Yeah. Like, I wouldn't mind doing some wooling stuff, but I don't think it's interesting, you know what I mean? The Green Onion Woman has been a lot of fun. I ended up not getting Zhuang Fengyi. Unfortunately, I had to deal with my card was like, why are you spending on this gacha game of all times? So that's kind of my fault. So I did not get Zhuang Fengyi. It really is like that. Unless, like, at least unless her banner is still alive right now. I don't remember right now. Sorry. I've like, my brain's kind of going out. We are watching Paint Drying Simulator. We can watch me do dailies. Oh, Honkai Star Rail dailies? You know, where I just press the auto button, just freaking leave? I'm kidding. I play Honkai Star Rail the backseat for a good reason. I'll think about it though, because I like my gacha games, but I'm not sure if I want to stick with, you know, being a gacha player. At least right now, when I have a lot of things I want to do. Like I mentioned before, I do want to play FF14 again. But you know, when you have to schedule a lot of things and your brain's kind of going insane trying to put it all together like Tetris, that's me right now. I'm like, how do I want to do this, basically? Because I feel like for FF14, like, I need to make that a consistent thing. And once I do, then it's kind of locked in right there. Versus things like the gacha, where I can just pick it up and drop it anytime. Maybe you find yourself playing a lot of them nowadays. I've actually been trying to cut a few out. Yeah, like... before I used to, like, play a ton of gachas. Now I'm more, laid back because I can't really keep up with many of them anymore. So that's why, like, besides Enfield and Honkai Star Rail, I'm like, I can't really play gachas anymore. Just doing all those dailies on repeat gets you after a while. Exactly. Like, I used to have a lot more time, but now with, you know, full-time jobs, so I already lose over 8 hours a day. I have, you know, preparing the stuff for, you know, VTubing and all that. Making the content, or, you know, playing the games, or, you know, little projects on the side. It really eats up so much time, and unfortunately I only have so much time off each year, and I don't want to waste it just because, like, I want to stretch myself super thin for gacha games of all things. So I guess that's the kind of vibe I'm thinking of, and I'm wondering just I guess the only other thing I'm thinking about is how would actually people be receptive to me playing like FF14? Because I know that MMOs are very left field compared to the rest of my other content. Do you have one that you think you'll keep regardless? Um, I would say only Honkai Star Rail, in the sense of I have sunk cost fallacy there. Not that it's like Enfield, but just thinking about the time I spent in there compared to the time I spent in Enfield, which came earlier this year. It would be HSR, and it's also easier to play, at least for me. But I know, I guess for me, after playing a ton of gacha games, I'm kind of falling out of love with them. Nothing has really gripped me that much, and maybe that's just a sign. And cost fallacy is what keeps you in FGO. You get it? Yeah, I eventually broke out of FGO this year. Because I did log in a little bit just for, oh yeah, no tickets and stuff. And then, you know, not getting roll-in, for example. Like, the last character I believe I got was Drake specifically. Or, actually, let me open FGO. Wait, I might have to update it. But let me open up FGO. Where was the last time I played? I'm actually kind of curious. Because it has been a while. I think I got somebody new, but I'm not quite sure. Check my apps. Yep, let's enable this. Let's play this for Go. Broke out for Go. How does it feel to be a functional member of society again? Oh, it feels great. It feels genuinely wonderful. That's really the neat thing about Limbus. Sometimes I just do my weekly MD and I feel like I'm not really missing out on anything. Yeah, Limbus is like, okay, I feel like Limbus is in his own category. I know it's a gacha, but it doesn't feel like a gacha. And that's why I didn't include it, because I was like, oh yeah, it's like gacha mechanics are there, but it feels pretty much like a single player game. And overall, the Limbus stuff has been pretty peak, and like, yeah, there's a lot of like hands off stuff, and it just doesn't feel like it burns me out. Like, okay, I can miss a couple days, no problem whatsoever. I can still get everything. Heck, even though I'm behind, I can still, you know, slowly work my way through the dispensers over time and get everything, even if I don't need most things. All right, what does FGO say? Oh, did they really do the arcade rerun? They really did do an arcade rerun here. Holy crap, that's insane. Sorry, I'm looking at FGO right now. Okay, that's a lot of sync quartz right there that I can just spend for random stuff. But yeah, just to, you know, to clarify, like, In FGO, I have a MP5 Arjuna Alter, MP6 Oberon, MP5 Arcade. Is this they don't need to do that? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm already logged in. Oh yeah, okay. Who did I get last time? I'm actually curious now. So support origin list. Who did I get most recently? I am curious. Okay, I think I know. It is Artoria, Berserker Artoria Caster. Wait, no, not Berserker Artoria Caster. Is Monte Cristo. He's the one that got last. And let's see, what MP level is my Drake? My Drake is MP level 3. So it's like that. So I'm like a dolphin in FGO, to put it mildly. So breaking out of it took a lot of work, but we got there, and it just feels bad because it's like, you know, you spent all this time here, and now you're not playing this game anymore. Newer old Monte Cristo is the new one. Not the old one is only MP1. But yeah, like at least for my account, like the last story I played was, what was the word? It was Lost Belt 7. So I am extremely behind. I say that, but I think the last event I also farmed very seriously was do you remember it was Lost Belt 6.5 with Taigong Wang? Yeah, I got him MP2, and I've just farmed the heck out of that. Farmed the bond. He's already MP, like he's already bond 10. It was just like that. But yes, feeling, you know, the freedom that's not playing the gacha game all the time. Like heck, even when I broke free from GBF, it's like I get so much time in my life back. It feels so good. And it's just, and then after I'm like, now what? What do I do? You're right there with you in story. I'm still not through LB7. Yeah, I haven't even started LB7, just for context. It's like that. So, you know, I guess if I really want some sake chords, I can skip the story. Yeah, can I skip the story? I can't skip the story. Dang it. Let's see. What can I get for quickly some 2 sync chords? I'm a little curious. You see, you're wondering why I'm playing for 2 sync chords. I can get at least, you know, two rolls, you know, two rolls. Okay, where can I get the sync chords? You know, I'm a little bit gotcha pilled. Just a little bit. You ask, is it the history thing they drew you into fate? That's what it is for me. It is. And then, you know, Gil was my first. So he has a special place in my heart, even though I never MP5'd him. GVF literally does feel like that. If I continue after my summer pulls, I'll try to take it slowly instead of grinding like I used to. Yeah, GVF is pretty much a it's another job. And I'm like, hey, it hurts. It just hurts a little bit. And I'm just like, send help. You know what I mean? Just genuinely send help. I can't do this, etc., etc. All right, whatever. I'm gonna use our I brought in Castoria for a quick team. You're more extreme than me. If you get 5 stars to MP5, only ever reason them out. MP2. Yeah, I really like Arjuna Alter, so I got into MP5 out of I got really lucky there. 345 sync quartz. And then with the with Oberon, I also got pretty lucky there. So really what it comes down to is that I'm never getting that luck again. But sometimes that's what matters. And it's also kind of why I don't really want to play gacha games anymore, because they cost a lot of money. You know what I mean? So much money. Berserker Supremacy, you're part of the One True Cult as well. Yeah, we believe in Berserkers. Or in my case, I bring in the you know, Arcade. So I just have her moon cancer everything. Or in my case, if I really want to, I use Kiara, Sesshoin Kiara, the OG one, to just get rid of everything. Because unfortunately for me, somehow, some way, she just decided to find her way to like into my inventory and just MP5 herself. And like, I'm in pain. It really is like that. I couldn't tell you why, other than, you know, sometimes these things happen. I know. I feel old now thinking talking about and thinking about old gotchas. I never did actually get into the whole like Brave Frontier stuff, which was I think that's like super old school gotcha. You actually had that with her as well. Got one copy of her, and I look back and she's MP2 or MP3. Don't remember what I got those copies. Yeah, I know, right? It's like Kiara was like, "What happened here? What'd you do? How'd you show up?" And it's just like given Kiara's reputation, it's like, are we sure about this? You know what I mean? It's like, is this okay? But she just finds a way, and maybe we're gonna be extremely concerned about this, but here we are, and I know I'm not sure if I want to talk about FGO too much because I'll probably get my butt kicked. You know what I mean? Like I will be like, oh man, it's time to return to be an FGO streamer, guys. It's all about gotcha, right? No, not at all. You're waiting for when they give us next to a pen skill so Arcade can reach your final form. Yeah, I had a friend who really likes Tsukihime a ton. So when she dropped, he went insane. And now it's just, oh well, it's like, what the heck are you doing kind of situation. And I think it also says a lot that now I'm just playing FGO. I'm like, yeah, this is okay, right? Right, guys? We're gonna do something like this. The paint is in fact drying though. We do have 2 hours left. Don't worry about talking about FGO. I can talk with you plenty about that. All right, perfect. Yeah, like okay, if nothing else, Enkidu like gave me psychic damage because I just wanted one copy, right? From when his banner first dropped, and I know I did the cardinal sin of rolling on a standard banner character, but I really wanted a copy of him and Gil. I ended up with MP4 Enkidu before I got my first cast skill, just for reference. Had to go shopping, but you're back. You know what? Sailors, you missed absolutely nothing. We were just talking about games. That's pretty much it. There's nothing else to miss. So I hope your day is going well, cause man, we are here. We're genuinely here, decidedly. As here, you and Beth said she just didn't show up. Oh yeah. I don't understand. Like sometimes I know there's a joke of like, oh, they chose not to respond to your summons, but it's also like, I'm in pain. Missed 40 minutes of riveting gameplay. Yeah, watching paint dry. We are getting there though. The paint is in fact drying a ton. Super drying. And oh, it's not die from curse? Why didn't you die from disastrous curse? Oh, I need to use it. Yeah, I'm here, guys. I am just here. I'm playing this. I'm playing for Go right now. Yep, we are taking a drink right now. Despite the fact that I don't consider yourself a gacha gamer, it's a problem with gacha. I want to decide it's all dumb and evil and stop all of it. Then I talk about people who have been playing for 2 more years. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I can't. I just try to like remove any sort of like GBF out of my life, except for my merch. I can't let go of my merch. You're telling me that the White Day cards for both Belial and Lobile, you're telling me to let that go? Ain't no freaking way. I will not let that go. I had to fight for like, quote unquote my life for that. Heck, I have the Daki for Belial. I don't regret that, by the way. I legitimately do not regret it. Even though that took a long time to get and was just like, I'm going insane. Because that Daki is very comfortable. But also, I just realized, I may be my money. You know what I mean? Yep, I understand, Printer. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, Printer. That's how I'm feeling. Oh man, I think the only problem I had with FGO is like way back in the beginning. It's like you were you wanted to use an MP and use Gilgamesh's MP, your phone's cooked. You wanted to go into Camelot, your phone is cooked. You're not a big Volability fan. Neha and Lucio, on the other hand, I mean, oh, hey Faust, you weren't there, but way back in the day, there was the battle of Lucio, because when he first dropped, everyone was like, oh, is he Lucifer? Because based on the hints, and also just looking at his kit, and also Eden at the time, it was absolutely broken back then. And I can confirm I am a fallen soldier against Lucio. And like now I got him right. I have a couple Edens, but I just went like, it was super painful to get there. Yeah, Lucilius and Lucio. We didn't know back then because it was just, it was What Makes the Sky Blue kind of trilogy at the moment. Just like that. So, like, knowing all this and just being like, oh yeah, it's a different character altogether. That was kind of crazy. But back then we had no idea. And, also back then, like, kits were actually pretty reasonable. I remember I was absolutely set with just Percy and Yule, like the OG versions back then, and now it's just, oh, you need Percy and, Grand Percy and Grand Yule to make a dent in fire, except if it's high level, then you just don't exist. And even then, light was kind of like it was a nice element, and dark was the OP element for carrying things. And then Summer Zoe happened. And, like, dark was the king. If you had six was the king. And that's probably why 6 became a lot more popular than he already was. Because he was already very good as a character. And then everyone just loved him, held on to him. And now he's part of the story. It's very fascinating just to see how these things go. Dark with the Eresh was like the craziest thing ever. Yeah, it was with Eresh, and it's just like, oh, you want to do the other stuff? Nah. But now I think like Dark has the most difficulty in. Well, it had the most difficulty in high level play until I think it was the Katura, the most recent Katura, and then now it's just like, oh yeah, Dark's back at it again. Dark got the power of they got the power of double strike, with which including like Fighter Origin and everything else. I guess Zosi is, if you want to count Man Diver, and they found their place again. It was crazy. Saw the new Katura kit is actually insane. Yeah, because Dark was basically the skill damage one. And if you didn't have Zosi, you didn't play Dark. You just existed. So that's why, we have the Illustrious, I think, the new uncapped for Illustrious, and I'm a little bit afraid because the only Illustrious weapons I have right now are Hrunting, because, Hrunting. Have you heard of a Trickle? I have heard of it briefly, but that's about it. It is not a game I'm particularly interested in, but I know of. Mostly because I'm like, I don't want to go into the gacha trap once more. I can't do it. It's crazy. I know myself better. Just like that, throw it away. It's all chibis and they're adorable. Exactly what real men need to stay happy. Yeah, unfortunately, most people were like, hey, we gotta, have, like, sexual access and all that. And I'm like, guys, come on. You don't have to be thirsty for everything. I promise you it's A-okay. But they're like, no, we need the thirst, the visual interest and all that. And it's like, sadly, Earth doesn't want Hrunting and Versusius. Yeah, they really want Andromeda. Yeah, I remember now. It used to be Hrunting for everything, and now it's just Andromeda here. It really is a CA meta, because before it was like, okay, skill damage or normal attacks, at least back with a what's the word? At least back with what was it? Super Ultimate Baja, and I think a little bit of early Hexa, at least for solo, until they changed it. So it was kind of like that. Which, by the way, I want to clarify. I did actually try to do the solo achievements. So for Hexa, it was mainly a lot of it was mainly a lot of like, you know, light, because light is my element, and if it wasn't light, it was also water, because water was also pretty easy. But yeah, trying to solo Versusia, turns out you can do it if you only had Yukata Tier's SR weapon. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna crash out at this point. I can't do it. That's crazy. Yeah, the transcendence for illustrious is like taking gold moons. Like, what? How many gold moons do you think I have? The story is some of the most hilarious stuff you read in a long time. Legit started laughing while reading it at one time. Aww. Oh, that's adorable. They really get those sad, lonely people with lewd dress characters in those gachas. Where's your female knight in full suit of armor? Your buddy loved those, so that's why it's a sad, lonely comment. Yeah. Yeah, ladies in armor are just, they're lovely, but it's just a shame that companies can't believe in them anymore. Absolutely a shame. So that's why to put it bluntly, I'm just like, why would you do it? I get it for doing fan art, like drawing armor is absolutely a pain in the butt, but come on, you know? Like, I'm a lady, who likes dudes, so I wouldn't know, but are all, you know, is Boopa all a guy needs? Is that it? Because I know, you know, a lot more work is going into more, you know, fetishy territory, and I'm like, I'm not judging, but also, are we sure? I love this one game and play for one specific character. Her name is Valka. Oh, which game is this? No, you need a full suit of armor and a sword. You want a lady who can, you know, be an amazing knight in shining armor and kick butt. You know what? That's based. So it's a shame that nobody sees it. It's absolutely a shame. AFK Journey, it's a mobile game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought AFK Journey was like those, you know, idle games or something, and I was like, I'm not interested in those. I tried it, but it's like, not for me. Well, they changed the name to AFK Homestead. I don't know what's the appeal of them. So, I'm not dismissing them, but just like, I've never really got into them. Other than like, oh yeah, I guess you just log out and you log back in and you get stuff. Sorry, one moment. I am just not actually picking up the phone, but like, I am currently playing FGO against my better judgment. Cause you see, sometimes you really gotta put people in their place. Or in my case, it's pretty much Kiara carry me to victory against Mr. Fluffy Boy. Going to install AFK Journey for the Freyrin collab until I saw the size of the game. I can only imagine. They changed the name of it. Do you send me a DM of Valka? Alright, I will take a look after this. But oh yeah, the paint really is drying. I should look at oh, wait, can I open my file explorer safely? Oh, I can. Yeah, it does look a lot more wet in the beginning compared to before. Now it's super dry. Holy crap. I'll show you guys the beginning, like the end when we get there. That's actually kind of crazy. This is not an excuse to do the, you know, I was crazy once kind of person. There we go. When we do start a bit of FGO again, you picked a good time. Tiamat and offer Meds Nero are hella strong. I mean, I do have Draco. I don't have Tiamat, and I'm kind of not interested in her just because I already have MP5 Kiara. So Really, I'm only doing this because I just want the 2x roll, and I'm not gonna play FGO again. Size of the game is like 18 gigabytes. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think my game actually has, not game. I don't think my phone really has the size to hold more games right now, just because of what's in there. It's just like that. But you know, think about it. It's a blessing in that way because okay, like a lot of mobile games are just, hey, you need all of these things. You should ask. You mentioned how the whole Koyan Oberon thing set up. Do you ever get Miss Crane? I do have Miss Crane, OG Miss Crane. I just don't have her the new version not out here, but I do have OG Miss Crane, but she's only MP1. You send Volka. I'll take a look after I beat this particular fight. Hopefully, I use 3 command spells for this just to make sure. But yeah, I'm very much a, hey, you use the Buster character to carry everything. You just use Koyan, Oberon, and then also use double Castoria and just carry everything. Yeah, there's no brain in my end. I'm like, no strategy, nah. We just gotta go. I wish for the day where I can use Kuhulain Altar once more, but they just kind of forget he exists because he's in like he's kind of in the mix between he's strong enough to like as a berserker to like do competent stuff, but he also can't die easily. So I understand why it's very difficult to use him, or at least to kind of get him set up. Oh, anti-enforcement defense is way too good. Genuinely crack stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, this is totally fine, right? Anti-enforcement defense. Actually kind of disgusting. I think I picked the wrong Dante's though. Whoops. Whoops. We'll probably be fine. There we go. You think I underestimated or ignored her for way too long? Oh yeah, for Miss Crane? Yeah, Miss Crane, she really came like she really was underestimated because of how like her clunky her kit was. But that's a lot of a lot of people at the beginning because she's very specifically for the high difficulty stuff, and people don't really think about that, which is a shame, because Miss Crane is chef's kiss. By the time people realize she's useful, it's too dang late. It really is like that. So that's why I'm like, man. And now everyone wants to try to get her, or at least get himself. And then there's now just anti-enforcement defense and the most balanced defensive mechanic. It is until you get to like what was it? The 2 Hakunos where you have to just dodge it. They're like, oh yeah, if you have any sort of invincibility, they don't care. Just boom. Gosh, though, like, I don't know. FGO is like, it's kind of its own beast. It really did start with just, oh, where did the power? I guess is when people realized it was Merlin. It was that 100% Merlin. It's Merlin's fault. That's why we have so much power creep. I was thinking about it, it's like, I'm like, who started this? It's like, no, I know exactly who started this. I don't need to say anything else. It was Merlin. Because you had, the Merlin, double Merlin looping, and then now we see it, it's like Merlin's just kind of like whatever. But like back then, that was the most amazing crap whatsoever, and he just refused to get into my inventory. It took over 1,000 just to show up. And now we're just like, oh yeah, I guess you exist, good sir. So really started like that, and now we're just like, okay, we have an actual beast on our team who is like, are we sure about this? Are we 100% sure about this? All right, let me see who this Volca person is. Oh, she's really pretty. Oh yeah, I see why you like her. Yeah, she looks ready to kick butt right there. I get it. Sailors right there. Volka's chef's kiss. And crits, yeah, crits with I think it was Jean Jean Alter, right? Jolter, right? Because of her kit, and you just get crazy numbers. And that's why they added the extra health bars, right? Like, oh, you can't just do omega damage and just clear it that like that. No more. I remember what the day when that changed. It was a dark day indeed. Yeah, returns. Well, Maze, I'm gonna tell you right now, you have missed nothing. With memes, all right, perfect. I didn't get crap from my 10 roll, so I can just tell you right now that for go, it's time to go back to unenabled territory. Be gone. No more. Between the Jolter and Raiko doing mega crits and Cersei having the pig lock. Yeah, that's when they decided, yeah, the pig lock was actually crazy too. By the time we already got Cersei, at least on NA, we weren't able to do the pig lock anymore, right? Everything falls between expectations. You know what? That means you have missed nothing. And that's the important part. Like, I get why they added that change, but it really did take them a long time just to add multiple like roles for the lottery boxes, right? It was the point where you had FGO Automata just to play the game for you. And at that point they can't ban people anymore because they're like, oh, everybody's using FGO Automata, even including the whales. Which I feel is a cop out, absolutely. Just started giving some more recent servants immunity to it. Oh, dang it. Didn't miss any more juicy costumes? Oh no, we're just talking about old gotcha games. That's pretty much all you missed. I guess it's probably why it's like you fight them in the story, right? And they don't want you to cheese it that way. We talked about a hot knight. She's cool. Yeah. Like if there's another tool, I can't believe we're gonna talk about this again. But GBF's Viromate. If you don't know what that was, if that is, so imagine, so in GBF, you're able to queue up skills and switch through different tabs and everything. Yeah, that was from Viromate. And Viromate was the thing that, without it, you actually had to press each skill one by one. There was no automation whatsoever. There was no like going through different tabs. There was no, having a bookmark on the different items you held. None of that. Anyways, eventually they banned people who use Viromate for a day, me included, because they used it all. And then they're like, all right, afterwards they're like, okay, we'll implement the changes to Viromate. So all those QL, it's like these companies can do it, but they just don't bother to because they think or they know that the players will accept less until it happens. Fate Samurai Remnant stream soon. Oh, are we sure about that? Do I want to play Samurai Remnant? I barely know about that game except for there was that free welfare. That's it. I don't know anything about the game. Samurai Remnant stream would actually be awesome. All right, Fate Samurai Remnant. What platform is it on? It is on Steam, action role-playing video game developed by Omega Force and Ko Shibusawa, published by Koei Tecmo. Alright, and what characters are in there? Because I'm just curious. Also, I want to check what the price is. It has Jolter. What else do I need? I don't care for Jolter. I'm sorry. Jolter is not... I never got into Jolter, because she's like the classic son, and I'm like, I don't care about that. I genuinely don't. All right, pull up Steam this way. Store. Fate Samurai Remnant, huh? Fate Samurai Remnant. It is... Oh, holy crap. I thought that was like $92. It is $52. There's a bunch of DLC there. There's Type Moon. Oh, there's a demo. Oh, we can try out the demo. Okay, we have Musashi, Minamoto Iori, Season Pass. We have a bunch of servants and everything. It's an RPG that plays kind of like a Dynasty Warriors. Oh, hey, I do like Dynasty Warriors games. I mentioned like one of my comfort games off stream is Dynasty Warriors Origins. I need to get the DLC for that because it's a great game. By the way, way forever. Way is the way. Sorry, Shu. Sorry, Honshu. I don't believe in you anymore. Even though your voice actor is Jonathan David Bullock. I know. Sorry, Liu Bei. I can't believe in you. Memory serves, he's got Musashi, Takeru, Circe, and New Tamamo, and others I just won't spoil. Yeah, I'm just looking on the Steam page right now. Actually, Heartbroken is Dark Souls of Fate games. You know, that doesn't really say a lot about the Dark Souls of Fate games. Okay, you know what? I will consider the demo at least if the demo is a substantial. And we'll see if it will try, because I want to make sure the performance is actually good. If it's no good, then I won't bother with it. So, how much is the demo? Oh, I shouldn't download the demo right now. 16 gigs. Okay, I'll leave it for later. But yeah, I never got into the whole Jalter thing. I just don't care for, like, tsundere characters. Like, I am not they don't do anything for me at all. If anything, I kind of find them annoying. So, it's like that. And, yeah, we'll see if I can schedule that in, because that does look pretty cool. And the demo is about an hour at most. Oh, honestly, like, that, an hour at most is on. I'll think about it. I'll have to think about it. Just because, you know, I have to plan these things out usually, but you'll get enough of an idea to see what it's about. Yuguranyu and Shinjuku, but it was an uphill battle. Yeah, honestly, for Shinjuku, I was very much a Yanqing and Artoria Alter kind of person, and also Moriarty. Those are characters that really stood out for me. Yeah, I'll have a see, cause just I mean, I don't hate Fate, but I'm also like, do I really want to? Do I want to bring myself in there? Is this something I want to do? Just double checking. Is this a game I want to play? Still love Moriarty so much. He did such a freaking good job with this character. Yes. And then I also got the ruler version just because, but like, oh, he's a chef's kiss. I know they played like whole like, you know, the granddaughter thing for laughs, but it's just the grandpa granddaughter. But it's like, oh, he's great, and especially like his some of his lines are just so profound. Simple, but it's just chef's kiss. The one where he's I think it was the Bond 5 line. It was so sweet. Ruler version is fine, but the old man Moriarty is yeah, it is OG. I got the ruler version mainly because like Kento Ito, but also like yeah, you know, I think the Chuni like aesthetic is, you know, he's funny. He's just trying his best right there. But I'll see if I can fit Fate Remnant somewhere. But I probably won't prioritize it compared to the other games unless I have no choice. He's one of those that you knew his kit was underpowered, but you rolled anyways because the character was worth it. Exactly, and that's why I'm saying, hey, the story is what can make a character so much better. The story, and people keep forgetting about that. At least I'm not playing anything related to Fake Collide. Oh yeah, you know, we're not going anywhere near that. I know enough about that to say we don't need to go over there. We really don't. Like, actually, reverse, back away, and go over to, oh shit, go over to, you know, maybe another, like, city? State? I don't know. How far do we need to go? But, yeah, just, okay, I'll be honest, that was also, like, that was just, even if Oberon had the worst kid in existence, and even if he was a pretender, I would have rolled for him anyways. That's what I felt for Oberon. All right, so gacha aside, you've gone through DS1, you're in DS2. I imagine you're going to DS3 after that. Any other Souls plans? That is a good question, but I'm thinking Elden Ring, if I can't get Bloodborne set up. Even though, yes, I know there's spiders in Bloodborne. At least that's my understanding, and also watching Cecilia. But I need to know okay, people have said a lot of good things about Bloodborne, and I need to know if it's really up to the snuff. Planet, yeah, another planet. All right, cool. Karaoke night stream when? Oh, I don't do karaoke. I don't sing. Sorry, but that's not happening. Also, I don't know how to set up the karaoke stuff, so I don't get dinged for copyright. Unless we pull up the, the karaoke friendly songs, in which case I still don't know how to sing. I would actually have to take lessons to do that, which while I don't mind doing that, I would have to budget it out just because of, the payments going out for the art. So, one that I would try to sell you on would be Remnant 2. As far as Souls-like games go, that one is on the top of your list, but we'll kick that can down the road in a while. Yeah, it was either besides Elden Ring and Bloodborne. There's also the Neo series. I do have Neo 1, 2, and 3. And I do also have Devil May Cry, but that's not a Souls-like a game at all. I don't think I have Sekiro, but I know people of Sekiro, who really like Sekiro. But we will, like I said, we will feel it out when we get there. You think we do? I mean, yeah, but for me, I feel like if I'm not good at singing, I'm gonna get harassed. That's the thing. And I'd rather just avoid that. Bloodborne is definitely the second best Souls game. Sekiro is the one I still haven't played yet, despite everyone saying it's so good. I know Sekiro is like very difficult and extremely like fast paced and parrying. Like if you don't do that, you're actually cooked. So we'll see when we get there. But right now, I'm just taking my time with the whole Souls like stuff because, well, first of all, I only play Souls games like basically 4 hours per week. I stream them, and I do any farming like off stream, so it's just to keep things streamlined. But like, yeah, we'll see. Like if I have to, I might just double up on games and just be like, oh, I can make Mondays also Souls like stuff. But we will see. The worst bet that can happen is chat teasing you. I mean, I don't mind chat teasing me because chat teases you, right? Like that's kind of something that's a given, right? But mainly like VODs or anybody who comes in who isn't really part of the community, I'd rather avoid that because yeah. Somehow somebody found my VOD of like the Honkai Star Rail one, and they just basically like kind of were like, "Hey, you can't voice act. Stop voice acting. Stop trying to give voices to people. You're not doing it right." It was good advice, but it was also just kind of like I didn't ask for advice. I just wanted to give cute little voices to my characters. If you haven't gone harassed after the Craig clip, I think you're Gucci. The thing is I haven't really posted the Craig clip yet. I know I should edit it. I want to make a short that attaches to it, but I might just raw dog like post the clip here on the highlights and just be like, hey guys, this is what happened. And, thank you very much for Jonathan David Bullock and of course, the chatter who gave it to this clip and do that. But, and I do have all uploads for that, but you know what I mean, right? I still need you to like, shoot. I'll be spiteful when you get advice like that. You voice act more and do it worse just because. I mean, I don't know if you saw Slash Iguana, but there was that one short I posted which really was spiteful. If one harassed you for singing and having fun, I'm insta banning them, even if it's Miru, I'll find a way. Yeah, I'm just not comfortable. I'm not at the point where I'm comfortable singing in front of like other people. Like I did that for an actual in office, like for my day job, a karaoke event, and I was very embarrassed because I realized I was off tune and I wanted to quit. I didn't. I had to power through it, but afterwards I was like, I don't want to show my face. I'm like, I'm done for the day. Nobody like made fun of me for there, but I just couldn't handle it. So it'd be hard to ban them. You only include Miro because they're the mod here and the other mod in Discord. Yeah. But yeah, I'm hoping to post the Craig clip sometime this week. And then we'll just let the tags do their work. I probably won't post it on social media just because I mean social media, I mean social media, mostly because I feel a little bit nervous. But I mean, I guess I probably could actually say, hey, I got sent the a clip from the voice actor of Craig and McLeish. I could do something like that, but I don't, like, I know this sounds weird for being a VTuber and, you know, actually socializing more, but I don't actually like being perceived by people that I, you know, I fangirl over. I just want to admire from a distance. Stuff like that. Car karaoke, extent of my singing capabilities, feel you? Yeah, I just, shower karaoke. But I'm just not comfortable with it, honestly. Like, at least in this state, I don't feel comfortable with it. Maybe if I got better at singing, or at least halfway decent, I'd be a lot more comfortable with it. But right now, no, I don't think I can do it. Sorry to interrupt, but anybody here know how to build a rocket? I do not know how to build a rocket. I'm sorry. Unless you're talking about those soda-powered rockets. Girls can be gunners too, the clip. Oh. It's not a clip. It would be a remember, it's like the entire thing is like at least 20 minutes. It's not a clip anymore. It's just a segment. You don't sing in front of other people unless I forget they're there and I'm listening to music. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's the only time you'll ever catch me singing. Is if I am like in that situation. Otherwise, I would not ever sing because I really don't like being perceived. So, I guess now that we're over, 4 hours in, what has been everyone's favorite sound effect so far? Both in the notifications and just regular SFX. You're a I'm gonna sing and you're gonna enjoy kind of person? Oh, you are braver than I am. I'm like, nah, I can't do it. You're really feeling the song and your girlfriend is there, she takes herself away the self-conscious voice? Aw. The typing sound effect, that's your favorite? You know what, Faust? Thank you so much. I had to cut and splice some of the typing to make sure it actually makes sense. Or, like doing the backspace kind of thing. I can't actually press it. I don't want to actually ruin this timer, but I put an effort to make it this scuffed. But yeah, that's why I have no current plans to ever do a karaoke stream. Maybe one day I'll get brave enough to do that, let alone a cover, but right now, nah. Kind of sorted, there's a little, oh. Yeah, honestly, the people who can do rockets and actually doing properly, like, mad respect. I'm like, hey, I'm not smart enough for that, and I don't really care for it. So, people who can are smart enough, thumbs up. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking around. I'm like, wow, I can't believe people have stuck around for over 4 hours just watching paint dry. We are almost there, though, I will tell you. Besides the timer, it's just, comparing how the paint looks from back then to now, it is drying. Your favorites between Discord and Teams notifications, bonus points because of your work right now, and that Teams one is tricking you. Oh, oh, it's not the Teams meeting? Because that is there, too. The Teams meeting, but you know what? Glad to hear it, because sometimes that's what it's for, right? You're mortified about the audience? Oh. Mine or Nuggets? I do mute Teams notifications though, so they will never work on me. But I say with Discord notifications, but that was the point. I would have done Skype, but Skype is protecting that you actually need the Skype program open to have its sound effects play. Otherwise, they will jump after you, and I'd rather not trigger that. So yeah, no Skype. Otherwise, I would have definitely done it 110%. Plus, plus after the 6 hours, we need to beat the DLC. Don't say that. Don't say that. No. I only scheduled the 6 hours. Oh, hello, sailors. Hello, hello. Is this stream what you wanted, sailors? We're almost to 5 hours in. Is it what you wanted? I have this recorded, by the way, so I will post in the VOD, VOD channel, just be like, hey guys, I could have done something productive instead I'm watching paint dry with chat. It's perfect? Alright, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I'm sure that anybody who's coming in here, whether they found my channel or otherwise, they're gonna be like, this is the extent of her content. This is how she is. I don't want to interact with her anymore. More or less a stream where we get to exclusively chat with you. No real complaints. That is true. I do talk about things here that I don't talk about when I play games. So this is the best opportunity to do so. Is it drying though? It is actually drying. Like compared to the beginning of the stream where the paint was a lot more shiny, now it's kind of it's close to drying. You can pin that. This is all your fault. We're here because of you. Yeah, I'm just gonna pin this. Don't mind me. There we go. It's all because of Sailor's fault. He did this. This is why we got this stream. All because of Sailors. Boss, slowly lose your mind to get her to spill the tea. Oh, I mean, I can't talk about personal stuff. Like, sorry about that. I will get jumped by IRL if I do that. But other things, like, yeah, sure. Like the YouTube side benefit, at least, the red office, you guys aren't subjected to ads. And the purple office, if you're if you're subbed, you don't care about the ads. And if you're not subbed, then sorry about that. I can't really pause the stream for that. Forgot when you were playing DS2 yesterday, you made comments about opinions you had concerning the game design choices. Is this my job? In another life, it would have been my job, but I did study video game design. So I like to say I at least have some opinions, even if they're not super relevant. I'm not in the industry. But yeah, like some of them I'm just questioning why they would have such things and just not mention it. Or like, why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. You need a special role in Discord for sticking through this for sorry, that's not happening. It just means you guys are good, you're loyal employees. I enjoyed stream as always, except for that really loud phone at the start of the stream that legit staggered you. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know it was going to be that loud. I thought it was going to be fine, at least on my end, but you know what? That's what. Yeah, yo went your ears. Oh yeah, you know what? That's what happens when you're in office and somebody forgets to turn off their phone. It really is like that. But sorry about that. Like for me, the thing that doesn't really make sense is just what they're teaching you is at the beginning. Well, ignoring the ADP complaints inside, it's mainly like the vision range or like the aggro range. What they're teaching you is that you're trying to take on enemies like one or two at a time usually, or you're being very deliberate, very reasonable on how you approach your combat so you don't overwhelm yourself, right? But in practice, it really comes down to you can't get close enough to actually take them enemies down one at a time, like actually legitimately, because of how they set up their enemies. For example, like there's always a bunch of group of enemies, so it's very difficult to do that because they all have overlapping aggro ranges. So you're forced to either be like a archer and take them out one at a time, or you just find a way to avoid combat entirely because it will just beat the crap out of you, and then you died. And also just how damage comes out as soon as they start doing the attack, rather than if they hit you. At least compared to the Haid Knights. So that is my main complaint: is that how can they teach the player to take fights one at a time, to be very like deliberate in your combat when it's at least so far it's been shown to not be that case. You should randomly just redeem the metal pipe yourself so you're gonna get water. I don't want to do it. It's for people, for for those reasons. The game is very anti-Archer Souls and I love it. Oh, this game? Oh, paint drying simulator? Yeah, I can't Archer Souls this, but for DS2 it feels really like that. It's how if you beat the Dragon Rider is pretty janked up. Yeah, I beat the Dragon Rider first, and I just want to know if there's anything behind the 3 big knight room, because it turns out when I beat a big knight, there was a lever I pulled, and when I pulled that lever, it added a second later in the Dragon Rider room. So I want to know if there's anything else there, and if there's not, that's okay. But I just want to know. But getting there is basically impossible because not only with the Haid Knights who hit really hard and it's extremely difficult to backstab them, but like I mentioned before, as soon as you start swinging, which by the way they have a very like fast swing, you still take damage. it's just overall very frustrating experience, and with their super aggro range. But yeah, it's like that. It's also like in the Forest of Fallen Giant. It's just, but why kind of situation. Like, I get now that there's a lot of explosives in Forest of Fallen Giants because it's supposed to be an old fort. I get that. Even though I don't know if there's a way to get back into the locked room once Pete closes it, which sucks because there is content in there, and I guess I'm kind of locked out from that. But that's my feeling overall. It's just, that's the thing I kind of have difficulty with. Like, for example, after I leave the second bonfire and I go down the ladder and I open the and I go out to the back and go up the stairs and beat the sleeping enemy, right? You see that there's a whole tree root in front of you and there's like a bunch of archers ready. There's this one enemy you cannot see that's hidden behind the tree root unless you angle yourself correctly, right? They already can see you and they will jump down and go up the ladder and go around and they will surprise you that way. That's a kind of aggro range that I don't really agree with because there's no feasible way for the player to really plan for it nearly as well. There's also the thing where the core of the game kind of wants you doing 1v1s a lot, but they throw, yeah, exactly. That's my problem. I'm like, how do you do the 1v1s? How do you deliberately take down enemies if you have to deal with all these different enemies coming at the same time that you can't adequately prepare for? And I had 5 vigor. I mean, ignore the 5 vigor part. It's still very rough. The game is, I would if I had points. Oh, well, I mean, you guys will get points eventually. Eventually. But yes, just speaking from like my game design background, like that's the thing that gets me the most is how are you supposed to do 1v1s in this way? How are you supposed to deliberately take down each enemy without archer souls when they do that kind of game design so far? Oh, well, enemy placement design. Which is also kind of why I want to grab a lot of arrows because I feel like I need them just to make progress at this point. I guess they made the changes for like Essence Flask and Life Gem to make them less OP compared to DS1. And I can accept those. But just how they place the enemies and, you know, the difficulty from them, I just can't agree with it. You should figure out what you want to do. We mentioned ADPs a lot, but it's worth feeling out if you want to be blocking more than rolling. Honestly, I feel like I should be better for rolling because blocking is just not worth for me. So I might be doing that. Especially if I'm doing the whole like swordsman kind of aesthetic. I want to be dodging anyways because you're, you know, swordsman, right? Gotta dodge and weave and parry and stab. That's the neat part you don't. DS2 was made with a completely wrong philosophy. Yeah, it's just what they teach you and what they do in practice is that they're two conflicting things. And compared to like, you know, everything else that happened yesterday's stream, I was feeling frustrated because I'm like, I just don't understand. I can't reconcile it. Like, I'll learn to accept it eventually, but it just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know if I'm feeling crazy about that, but that's the thing that grinds my gear the most. Like, for example, in No Man's Wharf, right? That one particular room, as soon as you go, near the Pharos Lockstone, you get near it. You have the people on top who are shooting things at you. You have the 3 doggos and another Viking who are just outside, right? So that's 6 enemies you have to deal with, and then there's 3 more inside who will wake up just for being outside, who will come after you. And then there's also 3 more inside if you really want to aggro them. And there's also the one Viking behind you that you don't notice. So that's dealing with 10 to 11 enemies just in that one area. And I get they're protecting the Pharos Lockstone, right? But there's no easy way to lure them out once at a time. You have to either deal with them all or you go Archer Souls. Stockholm Syndrome doesn't kick in until the 50th hour. I'm not there yet, so we're A-okay. DS2 is one of the games in the series where you can just block everything with a good shield and ignore rolling at ADP completely. It's going to bet that you'll have a point where all clicks, but if anything, like most of the experience with DS2, that'll be a bit. Yeah, I want to see when I get to that point. I do have the Drang Leak shield, but I don't have the strength to equip it, so that can block everything. And even then, using a shield in DS1, like I know I shouldn't compare DS1 with DS2. I remember using for most of the game, but after a while, like for example against Artorias and Manus, and well, Gwyn was basically like, pairing simulator. But at least for those two bosses, it was much better to dodge than try to block because I just ate too much stamina. But yeah, that's my pet peeve with DS2 right now, is that I don't know what they're trying to teach the player. Because I can get being overprepared by giving you all these items you'll need. I get that. I get that you can't rely on super OP effects like things to uh travel around. I get that they want you to teach you to use your environment with exploding barrels, for example. I can get that, but I just don't get the enemy placement and trying to teach players how to deal with 1v1 fights, because they're so used to dealing with, things with archer souls or, other alternative ways to get rid of a bunch of enemies. What happens when they have to fight a boss, right? The DS1 DLC was pretty good about making turtles stop blocking. Yeah, I used to do a lot of blocking, but after a while I'm like, nope, I have to actually dodge. It was fun. It was fun to learn Artorias' and Manus's like patterns. But like, man, oh boy, it was a lot. And also Calamite for existing. DS2 is extremely anti-shield. Yeah, I figured that was the case given, that they did for ADP. There's some DS2 enemies that can trip you up, and there's one DLC boss in particular straight up murder you if you try to block, but it can get decently far on sword and board. I think I'm just going to learn how to dodge, and I guess if I really want to feel brave, I can learn how to parry, because I did the parry once, I can do it again. So I don't know if I can manage it with the scimitar, but yeah, I do have the DLC, and I do want to give it a try, because that's why I got Scholar of the First Sin. But I don't know if I will actually be able to complete it. I want to though. Like ideally, when I play these games, I want to do as much content as possible, even if it's not 100%. It's just getting there. You know what I mean? And effectively, because I am blind, I'm like, well, blind in, my progress. I don't know if I'm missing something or not, but I think that's the fun part. Want to know all about all the funny damage nerfs DS2 has? If it anything relates to DS1, sure. If it's anything exclusive to things I wouldn't know yet, don't tell me, please. Because I know that, Big Bunk Sword is probably still the way, but if anything, I kind of want to get my hands on like Pyromancy or just, miracles like Homeward, just so I don't have to use a Homeward bone all the time. But I haven't found those yet. Or at least if I do, it's probably with the priest or the cleric that I just kind of like sped through her dialogue for because I was so upset. So I need to do that, but I hope it doesn't have like a huge faith requirement, otherwise I'm definitely 100% cooked. But it just feels like with the limited amount of life gems and how if you don't find your Estus flask shards, it's a lot harder to explore. And I get it, it's a lot more punishing. But it's precisely because of that I feel like it emphasizes Archer Souls even safer and how enemies just they will leave you after reaching certain thresholds. It's like, why go up to the enemy and fight it when you can just use Archer Souls and deal with each one of them? For example, if you hit an enemy with the tip of your weapon, you deal less damage. Why? But why? Well, what do you mean by that? Who asked for that? I'm genuinely confused. Who asked for that? Because, like, I guess that encourages you to, get closer, right? But, like, that leads back to the previous argument where if you get closer when there's a bunch of enemies, you die. You just get cooked. So I don't know if they want the player close or far. If you hit a wall or an enemy, less damage and consume double durability. Okay, if it's a wall like I understand that one. That's fine. I don't mind that change. That makes sense. But just tip stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe I'm just too old or something, because this feels like so anti, like the antithesis of like what I have learned and studied. So maybe, yeah, maybe I really am just old, but here we are. Oh, and let's see. As if I don't know if I consider it a flaw because other Souls games do it too, but DS2 sometimes feels like it wants you using bigger, stronger weapons and stagger enemies or kill immediately, as if the goal is just to not interact. Exactly. Like, oh my gosh, like you said like the only option I was thinking of in terms of melee, like you would have to get rid of enemies in one go. You have to one shot everything, because the more time you spend with the enemy, like you can't just dodge anymore. At that point you just get bopped as soon as they do attack. Even if you like, you know, attack back, you just get bopped. And I think that's the really sad thing, that you're disencouraged from actually fighting an enemy. And I also mentioned this yesterday, but there's no areas that actually feel like they're fun to come back to. And all the areas just feel like, it's kind of a slog to get through. And maybe that's part of their design, but it feels awkward. Your weapons, when consumes the rest of your stamina, you deal less damage, and it takes longer to stop recovering stamina. Oh my gosh. There's no reason to do that. Oh my gosh. I guess, you know, they want to make sure that you keep track of your stamina thoroughly, but like, you know, maybe I disagree with that a little bit. So it just, I don't know. Overall, the game just feels very weird to me. Like they want you to play the game, but they don't want you in the game. You know, they want you to get, you know, pushed. They don't want you to get progress, but they also want to push you to progress as much as possible. Otherwise, you lose out on your limited resources to progress, and then you have to go back to previous areas to farm them out, right? Because otherwise, you don't have the souls. And heck, even if it's the early game where you don't have the unlimited amount of life gems, you don't find the last giant, you're kind of cooked. You love that's level design. DS1 is still your favorite because of all the interlinked areas with shortcuts. DS2's overall level design structure is a lot more linear. I say you say linear, and I don't disagree with you, but I also went into the shaded woods by accident last on the first stream, so it's like, oops. But I don't disagree with you, because both No Man's Wharf and the nest at the top of the uh Fortress of Lost Giants, they both lead to the Lost Bastille. We'll have to see, because I'm assuming Lost Bastille is like I'm assuming it's like Sen's Fortress in terms of difficulty, and that the Forest of Giants and the Tower of Hate's Tower of Flame are like the Undead Parish and Blight Town, respectively. Well, linear from Majula, like you pick a direction from Majula, and there's going to be a set endpoint of that path at some point. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm just thinking more about the S1's like more open progression. Um, like you could go to, you know, you have several ways to go into Blight Town. You have the, you know, the basic way into lower, you know, the lower district, Undeadburg, and then you go into Blight Town that way, which by the way sucks. But you can still make progress there. There's the way from the Valley of Drakes. And there's also the ability to go into New Londo before you place stuff. There's the ability to explore these like these more difficult areas before you were supposed to. But it wasn't to the point of, hey, we're going to beat the crap out of you by breathing, like you came to the wrong neighborhood. It's like you can get through this if you're careful. Like for example, like New Londo, like okay, yeah, you need the curses, right? But somebody would tell you the curses, or like there is a way to learn about it, and then you can progress there. Or even if you didn't, you know, do that, you could just, you know, reach almost to the point of unlocking the lower part. There's also the shortcut from Lower Deadburg up to the upper, the Ash Lake and the tree. Yeah, the Ash Lake, you wouldn't know about the Ash Lake at all in Blake Town if you didn't bop the wall right there. Yeah, and the shortcut was super nice too, just to get you back. 1 hour to go. Yeah, 1 hour, guys. We're almost done watching the paint dry. Woo! Right? So that's why I mean, I don't hate. I'm not at the point of hating DS2, but I'm just very confused and unsure about why it's done the things it's done. I don't know. We'll see what happens in the upcoming streams, but right now I'm kind of. I'll play the game, but I'm not feeling the same, you could say, wonder or like mindset that I am feeling in DS1, where I'm like, okay, this is tough, but here's a plan. Right now, right now in DS2, I'm just like, hey, we need as much arrows as possible. We need as much like many life gems as possible. We need everything as possible. Probably the bright bugs too, and hope that we can get past the first set of enemies. Honestly, I'm not to the point of like, completely glazing DS1. Like, Capra Demon fight still sucks. It really does. And worse, if you don't like it, you'll be in very good company. Plenty of people share that feeling. Yeah, glad to know. Like, I know Fac does not like DS2, but despite that, I listened to Maze and I decided to play DS2, and I'm not. It is certainly a time right now. But yeah, like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like you're punished for wandering into the wrong neighborhood in DS2, and I don't know if there's a way to solve that. You know what I mean? Or Maze was the culprit. Yeah, Maze might have been the reason why. You remember? Maybe he programmed the game just so there's a bunch of enemies. Maze started the suffering. He did. I know suffering builds character is the tenet of this channel, but like, suffering, huh? Suffering. And I'm not ever claiming to be perfect, by the way. I'm not. I know I am bad at the game, and I'm not going to argue about that. I'm pretty bad at these action RPGs. I slowly get better. Honestly, I don't know how I managed to recover all my souls and survive that, that whole like rush to the end. I couldn't tell you. Only that it happened. But it didn't make me feel good to do that. Like, normally, like if it was in DS1, it would make me feel great if I managed to succeed in that. In this game, like when I did that, I didn't feel like sort of relief or like happiness. I was like, man, I was like, thank God it's over. I'm like, man, I don't have time for this kind of situation. And that's what I think that they kind of flopped in. You just you don't feel happy by clearing stuff. You just feel like, okay, we're finally done with this place. Let's get the heck out of here. Like, speaking of, I like for No Man's Wharf, I do want to investigate the ship, but I also want to check the other areas to the probably on the path to the pirate ship, because I don't think I checked those thoroughly. I just wanted to get done. Yeah, it didn't seem. I wasn't really into it, like, at least last stream. Like, I wanted to enjoy it, but it's just all these areas suck. It's your least favorite Souls game, but you still don't hate it. Yeah, I'm not at the point of hating it, but it's just like, you know. It's in the weird zone where I can still understand how it's designed in a fundamentally sound way. It just feels different and a bit off for what I expect from a Souls game in DS1. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe I might reach a point later where I finally understand the DS2 philosophy, but right now I'm just, I have to practice patience. What is my favorite song genre? Oh, honestly, um, I am a sucker for, like, old school JRPGs, Latin, chanting final boss themes. Those are great, but also, like, you've heard from my startup screen, I like Electric Swing. Electric Swing is just, it's great. I just like how, there's something you can just kind of vibe to without being super high energy. You like DS2 way more than DS1? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for asking, Kroto. Like, um, I know that music is very important to for people. Well, I'm kind of like neutral on it. I understand the vibe. I'm a Caravan Palace kind of girl. Listen to the old school like Latin chanting. You mean like Final Boss themes? Yeah, that's me. Because I grew up on Final Fantasy, and they had it like a ton. Or like FF6 for example, like the organ playing and everything. Techno is life. Also rave party. Like in Unheeded, you need to experience it at least once. Yeah, I don't disagree that I need to experience DS2, but I'm kind of like the what the frick are they doing here kind of situation. One Winged Angel comes to mind. Yeah, One Winged Angel was literally the man. One Winged Angel. I remember the first time we heard it wasn't actually from Final Fantasy VII. It was actually from the movie Advent Children, and I loved it so much. It was the perfect amount of like drama for Sephiroth right there, and that's why I'm like, man, it's they can't recreate that. No matter what people try to do, that you cannot recreate the impact that um that One Winged Angel did. Like, I went to a Distant Worlds concert where they play a bunch of sorry, you can tell I'm Fire Emblem brain because I talked about it earlier. Final Fantasy songs, and I loved every single moment of it. Not just because I was with a bunch of fans who also enjoy the series, but just how they're able to bring those orchestral songs to life was actually chef's kiss. And then everything from up to Endwalker in Final Fantasy Final Fantasy 14 and also Final Fantasy 16. Like listening to Away and no, Away was pretty good, but Ascension, Ascension in FF16 is just oh my gosh, it was so good. You love that movie too? The Buster Sword scene was event. It was so absolute peak. But yeah, I love the Disney World concerts, and I want to try it to get there again, and hopefully this time snag some merch because last time I didn't know it was there. I was existing. I only got like the book, the pamphlet to learn about it. But it was a joy to be there. And maybe that's just it. It's just I know they can bring those orchestral songs to life in a way that like a lot of like tech and pop music just I don't see a way that they can do it. Or maybe I just haven't heard a good cover for it yet, but it's just ooh, ooh. Anyways, what really comes down to is that um it really comes down to just I guess they let me put it into words. When they make the boss music, I feel like they care more about like they kind of forget they also need to play up the boss, right? Does that make sense? Nowadays, like it's all very much like, oh, you're feeling intense. They're trying to set the emotion for the player, but they kind of forget, hey, maybe the bosses should be scary because they're scary and not just, oh, here's this tough obstacle you gotta beat. I think that's the right way to put it. So I appreciate that that's what like the older school games did, that they're like, hey, remember these are the things that will kick your butt. Or if you're playing FF4, you could just cheese it with just Romas with Kane, but like uh those kind of stuff. Like bosses are meant to be scary for a reason. Obviously, mini bosses are um they're supposed to be not that scary, but like serious enough. Or maybe I'm just super biased because yeah, FF4 was my entry like Final Fantasy series, and okay, I'm gonna tell you guys why FF4 is the best Final Fantasy in my opinion. I don't know, you guys can have other opinions, and that's totally respectable and fine, but FF4 is my thing. Cause first of all, we had a bunch of different tracks. We had like like the mini boss like that was enough to be like okay, this is pretty serious, but not like too like ominous. And then we had the four fiends. Oh, the 4 fiends were like actually perfect. Cause first of all, we have no freaking idea. Your first fiend is Scarmaleone. I'm just gonna tell you right now. It's this guy, and you think, oh, he's just like cute little mini boss fight. He's like a little Craven. We have no idea who the frick Golbez is. All we know is that he's a servant of Golbez, and we think, oh yeah, he's just a bit of a jobber. You just beat the crap out of him and go on your day, right? And then you cross that bridge. You cross that bridge, and he back attacks you. And if you're not prepared, which most people won't be, he murks you right there. He's already super scary, and you're also thinking, didn't I just get rid of this guy? How is he back? Of course, now you find out he's a zombie, but like he also just becomes like super scary. And that's before, Cecil becomes a whole paladin shtick. So you find that even in the beginning of your journey, somebody is like stopping you. And then you go on to the different fiends. You find out that Golbez had his hand in everything. I know it also fits in the whole like classic JRPG tropes in some point, and then also there's a whole Cain betrayal arc, which was old school drama and all that. So Mario RPG is your favorite Final Fantasy? You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I never played Super Mario RPG. I know, terrifying, but I'll admit I never played that game. Anyways, the thing with the 4 fiends, right? You get rid of them once, and then they come back later, and you think, oh yeah, it's ready to beat the crap out of them. But you know what they tell you? We learned from you guys. We learned the value of teamwork. And that's a scary line to hear. Because it's like, oh, shoot, these bosses aren't just like, they're super arrogant and think of their own power. They realize, hey, we learned from their mistakes and we're now ready to jump you. And I know they're limited by the whole GBA, like, DS kind of gimmicks and mechanics, which is fair enough. But they actually did empower teamwork. They employ teamwork, so they basically covered each other's weakness. So for example, like Kanyazo, he's a weak to thunder or lightning, but then the bosses would switch out between like attacks occasionally, so to cover their weakness. So you try to use lightning and you switch to I think it was Barbarici. Yeah, Barbarici was immune to lightning, I think, right? Like she didn't care about it. Yeah, you switch to Barbaricia, and you also had to do basically 4 bosses at once. So that was the terrifying part, because they would be switching over time. You have to get rid of 4 bosses, and they would be smart enough to, cover their weaknesses. Never even played a Final Fantasy game. If you're willing, like I know how much I praise FF4. If you're willing, you can do that. Or if you want more action RPG, you can do FF16. You can't go wrong with those. Or if you just want, like an MMO single player, you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 with their unlimited free trial up to level 80 with the critically acclaimed expansion Shadowbringers? There is that. But yeah, with FF4, it's just the 4 fiends. They're covering their weaknesses, and back to the time, like as a kid, that was crazy work. And then you found Golbez, and even then, Golbez seemed basically insurmountable because of just how much of a struggle it was to get rid of him. Final Fantasy 14 has weirdo guild leaders. That is true. They do have weirdo guild leaders. But if you play by yourself in the free trial, you don't have to interact with them. Kind of just like Cecil's journey to being a paladin despite the hardware. They did that. Yeah, they really did. They did it so well. And they had different mechanics for fights. Like, for example, during the whole, paladin fight, you're not supposed to attack. But most people think, oh, you just beat the crap out of things nowadays. But no, it's like you're a paladin. You're meant to defend and protect. And it made you think, hey, there's not always one way to solve a problem. And nowadays it's just, oh, you have to beat an enemy, but how do you beat an enemy? It's like, okay, it's this way or that way. There's there's less innovation nowadays compared to before, especially with the, despite the fact that they have a lot more to work with. And then I'll say I also played After Years for FF4, and that's contentious basically because it sucks. But what I really did like is that they remembered these story beats. So, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time for the DS made me cry as a kid. The game itself was it was clunky, but I remember playing the game. It was so much fun. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm like, the more we evolve with our consoles, the less innovation we get. And anyways, going back to After Years. So, sorry, I keep getting distracted every single comment. Is Rubicante and a character named Edge have so much beef with each other because Rubicante killed his parents. You know, typical RPG stuff. In after years, you have the ability to fight Rubicante by yourself, which is actually doable, even if it's absolutely terrifying. You get rewarded for doing that, even though you could just fight him normally. And I know that's in the end you just beat stuff, but it's the fact that they remember those kind of things. Or if we're talking Final Fantasy, I must ask a question: where do you stand on Final Fantasy 12? Honestly, for Final Fantasy 12, I think it could have been better, but I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. Cheeseburger, oh, hey, if you can feed me that, that'd be great. Like, it's just, I treat 12 as, it's okay. And I don't know how else to say it, it's just, it's okay. It wasn't great, but it wasn't absolutely, like, horrendous. That's fair is actually your favorite specifically because of the Gambit system. Yeah, you know what? I can see the appeal of that. Yeah, just thinking about it, it's like, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just between that whole area between 11 to 13. By the way, I did actually play like at least 13 and 13 too. The games, I can give them credit that they're trying different things out, like the ATV bar, Gambit system itself, and not everything worked out. That's why they kind of flopped and they're kind of okay. I know there's some people who do swear by 13. And then they like it's slowly incorporated more like real-time action over time compared to the turn-based combat. So today are we we gonna chat? Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now, Senia, we've been chatting for the past 5 hours and 20 minutes. Watching paint dry. I've been here with chat, watching paint dry. We're almost done. The paint is almost dry. I mean, they never brought the Gambit system back because some people could make the gameplay play itself and they know what they were doing. But God, you love that. Yeah, like if nothing else, like they did a really good job of, hey, if you crack the code, it was great. Though, like, also it's just kind of like, So, like now with hindsight, like I will give credit to the developers or of the who work on Final Fantasy games in general for trying things out, even if they didn't really work that well. Like I kind of liked the whole hello, this is your fault. Yeah, it's the Nuggets fault. Today is office it is office renovations day today. Like 13.3, I can't say I played, but I know that they have basically a full time limit where if you exceed it, you lose no matter what. So you can increase the time by doing side quests and whatever. Like that was definitely something that interesting to try, even if it didn't really work out in practice, because most people were like, time limits in my turn-based RPG. Made you feel really smart. Yes, it made you feel really smart. So I can give credit to that system, even though I'm just kind of like, on it, just like, I just want to get by. So, and then for 13, it was like, oh hey, had the different like paradigms, Ravager, to the healer and the saboteur. I get what they're trying to do. It's just, at least in 13, like it really came down to at least in OG 13. It was turn-based, but you also had to time your attacks correctly because you couldn't control the character directly. So you would have to sit down and wait until, for example, that one boss in the middle of the game before you get onto Pulse to do his attack, to just before his attack casted, so he could avoid the AOE. But you really wouldn't know that until after first time, because his AOE spells hit like a freaking freight train, enough to isekai you to the next 2 planets over. And Fran was hot, but that's a separate matter. You know what? Fair enough. So it's just, I'll give it for that. Need a remaster of the FF movie. It was ahead of its time, promoting VTuber like 20 years in advance. Oh, maybe eventually if they see the money on it. And that's to isekai you to Mercury. Yeah, enough to isekai you to Mercury, because I think what they tried to do with 13 was ambitious for its time. It just executed pretty poorly. because the first half of the game was very linear, and the second half is very open, which isn't a bad thing. But how they made their whole ATB system really felt like they wanted to give the player a little bit more control, like an action RPG, but they were too afraid to do that. So they're like, oh, you just have to send your attacks and just launch them out. And I get that they wanted to encourage the player to just, hold on to your ATB and, plan your skills carefully. But in some of the fights later, it was just, you just sat on ATB until you made sure you could get your attack in without dying. Unless you grinded a ton. So in the vein of our JRPG done in the SMT games, SMT, Nocturne, 4, 5. In fact, the second game I streamed as a VTuber was SMT 5 Vengeance. 4 was great. I played on DS. I don't think there's a way for me to bring it up, but I would love to play it again. Chaos Align, let's go. I hope I don't get Walter against the Minotaur. I will cry. Such a samurai skill, he says, and he uses Agi on the Minotaur. Oh man, Minotaur smirks, and then it's over for me. Naruku actually kicked my butt, and SM3 Nocturne is. So about that True Demon ending, without Pierce, which you should have Pierce, because if you don't have Pierce, you're gonna have to load back. You finish SMT 5, Canon of Creation, you need to go back to Canon of Vengeance. Canon of Vengeance it's great. Honestly, I liked it. Canon of Creation, I did end up playing it off stream, and I'm like, it's not too bad, but I felt like Canon of Vengeance was a lot more solid than Creation. Wonder, does VTubers use VR or something? So for 2D, like what I use VTube Studio. And VTube Studio has their own camera tracking, or you can use VBridger to do that. For and there's of course there's other programs for 3 VTubers. They use something called Wellrudo, and also some 3D models I can get from Vroid Studio, which is a way to make your own model, or there's a bunch of customizable models out there. So it's mainly Wellrudo for 3D and VTube Studio for 2D. Wanted to do them in order that I missed out on all the hot Kadishtu ladies because of that. Yeah, honestly, Grad is my favorite Kadishtu lady. She is. Honestly, she's really pretty, but they're all really beautiful. Why do black peso, please? I have no idea what that is. So that's my model. Yeah, this is the customizable model, customizable prism model that I. Hey, Kuroto, I have no idea what that question is, and I don't want to follow that line of content. You're getting your warning right now. Don't ask about that. That's your warning right now. I have no idea how to answer it. But yes, this is my model here. Senya, this is the Prism Customizable model by Akizone and Mizi Live 2D. And you actually have a lot of different parameters to play around with. Like, for example, let me just open up let me play around with this. For example, let's do right here. Like we can do, for example, if you wanted to adjust your brightness, you could do, things like this. And you can see they're halved right here. You can do things like this. You get a hue right here. You can also do, like, if you want to ahoge, like you got all of this here. And you got bangs as well. So you can mess with all of that. And you can also adjust it. Talking models, what do you use for tracking? I should use an iPhone, but I end up only using a webcam. This is a Logitech. I don't remember the Logitech webcam name, but it's there. So you have a lot to work with basically with the customizable models, and I highly recommend doing these or a pre-made model just to figure out if you like VTubing rather than just going straight to buying a custom model. Honestly, I should get an iPhone XR or something better to do my face tracking, but it's just hard to find those, and I think the newest iPhones nowadays need a working SIM card to actually use, and I don't want to do that because I like my Android too much. You're back, you see the paint is still wet? Paint is almost dry. Don't you worry, Fac. Don't you worry, we're almost there. Almost close to 30 minutes left. But yes, an iPhone would be much better because of how they use ARKit, and that's what a lot of, for example, VBridger is using. But a webcam is fine for me just because I don't think I'll need to get an iPhone XR unless I can find one for very cheap. 33 minutes? Yeah, 33 minutes left, but we're there. So I would like to get an an iPhone, a cheaper iPhone one day, just so I can do the whole VTubing stuff right here. But webcam works. And this one wasn't really that expensive, so it's mainly like the way I have like all these emotions exaggerated is because I set the parameters to be very sensitive. So like for example, just lifting my left eye, I can do things like that. For me, even 1 minute feels like 1 hour. Yeah, this is why we talk a lot rather than watching the paint dry. But the paint is in fact drying. Yeah, it's good advice, but not going too far with money to try it out. Exactly, like because like if you want to get into VTubing, like actually seriously, like as a career. Well, first of all, I made a short about that about what happens if you just spend a lot of money for like little returns. But also, it's nice to have the idea of you get to be an anime character on stream and you get to do cute things, right? But in practice, you're also kind of entertaining people, and that's pretty important because nobody will just come to you for a model. Like maybe a model will get people to like, check you out if it's either very attractive or very unique, but they will stick around if they like your personality or if you're entertaining, which is why I will strongly say always get the custom. If anything, get the customizable or pre-made ones if you go super budget, because that way you can figure out if you like streaming first, if you like being entertaining first. Looking at the number counting backwards feels like testing your patience. Yeah, don't look at it then. Pretend it doesn't exist. Your kid bashed your model in VRoid Studio for about $20 worth of that. That's totally fine. That's perfect. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, VRoid Studio is actually one of the best tools out there if you have the patience to learn it. You can make so much, and also there's a lot of people who sell VRoid Studio kind of commissions because the models can be really really HQ for what you work with. So I would never ever tell people to get a fully custom model unless they're absolutely sure they want to VTube as a career, because you're investing a couple $1,000s just to do the whole shebang and everything, or at least $1,000. Because the people who can do this as a career, like I have full respect for them. They're very good as entertainers first, and this kind of their identity and branding. But like most people, they think, oh, we'll just have a pretty model or have a pretty debut, and we'll get a bunch of people come in. That's not the case. Like I'm fully confident that if slash whenever I do the debut for my actual custom model art, I like maybe I'll get a higher viewer count than usual for that, but afterwards it's gonna be normal. It's not gonna really change. Maybe one or two people might stick around, but it's not going to be I suddenly go from like I guess 10, 11 CCV to 50 CCV. That's not gonna happen. It did teach me that you don't think I wouldn't want to do VTubing as a full-time thing, but I still have enough fun with streaming. Exactly, like that's me. I don't think I'll ever do VTubing or streaming as a full-time thing, but I enjoy sitting here talking with you guys, playing games, having. By the way, less than 30 minutes, woo, and things like that. Like that's the thing. Like obvious, like this is my hobby. I like to put money into it because why not? And maybe more money than usual. But I understand that this brings me a lot of joy and I have a lot of fun. Am I having custom model made? Yes, I am. I'm doing it because, well, first of all, I've got to reach my true form. Not that I dislike this model, but just it doesn't reach quite there, and I don't. Even with editing the textures, it's just not enough. Because, like for example, you can see the tie is very short, and I know that also my model is not the quote unquote standard for VTubers where you want to attract attention. I'm not a cat girl. I'm not a dragon girl. I'm not a bunny girl. I don't have the booba out. I don't don't do the cutesy voice, or I can't do that. I'm just doing my own voice. I don't do ASMR. I don't sing. I don't have the cute little idol aesthetics and stuff that a lot of VTubers have. I'm just like, if anything, you look at my color palette, it's very plain and muted, which is kind of not really something you usually do for VTubers. Like you want to stand out, be very like exaggerated. I'm just like, nah, I'm just a person. Does it look similar to what you have now, or is there a different concept you're going with? It's somewhat similar in terms of main colors. I don't know if you see my Twitter or Blue Sky, because I have those pinned. So the design is there. But overall, it's very okay, ignoring the protruding booba, but because that's the artist's drawing style. It's pretty dang simple. Like, actually, let me see if I can pull up the reference right here. Streaming go to open this. I have too many folders, by the way. You will never not see me with too many folders. Go find and check it out sometime. Oh no, I can pull it up here now. I have to evolve. Yeah, I have to basically digital. I've got to get my my final form right here. So image, there we go. We do this, and then there that. I don't mind showing off here because I've already revealed it back on December December 31st. So like as you can see, let me fit this to the screen. Yeah, so it'd be like this one right here. So like, yeah, there's a little bit of, lewd sexual traits there, but it's not something I'm emphasizing with this. It's just, you can see the upgrade here. And you're probably wondering what happened with the blazer, right? Okay, so let me tell you about another game I really, really like. And it's from the, SMT series. It is called Devil Survivor. And there's a character named Naoya, and I'm like, I really, really liked his Hakama with the little code on it. So I'm like, oh, let me put that with let me do that with the whole, the cubes right here. Oh yeah, all business. Yeah, all business basically. Like there's a little bit of like, fun stuff like the glasses, for example. Like I specifically wanted to be as nerdy as possible. So I did that kind of stuff. It's a little bit of reference to, Emma Sky from the Ace Attorney series. So it's like that. Oh wait, is there a way for me to adjust this? I can't. Okay. And then for the asymmetrical gloves, it's a little bit of just, I'm kind of borrowing the whole like trends about like, oh yeah, there's a lot of asymmetrical stuff that's happening in, also I did reference a little bit of Honkai Star Rail because if nothing else, their designs are great. And then I really like diamonds as well. So it is something like that, but overall it's pretty like, I think it's pretty restrained in terms of designs, all things considered. So, yeah, like if anything, I think it's okay. Like it's not deviating too much, but that is the custom design that I want to get art for. And it took me a while to find an artist who would actually, like, well, not find artists, but more like decide which artist I want to do. Cause I did shortlist some people, but, in the end I found my artist and she would do great if she comes back to me, I hope. And I'm just, I hope people are excited just as much as I am. But yeah, overall, I don't think the design is very different other than just, hey, the colors are a lot more bolder. Gotta be honest, I like that a lot. I love to direct to other VTubers, seeing nothing but mad cleave all the time kind of gets a little desensitizing. Yeah, like I'm not gonna disagree with you. Like if anything, I wouldn't feel comfortable with Big Boopa even then. It's just everywhere. And for the people who design their characters like that, oh, you're enjoying the paint drying, by the way, Fat? You know what? Thank you very much. I am glad you enjoy it. Yeah, like I think there's a lot of VTubers who just like, hey, let's do like Big Booba and that we'll call it a day, which I guess for a lot of people who don't really know VTubers, like that's the easy way to go through. But for me, I just want a character who fits my lore. That's why I'm like kind of gacha games. The new character is barely clothed, and I'm over here like, cool. Hot anime one number 284. Can I get something more unique, please? Yeah. So it's kind of funny how like me dressing like this is probably more unique than I guess the typical cat girl or fox girl or dog girl or the animal girl, the dragon girl or something, which is very surprising. But here we are. I guess it's a lot less common. Like, would you name somebody else who's also like either of office manager VTuber or somebody who's kind of similar to my outfit? If so, then I want to go over and admire them. But like, this is a genuine question, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna get offended if you want name somebody or name like a bunch of people like that. But that was kind of my thought process. It's like I don't want to be like that. It's just, by the way, it's the artist style who just draws, Big Boopa like that, and I've learned to accept it. I joke about it. Insert noun here, girl. Very common setup for a VTuber. Yeah, insert noun girl here, and sometimes it's like two nouns, like animal, job, VTuber. And that's why I'm noticing a lot. Haven't found anyone else like me. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, like I think the only other thing I'm trying to do is I'm kind of making it like I'm trying to adhere to the lore, like, oh yeah, this is the energy company, so I want to make it. If I want to like promote the debut, I want to make very serious like quote unquote ads for it about like, oh here's the company, here's their products and whatever, and then try to maybe like tease a little bit like the toggle or the model over here. Like I will have to go into Blender and just live my life in Blender to in order to make that, which is difficult compared to everything else. I will try, but that's the plan I want to do because if anything, like I know there's the whole like you have the model like swing back and forth, kind of like move their legs, and that's a typical debut video. And worst comes to worst, I will do something like that, but I want to try out this whole like cinematic, over top, exaggerated kind of thing. Just because, like I said before, this is my hobby. This is kind of silly. I want to try it out. Yeah, building up the lore. And I also need to work on the website as well because first of all, I don't really know how to do card, and I don't have enough HTML and CSS knowledge. I really do. I might have to pay someone, worst comes to worst, but like I want to do that as well. And credit to that Laplace girl from Hololive. That concept caught you off guard. Disproven theory of omniscience through practical physics girl. Yeah, I think it really started with like Hololive, who are like they got some pretty nice designs before other people, and now a lot of people are just kind of like, oh yeah, let's just going from them or going from the largest streamers, and they'll definitely work out. Like you see the number of like sea themed VTubers after Shy Lily blew up. Not I'm gonna rag on all. I'm not saying to rag on all of them, but it's like there's a reason why there's a lot. And it always sucks having someone recommend a person to you and then you go and check them out and see half-naked models. Like, bro, are we... Yeah, not everybody is interested in the half-naked model, right? Like, not everybody's... And people are just here for the good time. As in hanging out. That kind of good time. Not like the other one. The office chat being employees and you being the office manager is what really hooked you. Oh. You know what? Thank you very much for that. Like, fact. Like, I was... Okay, I'll be honest. When I first started, I was like, is this a little bit too real? Am I going to hurt people by talking about this in our Lord and Savior 2026? But after a little bit I realized I should probably just own it, because at the end they this is a little bit of having the hobby here, but also just satirizing the office, the corporate life that they like to sell us. That's what I want to aim for, and take it a little bit less super seriously in this trying time. Trauma-inducing office. Yeah, trauma-inducing office. You want it, you leave your day job only to come back to your day job right here. That's what it is. You won't lie, 5-ish years ago, it was a novel thing and the various lunas was funny. Yeah, absolutely, because of just how many people are there with that. And I am a strong proponent of, if you're going to have lewdness, it has to be tasteful. Like, showing less skin if you can do it correctly, it is so much more effective than just taking it off. Especially like how you emphasize certain lines, for example, like on the design. Like if you had ways to just emphasize the chest without actually taking off yourself. For example, if there's like I know what I'm going to be asking is going to be very weird, but like for example, if you're talking about the you could say the vest I have, if you had lines to emphasize the chest over here in a way that wasn't like nonsensical, like I don't have a random belt for no reason, like that would be so much more effective in showing the chest rather than I just wear a topless thing. I'm not gonna change it, by the way. I might get banned. Yeah, it's perfect if it's like a workspace and it's gonna be safe for work, which I love. The model's gonna be great. The person should be great. Those were your thoughts when I scrolled upon your channel. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, like I mean, I didn't also talk about this on, at least on Twitter, like talking about like the co-working streams where people work on stuff together. I am considering that maybe occasionally, just if people want to see in my background and how I work on do stuff. But I don't want this to actually be an actual, office, right? Because like where work is being done, or feel like people need to come here just to work. So that's why I'm a little bit unsure about it quite yet. All right, good example of the tasteful lewdness. Ereshki calls third extension in FGO. Oh, yeah, you understand. Yes, you understand. That's why I don't understand why people think, oh, more skin equals more lewd. In her first twos, basically, where Pat Lazio she has a full dress. Yes, the dress looks so pretty. I like that's the ascension I keep her in because it just looks so much better. Like the leotard, I'm like, I don't understand why you have this here. That's crazy. You have this pretty dress, you're not letting the queen of the underworld own it? Insane. Absolutely insane. So, like, I know that's why I disagree with a lot of FGO designs lately, because it's like when you can emphasize the sexual appeal in ways that isn't just removing skin, which is the easy option, it just works out so much better. Full dress, yeah. Full suit of metal armor is also really good too, if they can do it right. Like for example, like I really like OG Jean's, and I will say, even though I'm not really a fan of Jean Alter, like I do like Jean Alter's armor. People who like the armor I don't really like is Barghest. Like I get what they're going for, what she is, but I feel like that's overly exaggerated. And don't get me started on Rite Art. Like Rite Art is erotic and exotic. I know exactly what I'm getting into with their art. I know. I'm not gonna talk about it that much. But yeah, a lady in good armor is actually chef's kiss. But it's a shame because drawing good armor is hard. You're relatively new to VTubers. It kind of randomly took over your For You preference on Twitch. Follow VTuber because she was pretty chill, but found out she does adult content. Realized they're using Twitch fun. Ooh, yeah. Like, I get when people do these things so that they can get their bread, but some people just want to be, they want the easier, simpler entertainment, and that's what I'm here for. Which is, entertain people while we're all having fun, while watching me struggle in the game together. That's why I'm saying that, like, while I totally get why people are, they have those designs like that, because those are at least statistically, in terms of like numbers and successful ones, those are the ones that people, they get their bread from. And for the people who are the creator, they gotta follow those. But for me, who's like at least doing the hobby like this, I have the freedom to do whatever the heck I feel like. This is like all the constant side things too, and follow so fast when I see they have those sites. Yeah, that's not for me. I'm not comfortable doing that. I get there's money that comes from it, but you're not going to see that here. You're not going to see girlfriend experience from here either. No parasocialism. Please don't. Like, literally, I'm just going to back away and just be like, hey, I gotta leave. Gonna go wash my dishwasher kind of stuff if anybody ever does that. And also be like, mods, jump them. Or jumper. Or jump, that person. That's pretty much it. Like, I guess if you're gonna talk about like other, ideas about VTuber and stuff, I was actually thinking of like before I stick with this design, if I didn't play the past games I did, like Helios Rising Heroes, which is what I kind of started with this design in, I would have actually gone and been probably like a jellyfish VTuber. I know, sea themed VTuber. But that's because I said it before and said again, I like jellyfish. Jellyfish are good to eat. If you ever get a jellyfish, get chili oil with it. Or like white vinegar. So good. Chef's kiss. Yes, I know. I would be the kind. I would be a VTuber. Is something I love eating. It's like oh wait, I just read that. Not trying to be weird, but like if I really want to see adult content, you go watch it. You watch a VTuber. Yeah, no, actually that's a fair point. If you want to see adult content, you want to see adult content. You want to see the things that you expect when you click a thing, right? Jellyfish are so cute. They are so cute. I mean, but before you ask, it wouldn't be that my model was like kind of like chibi size, but rather, if you remember the umbrella I had, it would be something like this, like holding the parasol and just, being a parasol, probably like a very long flowing dress that like, covered most things because of the whole canopy with the jellyfish and all that. But that idea has passed, and even then it would probably be a little bit too probably like be closer or too similar to Evernight from HSR now, so I don't really want to do it. But yeah, I would love to have the umbrella right there, just having all the flowy things. It's a bit like princess aesthetic kind of stuff, which is a bit silly, but that's what I want. That was what I was considering before I decided to stick with more office satire. It's just teaching a bunch of young people, hey, show your body on these sites and get paid money for it. Oh, wait, you're unpopular? Too bad you didn't get much money. Yeah. Yeah, I will never feel comfortable with that. Like, I feel like entertainment should be entertainment first and not just, hey, here's the sexual experience or something. There's also Cantarella from Woowa, but they also made her super lewd for absolutely no reason. Yeah, I don't know. I just hate lewd as being the easy solution to getting people's attention. You know. Now those are there forever, and it sucks. Aw. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm glad nobody's ever asked me about that. But even if they did, I would never ever talk about it and be like, "Hey, I'm not gonna do this," because I'm like, y'all crazy. And that's why that's why I actually stopped doing YouTube vertical, because I remember when I did YouTube vertical for streams, it would bring in very horny people, for lack of a better word. Like, I remember somebody coming in when I did the YouTube vertical one time, and all they could talk about was the booba on my character, which is, are you sure about this? Like, are you sure this is the only thing you talk about? Like, obviously I banned the person right away, but that's basically what discouraged me from streaming on YouTube, on at least vertical side. I mean, it's also in a matter of keeping things in the correct lanes. Yeah, exactly. If you want to adult entertainment, yeah, same thing. Like exactly what like Fact said. If we go into something like this, you expect a certain thing, and if you get blindsided by told, hey, go to this other thing, that's like, what the frick? Because essentially, you know, we're selling, like, at its core, like VTubing, like if you're taking it as a career, you're selling a brand. You want your brand to be consistent and, you know, let people know, hey, this is what you expect. And sometimes the expectations should be very like vertical and rigid, and nowadays compared to like, oh yeah, we can do this and do that. Or in this case, oh yeah, you know, it's totally fine to do, you know, direct people like that. It's not actually fine. How do we get people to play our game? Big booba. If you flash them, yeah, like I don't get that anymore. Because nowadays, like it's already been mentioned. You guys are inundated by a bunch of, you know, lewd outfits, especially for the females, compared to the guys who I'll say most of the guys in gachas look really cool. There's very, unless the game specifically is about it, there's very little like lewd looking guys compared to lewd looking women. And it's just a shame because women can be cool. Women can kick butt. And it's a shame that they just ignore that for, you know, big booba. I want a cool woman. I want to play with, you know, I want to play using cool woman characters. Why do they all have to be super sexual? You don't want those overlapping? You know what? That's absolutely valid. You only get to sell your dignity once, and preferably you shouldn't ever sell. Yeah, I like my dignity. I know I'm bad at games, for example, but like I'm not going to be like, oh man, I'm gonna compensate by, you know, being, you know, oh well, cute, please help me everybody and stuff, and like please take pity on. No, I will do it. And that's only just like a very mild kind of example compared to what you're talking about, Iguana, but just I won't understand it. I don't think I ever could understand beyond I get what this is what they need to do in order to make money. It's also weird to fawn over some digital character. I mean, to each his own, but like the point is, yeah, this is entertainment. Like for me, I use a VTuber model because face to face is not something it's not really an option for me. I feel too self conscious. By the way, less than 10 minutes. Woo! So that's why I use VTubing, because this is the best way for me to like, you know, show my expressions on my face without showing who I am. Which, by the way, if you're wondering, no, I don't actually look like my VTuber model. Sorry about that. But I don't really look too far about it, and that's also why I don't really do animal stuff. But whatever. And people ruin games by leaving overly lewd. Yeah, it's just not everything has to be lewd, and I'm not saying this to deny the people who want romance, but not everything actually has to be lewd. Believe it or not, you can enjoy a medium without having to think about how to bang it. Oh, but I mean, stream ends soon. Oh, well, sorry, Fac, but you know, we the goal for today was to watch paint dry, and we went from 12 people to 4, at least according to what the view count is saying right now. But you know what? That means you guys are the OG real ones, or at least actually, what does Mixed Up say? Mixed Up says 9 people watching. You guys are the real ones. You were stuck here for the past 6 hours. I applaud you all. Romance and lewd are very different things. Exactly, Nugget. You don't have. It's just I don't understand why people have to think cinema. I don't understand why people think, oh yeah, it has to be absolute like lewd or like I gotta bang. Like you can have wholesome romance. You can have intimacy, you know, closeness with people without having to make it sexual. And it's just strange that people immediately jump to the, you know, the sexual part. And it's like, guys, come on. You love that so much? All right, you know what? I'm very happy that I said that then, because it was a headache to set it up. Like, I think I ended up breaking the code for OneCom, which isn't supposed to be possible, but somehow I managed it. But like, okay, also this is for me. I want to get the red office more involved because I feel bad that they don't have the same tools. Like they don't have emotes that the purple office does. And eventually, hopefully, potentially, this channel will get memberships or whatever that I can do that, or some ways to put emotes. I don't know for sure. I'll have to look at it. But I would love to do that because I have so many cute emotes I want to share with the red office. And I don't want to ask red office to move over to purple office unless they really want to. Because, you know, red office is very different from purple office. At least we have cinema for now. Yeah, anytime cinema is mentioned. Cinema, capitalized cinema, and like, you know, using the emote right here. Fine, like this it is right now. I appreciate that I can't actually log into your Twitch at work. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing for me to do because I have to do a lot of workarounds in order to do that. But I am trying to figure out ways. The government computers don't let you log into Twitch. You know what? That is absolutely fair. You always have to remind people that Hatsune Miku is underage. Quite a few people instead of gushing about her super weirdly. She says, yeah, guys, it's like, please do your research. So yeah, I want to get the red office involved because, you know, they're a core member of the entire company too. I just want to clarify, I don't like, you guys are important to me. I'm not disregarding you. I'm not disregarding the red office, even if for me it's a bit harder to read your messages because I don't get as easily notified compared to Twitch. Thank you very much, OBS. But I appreciate everybody who decides to visit this random corner of the internet because, like, damn, you guys thought I was worth actually sticking around for, or at least putting on me on second monitor. You know what I mean? It's just, it's interesting to see how creative I can get, but I also know that there's only certain limitation because unless I can become smart enough to, you know, here's a new program or whatever, I have to work with existing tools, and there's only so far I can go because there's not actually a lot about there's not a lot of support for YouTube Live, which is very disappointing. But here we are. We have a fa redeem. Oh, hey, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what that meme is about. The fa. I know what that SFX sounds like, but I have no idea what it is. Turtle could probably help. I mean, I wouldn't mind paying Turtle, except for the fact that, like, I would have to probably use my credit card to do that because and VJet or anything. I don't actually want to show my details. But I also feel bad about asking other people for help versus just trying to do my own research. I like doing my own research anyways. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I know that you can switch to do stuff, you know, PayPal business. I know this. I am very aware of that. But I also use that PayPal for like more you know, non-business things. And I thought about, like, I tried to not thought about, I tried to set up, you know, a second account for PayPal business, and ooh, they didn't like that. It was a headache. So I'm like, nah, let's not do it. You're just guys saying situation. Oh, I'll have to see about adding that. I have to think about the points to use because I'm doing just, you know, that one, right? I'll have to think about it. Like, overall though, like, I don't mind asking him at least for some advice if I can you know, get the opportunity to catch him. But overall, I would rather see if I can find existing tools and work with them. Because I know, for example, like, by the way, things are fine now, like, but with the whole stream elements change, I am looking into using StreamerBot to do multi-streaming in the future. So I won't give you an exact ETA right now, but things might get clunky on the red office side if I don't set them up correctly, which is a non-0% possibility, but I will do my best. Because I like streaming to both of these places. I've actually really thought about streaming to TikTok, but then, you know, given that I just canceled the vertical stream, I was like, nah, I don't want to do TikTok. I think that's a different breed of audience altogether. I can barely manage 2 offices. I don't think I can manage the 3rd office at the same time. I would go insane. I need a 3rd monitor for that. Just so I can, you know, go in full, you know, like, hey, you know, hack commands, except like typing on the monitor, just like do. That's the only way I can manage the 3 different offices right there. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but I'm glad that people enjoy cinema, at least, because that's basically the litmus test to see if that kind of um interaction is okay. Because that's the easiest, quote unquote easiest way for me to set things up is by using the cinema and other things attached to it. I don't know about anything else because I'm just thinking about what to do here. Yeah, 3 minutes left and we'll make it. You still don't have a TikTok? You know what? That's fair. I don't expect people to get TikTok. I'm not gonna ask you guys to do that. It's just this is another source of how I'm supposed to get people to join the, well, quote unquote convert people to the stream. Because that's what I'm supposed to do is LARPing as a VTuber, right? Right? Anyways, what I do plan to do is, besides editing this VOD for tomorrow, I'll probably have to work on a short. I'll have to see what I do have available. And honestly going to rest my voice because I've been speaking for basically about 6 hours now. And also I have work in the morning, so I have to work on that. But otherwise, slowly but surely get prepared for the whole team building exercise if you're interested in Phasmophobia, or make sure to watch that. Otherwise, Friday is going to be more the more of the Soul Link Nuzlocke randomizer. Saturday is going to be more Rigid Frozen, more Code Vein 1 with Turtle, and Sunday is going to be more Dark Souls 2. Sorry, not much else to say now that we've reached the end. The wall looks so nice now. It does. Gonna need a few lozenges? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because that is the downside. I did warm up my voice before I arrived. Just, a quick warm-up, though, compared to my usual warm-up. So that's why I sound like I'm a little bit, now at this point. I do have the image from the beginning, so we can compare this. 1 minute left? Yeah, 1 minute left. You guys have 1 minute to say whatever the heck you need to. Before the wall is dry. Cinema. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I do want to also take a picture and we can compare it. Oh, more cinema. We're gonna watch this extremely exciting game ending. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a special ending, right? I wonder what the VOD watchers are gonna think. They're just like, what the frick is she doing? And it's like, yeah, just talking for 6 hours, playing a little bit of FGO over here, but otherwise, 6 hours. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's dry! Finished! Woo! Oh, okay, I've watched paint drying for 6 hours. We did it! Now it's time for the new game plus. Alright. I wish I could view it, but basically you can see how it's really dry, right? Let me see if I can open up the VOD without crashing the game. Ooh, this best game ever. Now it's time for the new game plus. Well, at least let me show you the image of how it started. Let me show you how it started. So remember, it looked like this. It was very wet and moist. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to use the word moist. Hilarious stream, by the way. Yeah, remember, it looked like this. It looked like this. And now it's completely dry. It's not shiny at all here. Look at the difference. Boom. 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 It looks like red clay? Yeah, it does. Boom. And it just, slowly but surely became dry. So now we have watched paint dry. I hope you're happy, Nuggets. I'm gonna just let you know. I hope you're very happy. By the way, turn off the office notification ASMR. We have made it. We have in fact reached the very end of Paint Drying Simulator. We have beat the game. I think this is the only achievement. And actually watch it paint dry is a perfect game. Gives you exactly what you need. Exactly. Time to do it again? Oh man. What look at the time. All right, well, first of all, let me hit restart just to see if it, solidifies it. But oh, look, they even put this there. They even put this here just to say, hey, you already done this. Stop this. If I did a colors, the secret ending. Yeah, you know what? Next time we do this, we're gonna do. I think it was this color, like this one right here. but it looked, yeah, it was there, guys. It was there. And you know what? We're going back over here. Thank you very much for everybody who decided to stick around. According to Mixup, there are 7 of you, but according to Twitch, there are 5 of you. I don't understand, but whatever. Gotta do that. But yeah, it was a nice break from Dark Souls 2. It really was. But I'm not sure we'll ever do this again. But yeah, we have watched paint dry. I hope you're happy, Nuggets, cause this ain't happening again anytime soon. You love this stream? I'm glad you loved it. It really was just yap till my throat gives out. And yeah, that's about it, honestly. Yep. You know what? Thank you very much for the 100 bits to Mist that gave it to me. Thank you very much for everybody stick around, whether you poked your head in, lurking, talking in chat, whether you are in the red office, purple office. We are done for the night because, man, we have watched the paint dry. We can now continue our renovations in the office. Next time I'll be live will be on Friday at 8 p.m. PDT. We will be doing more of the Soul Link, Pokemon Randomizer, Diamond and Pearl, with Canis Pugnator. Saturday will be Code Vein 1 with that other turtle, and Sunday will be more Dark Souls 2. Want to raid someone? I do, in fact, want to raid somebody. And if you gotta go, you gotta go. I appreciate it. But otherwise, we will, honestly, I was thinking of sending you guys to Anth, but, yeah. Chihuahua stream, basically. Chihuahua stream. You're so proud and concerned for this community? Okay, well, you know what? Okay, the real reason I want to send you guys to Anth is because I want to tell you to tell him that he needs to have his community watch paint dry. Anyways, if that's okay, I will send you guys this way because he's currently playing, you know, you guys mentioned that you like Metal Gear. He's currently going through Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. So why don't you say hello to him? So if you are subbed, you can do this, and if you're not subbed, throw a briefies in him. And if you're in the red office, thank you very much for sticking around. I hope you have a good rest of the night. Take care and bye-bye.